Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Welcome to the Thursday session of the California Coastal Commission. May we begin with a roll call, please?
Commissioner O'Malley.
Present.
Commissioner Eckerly.
Here.
Commissioner Escalante.
Here.
Commissioner Hart.
Present.
Commissioner Jackson.
Here.
Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Rodoni.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Lowenberg.
Here.
Commissioner Nadoff.
Here.
Commissioner Preciado.
Here.
Commissioner Williams.
Good morning.
Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
Chair Harmon.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we will move to the virtual meeting procedures, please.
All right. Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have internet access and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person through the Zoom platform or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the Commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a regular agenda item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have internet access, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute yourself on the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures.
Great. Thank you very much, Chris. And now we will go to agenda changes.
Thank you. And good morning, Chair Harmon, Vice Chair Hart, and Commissioners. I will now go over the agenda changes today. First, item 11B. The County of Los Angeles, Santa Monica Mountains LCP amendment for the Disaster Recovery Ordinance is moved to consent. Item 13A, the MRCA, Mountains Recreation and Conservation application is withdrawn. Item 15A, the City of Manhattan Beach LCP amendment time extension is moved to consent. Item 16A, the CDP application for the Yoda family is moved to consent. And in addition, we do have 2 additional changes since the agenda changes memo was prepared. Item 5B, the Kalemarkiarian CDP application is postponed. And item 12A, the City of Santa Barbara's CDP application will be moved to consent. That concludes the changes to today's agenda, so that brings us back to item 4, general public comment. And with that, I'll turn the mic back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hudson. Okay, before we begin public comment, I just want to make a brief announcement. We're going to be taking 30 minutes of general public comment today, and we'll be trailing the remaining speakers to the end of the day. I'd ask those of you who are either online or here for general public comment, just to be aware we have a really long, big item coming up today. So to the extent that you have availability tomorrow to make your general public comment, you might want to think about shifting your comments to tomorrow. We think it's going to be a pretty long day here. With that said, we're very excited to hear everyone's testimony. And so, Chris, let's begin. Thank you.
All right. For members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comment at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload, and this may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I'll call your names in the order that they appear in our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and introduce yourself when you approach to speak. There is a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. So it looks like today we have a total of 25 people sign up for general public comment, 5 in person, which we'll start with Julian Lake, Anthony Butler Torres, and then Steve Ray. If you've heard your name, you can approach the mic.
There you go. Good morning, Commissioners. Anthony Butler Torres on behalf of the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce. The CHCC represents over 135 Hispanic and diverse chambers of commerce and business associations, representing more than 1.8 million diverse small businesses in California. The CHCC supports PG&E's application for the relicensing. No.
Sir, this is general public comment.
General, gotcha. Thank you.
Actually, going through now, I'm actually seeing a lot of people signed up for general public comment that indicate that they're talking about Diablo Canyon. So I'll go through that list again and double check. But Steve Ray, go ahead.
Thanks, Chris.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. With your leave, Madam Chair, I will reserve my comments for tomorrow. I'm going to speak tomorrow on something I call It Never Ends, which I think is what Chris says every time he sees my name on the speaker list. So,
certainly. And Mr. Ray, on behalf of the Commission, we want to say thank you for your service in advance of Veterans Day this Tuesday. It's also, I'm told, the anniversary of the Marines, which you were a proud member. We're grateful for your service.
very much so. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I believe we also had Jacob Evans here in person. Jacob Evans.
Good morning. I have a comment for Diablo Canyon. Should I save that for a different item? Okay, thank you.
Okay. I believe that's all the people that we have in person. Moving to Zoom speakers, we'll start with Donna Turner, followed by Vidya Shalk, Joseph Mangano. So Donna Turner, give us a moment as you're being moved in. And then Donna, when you're able to, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. My name is Donna Turner, and I live in Arroyo Grande. My home is approximately 3 miles from the Oceano Dunes recreation area. I am here today to talk about an issue that is negatively affecting my quality of life. Since January of 2025, riding on the dunes has been allowed 24 hours a day, every day, with no restrictions. Prior to this change, riding was allowed only until 1 hour after sunset. I often hear the drone and revving of engines all day long, only to have the noise continue into the night. This means disrupted sleep, stress, and diminished quality of life. The sound studies that California state parks rely upon to determine what constitutes a noise violation does not capture what is actually being heard from bedroom windows in my neighborhood. Wind, weather, and the way sound travels across sand and open land all affect the level of sound I experience. The current methods used in sound monitoring are flawed and simply do not reflect reality. If they did, I would not be here today. While I understand and respect that off-road recreation is part of California's beach culture, I would like to point out that no other recreational or transportation activity operates 24 hours a day without limits. Every other California state park has quiet hours. Why not this one? I'm not asking to eliminate off-road riding, only that we bring its hours into alignment with other recreational uses. Our coastal management plan should serve everyone, not just those who ride on the dunes with motorized vehicles. A return to the rule that ends riding 1 hour after sunset would be a fair and balanced remedy to this situation. Thank you for considering a reasonable limit that supports both recreation and rest.
Thank you. Next, Joseph Magnano. Give us a moment as you're being moved in. And following Joe will be Emma Haydosi, and then Alex Farron Mignona, Holly Sherwin, Chaley Hilkema.
Yes, good morning. I'm an epidemiologist and director of the Radiation and Public Health Project. We study health hazards from nuclear reactors and publish results in medical journals and books. Our group opposes the permits as they would lead to continued operation of Diablo Canyon.
Excuse me, this is an item on our agenda today. Right now is a moment for general public comment for items not on our agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought today was the Diablo Canyon comments.
No, this is general public comment. Please come back at that item, sir. Chris?
When will that be?
Soon.
All right, I'm not seeing Emma Haydosi. Oh, no, okay, I see her on. She's on as a panelist, and then Alex Farron Mignona, Holly Sherwin, Chaley Holcomba. Emma, please go ahead, and this is a Surfrider presentation, so if we can have AGP bring up the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Harmon, Commissioners. Emma Haydosi, Senior Manager of the Coast and Climate Initiative with Surfrider Foundation. Next slide. Climate change is accelerating the loss of beaches across the country and in California at an alarming rate. Next slide. With upwards of 70% of California's coastline at risk of being permanently lost by 2100. Last month, the Surfrider Foundation released our 2025 State of the Beach report highlighting efforts to preserve and restore beaches nationwide. Next slide. Beach erosion is a normal process driven by coastal dynamics. However, climate change is intensifying these processes and exacerbating impacts along our shores. Next slide. Coastal communities have long relied on costly approaches like hard infrastructure and sand renourishment to protect beaches and nearby development, which often diminish or destroy the resources they aim to protect. Surfrider's novel approach to coastal resilience is three-pronged and rooted in nature-based solutions via our climate action program, community-driven adaptation planning, and science-driven policy. Next slide. Just going to show you that graphic a different way, and I'll ask you to advance the slide again. The report highlights two case studies along California's coastline, the first at Surfers Point in Ventura, the leading global example of nature-based community-driven coastal adaptation. In the mid-1980s, a bike path and parking lot were built on the shoreline despite strong local opposition. The city of Ventura then armored the beach, which, as would be expected, exacerbated erosion and contributed to the loss of more than 60 feet of shoreline in some areas. When the Coastal Commission denied a permanent permit for the rock revetment, a decades-long effort began to relocate the parking lot and bike path inland and restore the shoreline. Next slide. This project is finally on the verge of completion with a ribbon cutting at the restored site coming next month, adding decades of resilience to this treasured shoreline and surf break. And with that, I will conclude and say next slide and next speaker with Alex on deck.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Alex Vermignana, Surfrider's Coastal Adaptation Manager here. As the report also highlights, San Clemente and San Onofre face similar coastal challenges, yet their futures could diverge. Next slide. San Clemente's beaches are a local treasure, regional economic engine, and an essential space for equitable public access. But San Clemente is becoming a cautionary tale of how coastal squeeze and climate-driven erosion can collide with poor planning and vulnerable development, leaving a community at odds. Fighting against nature with continued armoring threatens to erase beaches that once provided habitat, recreation, and an important natural buffer for the rail line. Surfrider believes we can do better than short-term and damaging riprap band-aids, instead envisioning long-term nature-based coastal planning that protects beach access and resilience. Next slide. Just down the coast at San Onofre State Beach, storms and tides have repeatedly damaged the only access road, leading to months-long closures at the 5th most visited state beach and the enduring loss of nearly half its parking. An emergency revetment installed in 2017 is also accelerating erosion on its flanks. Next slide. To address this, Surfrider is driving the San Onofre Shoreline Resilience Project, working alongside this amazing community of stakeholders and the entire community at large to plan long-term for a future that holds space for healthy beaches and people. California's long recognized the realities of our changing coast, and the Coastal Act remains one of our strongest tools to protect the public trust. But the Coastal Act alone won't save our beaches unless we enforce it. Next slide. With every decision you make, you help determine who will have access to the coast in the future. So, Surfrider thanks you, commissioners and staff, for your stewardship of California's greatest public trust resource, and we urge all of you to consider nature as a great partner in coastal protection and resilience, and to take a read through the 2025 State of the Beach report. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Holly Sherwin, Chaley Hilkema. Holly,
Good?
go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity for public comment to express my concerns about the development being proposed for 501 Sandpoint Road, and that's the last parcel of land adjacent to the inlet of the Carpinteria Salt Marsh. My name is Holly Sherwin. I'm an environmental educator and also a member of Friends of the Carpinteria Salt Marsh. I have been a resident of Santa Barbara for over 20 years and have a great fortune of spending time visiting and exploring this public and protected natural area. Carpinteria Salt Marsh is one of the most important treasures of the Carpinteria Valley and to the citizens of Carpinteria. And this is why it troubles me deeply that we've spent so much time and money on this environmentally destructive proposal to build a prominent, elevated, single-family residential home with construction requiring 28 caissons and 107 subsurface piers, all on a spit of land that is already being impacted by king tides and more frequent violent storms. It simply makes no sense. These coastal creeks are ephemeral bodies of water constantly shifting and constantly changing. Carpinteria Salt Marsh is a public treasure enjoyed by bird watchers, beach walkers, and researchers. In California, we've already lost 90% of our historic wetlands. When is enough enough? When will we understand how important it is to protect diversity of species, water quality, habitat for fisheries, open space for scenic and cultural values, and vanishing habitats? This proposed residential home has no place bordering our wetland preserve. Please continue to be the voices of reason and the protectors of our dwindling natural resources that you are appointed to be. I strongly urge you to explore alternatives to this project, to require adequate environmental review, and act on the clear mandates of the California Coastal Act. Thanks for all you do on behalf of this amazing coastline, its people, and wildlife. Boom.
Thank you. Chaley Hilkema.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Chaley Hilkema. I'm a Newport Harbor mooring permit holder. The City of Newport Beach has regulated discrimination against mooring permit holders. It hasn't managed the public tidelands fairly, and its relentless focus on changing policy that negatively affects us makes us feel like unwelcome second-class boaters. The city wants to end mooring transferability again, and it has approved a 300% to 500% mooring permit fee increase, even though our harbor code states that development shall protect moorings as an important source of low-cost public access to the harbor. Historically, the city's policies have financially burdened mooring permit holders compared to those with residential pier permits. The city shows favor to those with private docks who benefit by paying less for their docks and nothing for the boats tied to them. Plus, they've been gifted the right to rent their dock space for private gain. Contrary to its duty under the public trust doctrine, the city has failed to collect fair market rents from those with residential pier permits, and its bias policies has cost the state millions. We all store our boats on the same public waterway, but the city doesn't comprehensively review rates and increase fees uniformly, which is also discriminatory, as some will be forced to pay higher rates while others whose fees weren't raised simultaneously will benefit financially. Why the city has so unreasonably disregarded the State Lands Commissioner's fair and equitable benchmark rates, it's a mystery to us. The mooring permit holders already pay fees higher than those benchmark rates and substantially more than like Tidelands users. We hope this commission will do what it can to stop this blatant gentrification maneuver by the city of Newport Beach. Please choose to protect and promote low-cost public access to Newport Harbor. And again, thank you so much for all you do to protect our coast and the people who use it. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we had Adam Feinstone. Adam, please accept being moved in as a panelist. And Adam, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Harmon, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Adam Feinstone. I'm the planning manager with the City of Manhattan Beach. I understand that the item that we had before you this morning has been moved to the consent calendar. However, I just wanted to take a quick moment to first thank coastal staff for their hard work and assistance in helping the City of Manhattan Beach get these these amendments through.
Thank
Yes.
you. This item is on consent, so you can come back at that time to make your comment. Thank you.
Can I make a comment during the consent calendar?
Yes, sir, you can.
Oh, very good then. I will wait till then. My apologies.
All right, thank you. There were a number of people that were signed up to speak on Diablo Canyon. I'm going to call out names I believe we weren't able to find that are not talking about Diablo. If you hear your name, please raise your hand. Vidya Shalk, Michael Clayton, Brenda Carol Montoya, Andy Patrick, Benush Salim, Lori Lara, Adriana Perez, Ron Rodarty, Danielle Marie Becker. If you've heard your name, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting. All right, I'm seeing no hands raised. That concludes general public comment.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you to the public for your testimony and for your understanding as we try to move through this quickly. I will ask briefly, are there any members of the commission who wish to ask questions or respond? Thank you very much, seeing none. Let's move to the consent calendar. Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Escalante.
Apologies, I knew that I had a question and then I forgot what it was. But the writing in the middle of the night on Oceano, I know that one of the conditions to our previous, I don't know, what it was that, so many things we've done on that issue, but it seems to me that that's violating something.
So our understanding is that State Parks is aware of the comments today. I think there was letters submitted and they've issued a response on that. But just to say, we are in active discussions with State Parks about this and other issues right now. So nothing to report on that. But our understanding is State Parks has responded to this comment already.
Much appreciated. I think it is very concerning that they were just still having to deal with that torture in the middle of the night. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. With that, we'll now move to the consent calendar, please.
Thank you. And the next item is item 5. It is the consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. There are 2 items on the consent calendar. Staff is not aware of any opposition to these matters, and both applicants are in agreement with the staff recommendation, and thus we're recommending that the commission vote and approve the consent calendar.
Thank you. Are there any ex partes? Seeing none. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on these items?
Not for these items, no.
Great, thank you, Chris. Does anyone wish to remove an item? All right, well then, I'll accept a motion.
Move consent.
It's a motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner Nodoff. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Rodoni.
Yes.
Rodoni, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nodoff.
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The consent calendar is adopted. Now we will move to those items that have been removed from the regular calendar to consent.
Thank you. And that brings us to item 6. It is the applications to be moved from regular to the consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. First, I have a correction to the agenda changes that I mentioned this morning and to the agenda changes memo to note that item 16A, that's the CDP application for the Yoda family, is should be correctly noted as postponed, not moved to consent. So we will be bringing that item back for commission action at a future meeting. Now, there are 3 items that staff recommends be moved to the consent calendar today, and those are item 11B. That's the County of Los Angeles, Santa Monica Mountains LCP amendment for the Disaster Recovery Ordinance. Item 12A, the City of Santa Barbara CDP application. And item 15A, that's the City of Manhattan Beach LCP amendment time extension. Now, I do have some comments on these items. I would note that although staff is recommending item 12A, that's the CDP application for the City of Santa Barbara to be moved to consent, that application is for the follow-up authorization for a 360-foot-long temporary rock revetment that was built pursuant to an emergency permit, and that was necessary to protect a portion of the city's harbor that was in danger from shoreline erosion. Now, this item did involve some significant shoreline development issues, and our staff worked with the city to address those by taking a phased approach to sea level rise adaptation planning through the inclusion of a condition that limits the authorization of the revetment to no more than 10 years or to a 10-year period, and allows the city to complete a comprehensive study focused on long-term adaptation measures to sea level rise for its entire waterfront area. And so that was necessary for the city to be able to do that sort of comprehensive planning to come up with a long-term solution for this site as well. I would also like to note that although item 11B, that's the Santa Monica Mountains LCP amendment by LA County, is being processed as a minor amendment and being moved to consent, this was also a very important LCP amendment. And your staff worked very closely with the county to modify existing regulations and permit procedures to facilitate and help streamline the process for rebuilding structures that were damaged or destroyed by natural disasters by providing some additional waiver processes for development that do not already qualify for a waiver under the governor's recent executive orders. And that includes temporary residential and office trailers. Now, I would emphasize that the county's proposed changes to its LCP would not in any way supersede or modify any of the provisions of the governor's recent executive orders that exempt certain types of disaster rebuild projects from our coastal permit requirements, and that this amendment will help the county more efficiently respond to the recent Palisades fire rebuilding effort as well as future disaster response efforts, while still ensuring coastal resource protection. I would just like to thank the county for working closely with our staff to make the necessary revisions to the original draft language to make this a better amendment and ensure a successful outcome. And finally, in regard to the time extension for the City of Manhattan Beach LCP amendment, which we heard there is a speaker from the city for today, I would note that it adds new regulations for ADUs, multifamily housing, density bonus incentives, lot consolidation incentives, and allowance for residential uses in commercial areas. And that the city has submitted a letter which has been posted to our website as correspondence for this item. And the city is requesting that the time for action for this amendment be extended for only 90 to 120 days. Now, the Coastal Act provides for the Commission to extend the time limit for action on an LCP amendment for up to 1 year. And we are requesting, your staff is requesting an extension to the 60-day time limit to act on this LCP amendment to allow for necessary coordination between our staff, the local government, and the state's Housing Department of Community and Development, or HCD, to occur. Now, I do recognize the importance and urgency of addressing our state's housing crisis. And given that this amendment relates to housing issues, our staff is committed to working with the city and HCD to bring this item back for hearing as quickly as possible and in compliance with all of HCD's requirements. And we intend to do so, and we hope to do so, and intend to do so by no later than this spring. However, our regulation limits the Commission's ability to grant a time extension to only one time. So we only have one opportunity to grant this extension, and that's for up to 1 year. So thus, although our staff intends to bring this matter to hearing in just a matter of months, our staff continues to recommend that you approve this extension today for the standard 1-year time limit, and that's to allow for any unforeseen issues that may arise in order for those to be adequately addressed. And especially given that this particular amendment is especially complex. It has 5 different sections, and we want to ensure that we're able to protect coastal resources while still meeting the city's needs and working with HCD. So in closing, I'll just note that we're not aware of any opposition to any of the other items being moved to consent, and we're recommending that the Commission vote and approve this item. I am available for questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hudson. Does any commissioner have any ex partes for any items on consent? I have one. I'm just trying to remember the number. The City of Santa Barbara item. Just the waterfront director emailed and asked me if I had any questions and what I'd like to discuss. I did not respond to the email, and I didn't have any questions. Thank you. With that, are there any members of the public who would like to speak?
Yes, we have Adam Feinstone again, who we just had earlier. And Adam is speaking on item 15A, move to consent.
Great. Good morning. Again, thank you for your time. My name is Adam Feinstone. I'm the planning manager with the City of Manhattan Beach. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I also wanted to extend my thanks to Commission staff for their guidance and assistance. As summarized in the staff report, the city's requested LCP amendment would amend the implementation plan to make changes necessary to implement various programs in the city's 6th cycle housing element. Implementation of these programs is essential in facilitating new residential development in the coastal zone through amendments to various entitlement procedures and development standards, including those which would allow for mixed-use development in the coastal zone. City staff acknowledges that the scale and scope of the proposed amendments are significant and that the decision by the Commission within the statutorily mandated 60-day timeframe is challenging and that an extension is justified. That said, city staff respectfully requests an extension of less than 1 year. We would love to see an extension somewhere in the 90 to 120-day range, which is fairly consistent with the request or the information stated just previously, that the Commission staff is committed to doing what they can to bring this forward to the Commission for consideration in the spring of 2026. We greatly appreciate that. Staff really also wants to reiterate our appreciation for Coastal Program Manager Spencer, District Supervisor Ravel, and Staff Analyst Tate Pulliam for their assistance as we've gone through this process. And with that, I am available should the Commission have any questions for city staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And then for item 12A, we have 2 people on Zoom available for questions. There are no other speakers.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Feinstone, for coming back. Does anyone wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? Okay. I'll entertain questions, comments, or a motion. Commissioner Nada.
I'm prepared to move, but I did want to just thank the Commission and also the County of LA for working with us on the disaster streamlining. And I think that this is emblematic of the work that the Commission does up and down the coast to deal with natural disaster things as expeditiously as possible. So with that, I would move approval of item 6, consent calendar, removed from the regular calendar.
Second.
Thank you. That's a motion from Commissioner Nodoff, a second by Commissioner Lowenberg. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Escalante?
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson?
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Rodoni?
Yes.
Rodoni, yes. Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg?
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nadoff?
Aye.
Nadoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado?
Aye.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley?
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Chair Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The consent calendar is adopted. Okay, now we will move on to item 7, which is the Deputy Director's report for Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency. Mr. Teufel.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Harmon, Vice Chair Hart, and Commissioners. As you said, that brings us to item 7 and the Deputy Director report for Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency Division. We have 4 negative determinations to report, and I believe there are 2 speakers signed up for this item today.
Great, thank you. Any ex partes? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Chris for the public speakers, please.
Yes, we have 2 people, Leslie Purcell and then Nancy Okada. So Leslie Purcell, give it a moment as you're moving in. Leslie Purcell, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you. Good morning, Commission, and I am speaking about the last item on this report regarding the negative determination for emergency unexploded ordnance removal at Point Mugu State Beach. And I was actually shocked when I read this. I have gone to that beach in Ventura. I don't go there often, but I had not heard of this. The public is not aware that since October 2021, 9 pieces of derelict military munitions have been discovered, and several with potentially live fuse mechanisms have been destroyed in place by the Navy. So it's peculiar to me that this has been since October 2021. They're asking now for an emergency declaration for removing and surveying the beach for more, which is wonderful. We need it taken care of, but it's been 4 years, so it's a little bit peculiar. And also it said that it's supposed to begin on September 29th and take 3 to 4 weeks, possibly longer. So my question was, has this been done already since we're in November? And I know the federal government is supposedly shut down, but this is also a state beach, so state parks should be involved. And I'm just wondering if we could have any update on that. And I note that there's also a wetland marsh that's adjacent to this beach with a lot of shorebirds, and that needs to be considered if ordnance is found and exploded. So I'm also questioning whether there should be more notification to the public. And thank you very much for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you. Next, Nancy Okada. Nancy, you should be able to unmute.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the same item, which also kind of surprised me. I figured it was just kind of a cleanup operation, but in reading this letter that was then sent nearly 10 days after your staff received the email and commenting that it's an emergency situation when they discovered these things in October 2021. And these are Vietnam-era military training items, a 3.5-inch super bazooka rockets that are buried in the ground. I just wonder, in terms of the Navy cleaning up military items, that what is their process and how can you get better involved to make sure that these things are not anywhere near the public? It says that it is highly likely that additional ordnance from Vietnam-era military training activities remain within the beach and or nearshore areas, and that there is an imminent and substantial risk to public health, welfare, and the environment that needs to be addressed, including direct contact risk and the potential for contamination release and UXO exposure due to tidal and wave action. I mean, this is a situation where you shouldn't have waited how many years since October 2021. I mean, I actually saw that film about dumping the DDT into the ocean, and that was done a long time ago. But we have a lot of stuff that's remaining in our beaches that is dangerous, and it's good that you're there to be able to let the public know and to monitor and to keep reins on the Navy. So thank you so much, and please, any additional information would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. No more speakers.
Great, thank you very much. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Okay, seeing no objections, the Commission concurs. Thank you. And now we will move on. Mr. Teufel, to you.
Thank you. That brings us to items 8A, 9A. These items are for a consistency certification and a CDP application by Pacific Gas and Electric for extended operation of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. Because the project requires federal authorization and involves development activities within the coastal zone, it's subject to both the Commission's Federal Consistency Authority as well as Coastal Act reviews. Staff is recommending approval of the CDP with conditions and conditional concurrence with the consistency certification. Our staff presentation today will provide some relevant background and context for this project and go over the key issues staff focused on during its review. I'm joined today by several colleagues and members of my team that contribute to this review. Senior Environmental Scientists Tom Luster and Wesley Horn, Senior Attorney Sarah Smiley, Supervising Ecologist Lauren Garcia, and our Engineering Geologist Philip Johnson. We'll be combining to provide this presentation. I believe we have a presentation if our staff can put that up. And with that, Mr. Horn, please continue.
Thank you, Cassidy. The Diablo Canyon Power Plant is located in San Luis Obispo County with the town of Los Osos and Montana de Oro State Park to the north, and Avila Beach and Port San Luis to the south. Next slide, please. The power plant is located within more than 12,000 acres of land owned or controlled by PG&E and its subsidiary, Eureka Energy Company. Included within this area is a 600-acre parcel P on which the plant and the nuclear waste storage installation are located. The 4,600-acre North Ranch property owned by PG&E, and the 5,000-acre South Ranch and 2,400-acre Wild Cherry Canyon properties owned by Eureka. The coastal zone is identified by a blue line on this slide. Next slide, please. This photo depicts the layout of the plant, including its Unit 1 and 2 reactors. PG&E proposes to extend operations of these reactors up to 20 years. This would involve the withdrawal of roughly 2.5 billion gallons per day of seawater for the plant's cooling system and associated discharges into the ocean, as well as continuation of a security zone around the plant that limits access to the adjacent coastline and ocean, replacement of a dock within the plant's intake cove, repair of the cove's breakwater, and a range of maintenance activities. Next slide, please.
Good morning. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that because the proposed project involves a nuclear power plant under the oversight of the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or NRC for short, some aspects of the Commission's authority are limited. The NRC has exclusive jurisdiction over radiological safety aspects of the plant and the adjacent independent spent fuel storage installation. Under federal law, the state is preempted from imposing upon operators of nuclear facilities any state regulatory requirements concerning radiation hazards and nuclear safety. The Commission may only analyze conformity of the project with the applicable policies of the Coastal Act and cannot evaluate or consider nuclear safety or radiological issues. Commission staff received several public comments related to issues preempted by federal jurisdiction, and the staff was not able to address them as part of our review. However, some of the issues of concern overlap with areas that the Commission is able to evaluate. For example, analysis of plant structures and operation with respect to potential seismic hazards, which will be discussed later in this presentation by engineering geologist Philip Johnson. Next slide, please.
This slide provides key milestones for Diablo Canyon. Its 2 reactors came online in the mid-1980s and were licensed by NRC to operate until 2024 and 2025. Construction of the plant began prior to enactment of the Coastal Act, and thus PG&E applied for and received a vested rights determination from the Commission for it rather than a permit. The Commission has, however, issued several CDPs over the years for various projects at the power plant site. Because the onshore area is covered by San Luis Obispo County's certified LCP, most of these permits were initially considered by the county and came to the Commission on appeal. Several of these projects resulted in notable conservation and public access benefits, including the Petro Coast Trail, Point Bouchon Trail, and a 1,200-acre conservation deed restriction around the Point San Luis area of the South Ranch property owned by Eureka. While it had previously begun to seek license extensions from the NRC to operate beyond the expiration dates of its original 40-year licenses, in 2016, PG&E announced a proposal to instead decommission the plant as part of a settlement agreement with labor and environmental organizations. In 2018, the California Public Utilities Commission approved PG&E's application to close the plant, and PG&E then withdrew its license renewal application to the NRC. In 2021, PG&E filed a permit application with San Luis Obispo County for the decommissioning of the plant. 1 year later, however, Senate Bill 846 was enacted to extend power plant operations for up to 5 additional years, subject to various conditions and agency approvals. SB 846 also provided PG&E with a $1.4 billion loan to support the extended operations of the plant. PG&E then resubmitted its license renewal application to the federal NRC, requesting a 20-year operating license. The California Public Utilities Commission, however, only approved extended operations for 5 years, consistent with SB 846. Thus, any operations beyond those 5 years would require additional authorization from the CPUC. NRC's review of PG&E's application is ongoing, but cannot be completed until both the Commission and Regional Water Quality Control Board provide authorizations. Next slide, please.
As noted earlier, the plant uses up to about 2.5 billion gallons of seawater per day, which is almost a cubic mile each year. This represents the single most significant coastal resource impact of the proposed project, and one that will require substantial mitigation, which we'll describe shortly. This slide shows a close-up of the seawater intake structure and a diagram with the flow of seawater shown with red arrows as it passes through the intake screens and continues into the plant. Along with drawing in seawater, this cooling system pulls in billions of the small marine organisms that make up the base of the ocean's food web. This results in essentially 100% mortality to these organisms as they are pulled in along with the water and killed due to changes in pressure, temperature, and other stressors. This loss of marine life productivity is significant, equal to that produced in about 14 square miles of nearby ocean waters each year. To calculate this impact and to identify the type and number of organisms lost to entrainment, state agencies have long relied on 2 main methods, the empirical transport model, or ETM, and the area of production foregone, or APF. Next slide, please. ETM calculations are used to identify the proportion of organisms within nearby ocean waters that are pulled into the intake. The extent of ocean waters included in the calculations is known as the source water body and is based on the area from which affected organisms, specifically fish larvae and the planktonic forms of several species, are subject to being entrained before they grow to a stage where they can resist the pull of the intake. Each species has a different source water body based on its growth rate and on characteristics of the area such as water depth, current speeds, and habitat types. At Diablo Canyon, the source water bodies range from a few miles to up to 75 miles from the intake. In these studies, it's not possible to calculate the effects to the dozens or hundreds of species that are entrained, so we instead use several species as surrogates. These surrogate species usually include up to about a dozen of the most prevalent species sampled, species of commercial or recreational interest, and those with known ecological importance or that are associated with a particularly important habitat. Most intakes pull in a relatively small percentage of all the organisms in a source water body that have the potential to be entrained. The ETM calculation provides this percentage, and when multiplied by the area of the source water body, it provides what's called an area of production foregone, or APF, for each of the surrogate species. The APF is the key metric for determining the scale of the project's impacts. It provides a common currency that represents the number of acres within a source water body that would be needed to replace the productivity lost due to entrainment of those species each year. Although the percentage of organisms lost is often very small, those small values, when multiplied by a large source water body, can result in a large APF and represent a substantial loss of marine life. Importantly, the APF does not represent a loss of habitat other than seawater. It represents the loss of productivity from a certain area of habitat. We can then combine the APFs for individual surrogate species to get an overall average APF that represents an overall loss of productivity. This overall APF will vary based on the number of species included and the level of statistical confidence used. The current best available science approach used by California Resources Agency is to calculate APFs based on a 95% statistical confidence level, which results in a higher acreage but also provides much greater assurance that we are adequately characterizing the impact and the amount of needed mitigation. Although the entrainment studies done at Diablo Canyon are now about 20 or more years old, we are still able to use the data from those studies and apply the updated calculation methods to them. For this project, Commission staff used the current version of these methods and identified an area production foregone of 9,360 acres, which represents an annual loss of productivity from about 14 square miles of nearby ocean habitats. Commission staff shared these methods and results with technical experts in the field who confirmed that this APF was reasonable. Next slide, please. The APF is focused on where the entrained organisms originate. A related way of assessing the entrainment impact is to look where those organisms, but for being entrained, would continue to drift with the currents and either remain a part of the food web or settle into habitats and grow to their adult stages. This slide shows the extent of that area for Diablo Canyon, about 120 miles between Big Sur and Point Conception. From either of these perspectives, the stretch of coastline or the 14 square mile APF, this represents a significant loss of marine productivity and demonstrates why California has implemented policies over the past 15 years to transition away from the use of open intakes and once-through cooling systems that rely on seawater. While the few such power plants remaining in operation are scheduled to close or transition to different systems in the next few years, it's not feasible for Diablo to use a different cooling method to avoid or reduce this impact. This means while the plant remains in operation, its impacts on marine life cannot be avoided and instead must be mitigated. Next slide, please.
Most mitigation for entrainment projects in California has involved marine or estuarine habitat creation or restoration. However, those projects and associated impacts have been much smaller than what we're seeing here. In-kind mitigation through the replacement of marine habitat has never been attempted for marine life impacts at the scale of Diablo Canyon's operation. For example, there are no known locations or opportunities available for creating the hundreds of acres of wetlands and artificial reefs that would be needed. Further, even if available, these types of projects would require years of planning, design, permitting, and monitoring before we know if they'd succeed. As such, Commission staff's evaluation has shown that these mitigation methods are unavailable or impractical to use for this project. This fact, along with the consistent, widely held, and decades-long objective of conserving the Diablo Canyon lands, as most recently reflected in SB 846, and the associated 2023 report by the Natural Resources Agency, led us to consider that as the main aspect of the project's mitigation approach. Specifically, staff evaluated the use of conservation easements over Diablo Canyon lands as mitigation for the plant's effects on marine life. Conservation easements are a way of protecting existing habitats and thus providing mitigation through preservation, rather than by creating new or restored habitats. Staff's analysis found that given the unique location and character of the Diablo Canyon lands, conservation easements over them could indeed offset the plant's adverse impacts on marine life and productivity. Protecting the land would maintain connectivity between the coast and adjacent intertidal and nearshore habitats. It would allow for the continued exchange of energy and nutrients, limit land development effects on the marine environment, such as harmful stormwater, pollution, and sediment runoff, and support wildlife uses such as seabird nesting and roosting, marine mammal haulouts, and migration corridors across the coastal landscape. On this slide, you can see a view of the Diablo Canyon lands and the location of nearby marine conservation areas, including reserves and national marine sanctuaries. Conservation easements cited here would enhance the state and federal marine protected areas located directly offshore and boost the resilience of the marine environment by increasing its ability to withstand a broad set of stressors associated with climate change and sea level rise, among other things. Thus, staff recognizes that in this case, land conservation represents a feasible, meaningful, and holistic approach to compensatory mitigation for marine resource impacts while also affording ecological and public benefits on the adjoining lands.
Next slide, please. Following this approach, PG&E developed and proposed a mitigation package focused on protection of the Diablo Canyon lands. The approach also includes public access elements to help achieve that long-held objective, and address the loss of coastal access associated with the continuance of the plant security zone. PG&E proposed its mitigation in 2 phases based on the duration of plant operations. Phase 1 would be for operations up to November of 2030 and would include first, establishment of a conservation easement across approximately 1,100 acres of North Ranch lands owned by PG&E, as well as the pursuit of transfer of these lands to a public agency, such as state parks. Second, establishment of a right of first refusal for government or nonprofit land conservation organizations, including those of California Native American tribes, to purchase the lands within the approximately 5,000-acre South Ranch owned by PG&E's subsidiary. Third, an offer to dedicate an easement for approximately 10 miles of new public access trails across the property. And 4, an offer of $5.6 million to accompany the trail easement for use in planning, constructing, maintaining, and managing the public access trails. Phase 2 of the proposed mitigation would be triggered by operation of the plant beyond 5 years and includes an additional conservation easement and effort to transfer approximately 2,200 more acres of North Ranch lands, as well as an additional 15 miles of trails, including an extension of the California Coastal Trail across the property connecting Montana de Oro State Park with Port San Luis. Given that this mitigation takes the form of preservation rather than habitat creation or restoration, staff determined a ratio of 10-to-1 would be appropriate. That is 10 acres of preservation for each acre of impact, although other values could have been used. Next slide, please. Applying this ratio to PG&E's proposed 2-phase mitigation approach, and depending on how many years the plant continues to operate, the 14 square miles of annual marine life productivity losses would be mitigated within roughly 71 to 209 years, as shown on this table. Although this is a significant period of time, it should be noted that this justifies the proposed permanent rather than temporary conservation approach included in PG&E's mitigation proposal. However, this long duration and the proposed ongoing use of the plant's seawater-based cooling system does not allow it to maintain biological resources, sustain the biological productivity of coastal waters, or minimize the adverse effects of entrainment, as is required by Coastal Act Sections 30230 and 31. As we'll discuss in a moment, this triggered consideration of the project under the Coastal Act's override policy.
Next slide, please. We want to acknowledge that the Diablo Canyon area is the ancestral home of the Chumash people, one of the most populous and socially complex indigenous groups in California, with a territory stretching across much of the Central Coast. Encroachment and colonization by those of primarily European ancestry devastated these people and forever disrupted their way of life. Evidence of the Chumash presence on the Diablo Canyon lands includes written and oral history, including from tribal members consulted as part of the current regulatory process. In addition, the lands are known to include a number of sites of former villages, including within the area of Parcel P and areas of South Ranch. While the proposed extended operations at the plant would continue to use existing facilities and would not include activities involving ground disturbance or excavation, thus avoiding potential damage or disturbance of culturally significant sites, the importance of the lands to California Native American tribes guided and motivated outreach, engagement, and consultation efforts throughout the regulatory process. Those efforts included tribal consultation by the NRC and Natural Resources Agency, as well as by Commission staff. In implementing the Commission's tribal consultation policy, Commission staff received from the Native American Heritage Commission, or NAHC, a list of 8 tribes it had identified as traditionally and culturally affiliated with the project area. Commission staff sent consultation letters to these tribes in January of 2024, May of 2025, and October of 2025. Of the tribes contacted, only the Yak-Tichu-Tichu Yak-Tahini tribe, also referred to as the YTT, responded with a request for consultation. Commission staff held consultation meetings with the YTT on January 9th and November 3rd. Those consultations covered a range of topics, including the YTT's position regarding its connection to the project area and that it is the only tribe with documented ancestral connections to the Diablo Canyon lands. While Commission staff understand and respect the YTT's position, it is also dedicated to implementing the Commission's adopted tribal consultation policy and to carry out meaningful engagement and consultation with all tribes identified by the NHC. The Coastal Act states that where development would adversely impact cultural resources, reasonable mitigation measures shall be required. Although the extended operation of the plant does not include any development that would adversely impact cultural resources, the conservation easement and right of first refusal proposed by PG&E would have the added benefit of prohibiting development on Diablo Canyon lands that could adversely affect tribal cultural resources. The recommended special conditions developed to implement these mitigation proposals also include for tribal access to the Diablo Canyon lands, including ceremonial uses and practices to help ensure that such uses can occur on areas from which the tribes may have been excluded in the past. In addition, several of the tribes included on the NHC list for the project area have publicly identified interest in obtaining lands within the areas of ancestral territory or historical interest. Such pursuits can be considered tribal land return, and these efforts have been acknowledged during planning efforts for the Diablo Canyon lands. PG&E's proposal and the associated special conditions recommended by Commission staff would not preclude a tribal land return outcome. Next slide, please.
The Diablo Canyon site is subject to several geologic hazards that have the potential to affect the safety and reliability of the power plant. These include strong seismic shaking, tsunami, landslides, and fault rupture hazard. Strong seismic shaking is by far the most significant of these geologic hazards because it has the greatest potential to damage critical structures. Commission staff focused heavily on seismic ground shaking and carefully reviewed PG&E's approach to this hazard. As the Coastal Commission geologist, I also serve as a member of the Diablo Canyon Independent Peer Review Panel, which is abbreviated IPRP. This panel consists of experts from several state agencies, including the Coastal Commission, the California Geological Survey, and the California Geological Survey. The IPRP reviewed PG&E's seismic hazard assessment for Diablo Canyon, and the results of that review are summarized in the staff report. We recognize that PG&E's recently completed 2024 seismic hazard assessment determined that the power plant is safe to continue operation for the relicensing period. However, we found that additional investigation of nearby faults, including the offshore Hosgre fault, and incremental improvements to the seismic hazard assessment are warranted if operations are to continue beyond 2030. Specifically, as a Commission geologist, I recommend that the fault slip rates used for PG&E seismic hazard assessments rely primarily on the highest quality data rather than the current approach of considering a mix of high and low quality data for the Hosgre fault slip rate. This recommendation aligns with that made by the IPRP and should lead to an improvement of slip rate estimates. This recommendation is reflected in Special Condition 7, which requires PG&E to include a hazard assessment that relies only on high-quality slip rate data within any CDP amendment application for operations beyond 2030. Special Condition 7 also requires additional information regarding the geometry of nearby faults. As shown on this slide, Diablo Canyon is located on the southwest side of the Irish Hills. The faults located at the northeast and southwest flanks of the Irish Hills are important seismic sources due to their proximity to Diablo Canyon. The Los Osos Fault forms the northeast boundary of the Irish Hills, and the set of faults known as the Southwest Boundary Zone Fault separate the Irish Hills from the Santa Maria Valley to the south. The fault geometry and slip rate for the Los Osos and Southwest Boundary faults remain uncertain. In a report in 2015, PG&E identified 3 possible fault geometries, all of which involve a major component of vertical slip. Using this assumption, PG&E estimated that the slip rates on these faults are reasonably well captured by the uplift rate for the marine terraces in the Irish Hills. If that is correct, the slip rate for the Los Osos and Southwest Boundary Zone faults should be relatively low in keeping with the low uplift rate for the Irish Hills. However, initial research by the U.S. Geological Survey indicates that the offshore Los Osos fault may be a strike-slip fault, which moves laterally with relatively little vertical slip. If this is the case, the slip rate may be significantly greater than PG&E had assumed based on the uplift rate. Additional investigation to evaluate the geometry of the Los Osos and Southwest Boundary Zone faults is needed to better determine appropriate slip rates for these faults and the associated seismic hazard. PG&E recently started some of those investigations in partnership with the U.S. Geological Survey. Special Condition 7 requires that the results of those investigations be included in any applications submitted by PG&E to extend the term of its CDP authorization. In conclusion, though we considered a range of geologic hazards that could impact the Diablo Canyon site, the primary geologic hazard of concern is strong seismic shaking. In their 2024 report, PG&E indicated that even with incremental increases in slip rate for the Hosgre Fault, the risk to Diablo Canyon facilities from strong seismic shaking remains within the NRC's accepted range. However, it remains important to regularly update the seismic hazard assessment with the most accurate and best science to improve our understanding of the seismic hazard at the site. In closing, I want to note that we've identified several opportunities to incrementally augment and improve future seismic hazard assessments. The currently available information does not indicate that the extended operation of the plant will be inconsistent with the Coastal Act's hazard policies. With that, I hand the presentation back to Ms. Smiley.
Next slide, please. As noted previously, the proposed project is inconsistent with the Coastal Act's marine biological resource protection policies due to the adverse impacts associated with its use of a seawater-based cooling system. However, Coastal Act Section 30260 provides that coastal-dependent industrial facilities found to be inconsistent with one or more Chapter 3 policies may nonetheless be approved by the Commission if 4 tests are met. The 2 of these tests relevant to the proposed project specify that, first, permitting the project would not adversely affect the public welfare, and second, adverse environmental effects are mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. Staff believes that the project, as conditioned, meets these tests. Regarding public welfare, the state's energy agencies, the Energy Commission, Independent System Operator, and the Public Utilities Commission have all recognized the need for and importance of the electricity the plant provides and have projected a shortfall risk if the plant's operations were not extended beyond 2025. SB 846 also states that, quote, it is the policy of the legislature that seeking to extend the Diablo Canyon power plant's operations for a renewed license term is prudent, cost-effective, and in the best interests of all California electricity customers, end quote. Further, staff believes the mitigation proposal developed by PG&E and offered as part of its project represents the maximum feasible mitigation to address the project's adverse impacts to coastal resources. As discussed earlier, staff identified land conservation as the most feasible option for mitigation. Initially, staff identified the potential for a conservation easement over the entirety of the approximately 12,000 acres of Diablo Canyon lands, including North Ranch, which is owned by PG&E, and South Ranch and Wild Cherry Canyon, which are owned by PG&E subsidiary, Eureka Energy. However, PG&E conveyed that such an easement over these entire areas would be infeasible and raised several issues. PG&E indicated that approximately 1,100 acres surrounding the plant would be retained as part of its additional security buffer called the owner-controlled area under NRC regulations. The NRC allows a nuclear power plant operator to establish the owner-controlled area as an additional safety zone where the operator has authority to control all activities. As to the 2,400 acres of Wild Cherry Canyon, which is owned by PG&E's subsidiary Eureka Energy, there has been significant interest for the past few decades in the permanent conservation of these lands. However, the status of that land has been tied up in litigation. Specifically, there is a pending legal dispute about whether those lands remain leased to a real estate developer, Homefed Corporation, and other third parties. On the one hand, Eureka argues that the leases at issue expired in 2019. On the other hand, Homefed and the other third parties argue that the leases remain in effect until 2066 and with an option to renew for another 99 years until 2166. Just a few days ago, the California Court of Appeal ruled in favor of Homefed and the other third parties in their leasehold interest. Therefore, Wild Cherry Canyon is not currently available as mitigation in light of the third-party leasehold interest in that land. Eliminating these two areas, Wild Cherry Canyon and PG&E's owner-controlled area, from the 12,000 acres of Diablo Canyon lands, means that nearly the entire remaining acreage would be included in the two phases of PG&E's mitigation proposal. As to the protection of the approximately 5,000 acres of South Ranch through a right of first refusal rather than a direct conservation easement, PG&E indicated because that area is held by its subsidiary, Eureka Energy, CPUC restrictions make it infeasible for a conservation easement to be placed directly on those lands. Instead, PG&E has offered a right of first refusal initially to public agencies and then to nonprofit land conservation organizations, including those of California Native American tribes, to purchase those lands at fair market value. If there is an exercise of the right of first refusal, the conservation easement would then be required as part of that purchase. PG&E has indicated it intends to pursue the sale of these lands in the next 5 years. Considering these constraints and the infeasibility of mitigation alternatives, staff believes the proposed mitigation is the maximum feasible.
This concludes the staff presentation. The motion and resolution can be found starting on page 9 of the staff report, and staff is available for questions.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for that thorough report. So I will begin by asking my colleagues if there are any ex partes they'd like to report. Commissioner Lopez, we'll start with you.
I have quite a few to report, so I will go mostly from memory here and see if I miss any. But first, I did meet with Senator John Laird last week. I also met with Assemblywoman Dawn Addis. Senator Laird mostly covered everything in his letter, which is up here on the dais for all of us as well. Assemblywoman Dawn Addis had a slightly different perspective on our project here and a desire to go in a different direction, but I did have a great conversation with her in person for about an hour last week. I met with Supervisor Don Ortiz-Legg yesterday morning by phone. I met with Supervisor Bruce Gibson last night by phone, and I met with the Representative Tom Jones of PG&E last night by phone. So those were my ex partes on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner O'Malley.
Thank you. I just have one ex parte was email received that from Senator Laird's office. That is the exact letter that's in front of us. It was on 10/31 at 4:40 p.m. and staff was not copied on that, and that is on record. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, I received a few emails that I did forward to staff, but I want to also say I did receive a text on Tuesday that was just buried in my stuff, and I just want to say I don't take ex partes for anything outside the North Coast, generally speaking, but sometimes someone will send me a text, it slips through. So Don Ortiz-Legg sent me something that just basically said, 4 out of 5 supervisors support the consistency findings of coastal staff regarding Diablo Canyon. See you Thursday. So that was it.
Thank you. Commissioner Noddle.
And I had conversation with Senator Laird, and my report's on file.
Yes, thank you. I received the same letter from Johnson Laird last Friday, about 5 p.m. by email, and I did report that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks. I had a brief phone call with Senator Laird on Monday, November 3rd. Just very briefly going over what's contained in his letter.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, also, I forgot this part, which is on July 11th of this year, After our meeting at Pismo Beach, Commissioner Kelly and I took a driving tour of Diablo Canyon with staff of PG&E. We did not enter any buildings. We observed the intake and outfall. We were given information about the operation and natural and cultural features of the area. We observed some really beautiful views and wildlife, stunning. We did not discuss this item before us, and to be honest, I was not informed of the details of what was coming, and nor did I know when it was coming, but I just want people to know we did that tour, and that was it.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have nothing to report. I just want to apologize to those who have reached out to me. I try to be as responsive as I can. I have been derelict this month, so I just wanted to apologize to all of you who have reached out and did not receive a response. Mea culpa.
Okay. All right. I have a few ex partes to report myself. I'll start with, on October 29th at 2 p.m. via Zoom, I met with Linda Kropp and Jeremy Frankel of Environmental Defense Center on behalf of their client, Mothers for Peace. We spoke for about 25 minutes. They shared with me their concerns about the staff report, particularly around the adequacy or inadequacy in their perspective of the proposed mitigations. The next day, on October 30th at 9:30 a.m. via Zoom, I spoke with Tom Jones, representative for PG&E. He shared with me his support for the staff recommendation and described the incredible amount of work that went into developing those recommendations from their perspective and his appreciation for staff for the continued engagement. On October 29th, in person, I had a brief conversation with Susan Jordan, where she expressed her support and agreement with the letter that was submitted by Senator John Laird. On Wednesday, yesterday, at 8 a.m. via phone, I spoke with Assemblymember Dawn Addis, and she briefly covered the items that were submitted in her letter, and we specifically spoke about Wild Cherry Canyon and how she views that particular parcel with particular importance. Finally, I also received a text from Don Ortiz-Legg with the same content that my colleague described. Okay, with that, I think our ex partes are done. So I will begin by opening the public hearing, and we will go to the applicant, who has 20 minutes, I believe. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, staff, and members of the public. Tom Jones, representing Pacific Gas and Electric Company today. We have a brief presentation to go over, a little bit shorter, to complement the staff report, which I thought was very thorough and well done on the complexities of this issue. We're going to dive a little deeper in our presentation on some of the concurrent regulatory processes we're in so that the Commission has full line of sight to the things that are incumbent upon us to successfully relicense the facility. I am joined today by several members of my technical and environmental team and my legal team in case we have questions, which I assume we will, that get very deep into the weeds on these things. So we want to be sure that we can satisfy the Commission, take action today. And again, reiterate that we do support the staff recommendation for approval, though we got there on very different paths, is the way I would describe it. We'll go to this presentation here and the clicker. So a couple areas we're going to cover today. The background of the project, certainly. Mitigation program, how we thought we achieved a reasonable way to pursue terrestrial mitigation for marine impacts. Talk about our regulatory framework, some future Commission actions that we see, and then also a Diablo Lands flyover to give folks context that haven't been able to enjoy the properties. So again, the staff recommendation went into a great deal of detail about the legislative findings and the need for the facility, and subsequently the Energy Commission and the California Public Utilities Commission have arrived at that same decision. The facility is essential for the operation of California's reliable grid. In addition, our mission has changed. Diablo Canyon historically was simply for PG&E's customers. We serve 48 of the 58 counties in California. However, the legislation now, we serve over 40 load-serving entities, and that power goes as far down as San Diego Gas and Electric and through the PG&E service territory in Southern California Edison. The power is now distributed across the entities that have that are under the jurisdiction of the Public Utilities Commission. Of note on this slide, the middle bullet, PG&E proposes no changes to the facility. We operate it the same way that we have in the past, so the same amount of water for cooling, the same amount of fuel in the reactor, the same amount of power output. That's static for us. And then on the bottom, we built off a previous coastal development permit that mitigated these same impacts when we replaced our steam generators. So the permit is there for reference, but that at this facility established the original ratios for terrestrial mitigation for these marine impacts. There it goes, it's a little delayed. So this slide shows the concurrent regulatory proceedings that we have to successfully relicense the facility. And the NRC refers jurisdiction for consistency determination to this commission. We also have site control that we got originally from the State Lands Commission through the original 5-year extension from the state legislature and would have to go back if there was an extended period. There's ongoing mitigations required by the State and Regional Water Board, and in fact, SB 846 made most of the State Water Board findings in the legislation. And then some of the items that we agree upon today will still go to the Public Utilities Commission to be sure that they're fair and in the best interest of consumers. So sadly, this is about all the agencies line up, but we're nonetheless trying to make sure that we have a regulatory pathwork to get approval to continue to serve California. With that, when we get into once through cooling mitigation, the principal mitigation, we agree that this is the appropriate tool based on feasible technologies available. We have not agreed with the staff's necessary application of the area production foregone, but nonetheless, to drive to closure, we are agreeing on the mitigations available before us. There are different interpretations in the record before the commission today, but out of the spirit of cooperation, we wish to move forward and again support the staff recommendation. The mitigation proposed by the commission goes significantly above the mitigation from the State Water Board. And SB 846 adjusted up northward that mitigation significantly. It's based on the amount of water we flow per year through the power plant. So every 3rd or 5th year, we'll have 2 refueling outages, so the mitigation actually goes down because we use less water that year. However, it was historically between $4 and $5 million. The legislation doubled it to $10 million, but then when it went through the Water Board's policies, it came up to nearly $13 million. So substantial, and those funds are also available for mitigation projects in the area. So I want you to be aware of the concurrent OTC mitigations that are quite sizable for the facility. The land conservation and public access really achieves conservation and public access on about 90% of the properties that we're going to discuss today. I know a lot of the public correspondence has talked about 12,000 acres. It's less than 10,000 acres because, again, I thought the staff did a very good job of explaining the recent court action and that Wild Cherry Canyon is simply not available. The utility has no rights to it, and Homefed Corporation enjoys the lease through the next 140 years approximately. So we'll go to the next slide and kind of walk through the properties to make sure that we have good context of what's before us today. So Diablo Canyon in the Part 50 license boundary, that's that navy blue area with the star. It's approximately 750 acres, and that has our dry cask storage facility, our transmission infrastructure, and the power generation facility, and the marina and breakwater. To the north, the lands in the yellow are owned by Pacific Gas and Electric Company. Those are the primary focus of the mitigation. While the commission is focusing on conservation as a tool, we also have conditions in there that make these available for public ownership. So State Parks has expressed interest in that. They've toured the facility several times since this condition has been available, and I would say they're in early due diligence, and I know they've been in communication with your staff as well about that. No action or agreement today, but they're agreeable and looking at it. To the south, in that light green shaded area, those lands are owned by Eureka Energy, an unregulated affiliate. And then the lands to the right that are in that reddish color, that's the Wild Cherry Canyon area we talked about. So you can see Wild Cherry Canyon is a sizable, several parcels. It's 5 parcels. It's also the focus of legislation, and that the state has allocated $40 million for its acquisition outside of this process, 35 for the direct capital, and $5 million for feasibility, including public access. Those efforts are underway with the California state conservation groups. So what we do now is we will have some animation here to show you phase 1 of the mitigation for the first 5 years. It's front-loaded and heavier based on ratios of mitigation than the entire project. So we show the immediate 1,100-acre dedication to the north. That's contiguous to the state park. And then the first right of refusal mechanism to move quite quickly as well. And then the second phase of mitigation has these other properties to the north, the majority of which aren't in the coastal boundary, but are important for both the watershed and when you look at them in context. They're essentially the missing puzzle pieces for public ownership in the area. This third animation shows the light blue. That's all state parks. The purple is the Bureau of Land Management, and then the orange is the Hibbert Preserve, which is a significant conservation easement held by the San Luis Land Conservancy. That is the majority of the Irish Hills, notwithstanding Wild Cherry Canyon. So again, you can see through that animation the importance to the public and preservation that these puzzle pieces have for continuity of preservation through the Irish Hills. Then public access. What this slide shows is the light blue trails on the north and south property are expanded loops of existing public access. That sets us up for the trails to be used in a much more user-friendly way. Right now they're linear. You hike out 4 miles and you hike back the same way. This provides new areas of access, and a route system so you end up back where however you got to the trailhead. We do that on the north and south right away, and it takes advantage of existing alignments. The second part, it's a little hard to see on this slide here, the golden line in between is essentially a golden spike moment of public access through the Irish Hills, and that would be in phase 2. That also has a route that goes behind the security buffer on some ridge lines when we're adjacent to the power plant and the transmission infrastructure. Staff has toured that alignment, and so we also have a proposed campground location in there that doesn't appear to have any cultural impacts and would be an appropriate low impact area because the distance will be well over 20 miles. It'd be unlikely people could traverse it in one day. And so we've seen the public comment, and there's a lot of energy around act before it's too late, this is your last chance. It's certainly not. While we think this is a comprehensive mitigation package before the Commission, we do contemplate several and are aware of several future actions that bring us back before this very Commission. One is because of the uncertainty of the duration of operations. We have an active environmental impact report for decommissioning under development with the County of San Luis Obispo. That EIR has actually been developed since its inception in concert with the Coastal Commission and State Lands Commission so that this one environmental document can help all 3 proceedings. Right now, we're 4 years from Unit 1 not operating unless there's additional legislation. So planning for a nuclear decommissioning is complex, so we keep that process going on a concurrent path. There would be 2 permits probably before this Commission, certainly the original jurisdiction application, and then potentially an appeal for the local coastal program for that project. And then the reuse of Parcel P. That environmental impact report does take note of the valuable energy infrastructure there. And while it's been slowed by recent events, offshore wind looks to make use of some of those facilities, and then any other reuse of that facility, and then also any future development changes outside of what's contemplated. So we see ourselves before the Commission several times in the next decade for these complex projects. And lastly, we'll let the lands do the talking here. What we have are 2 brief flyovers of the areas and public access so that you have context of what is a little more impactful than a PowerPoint slide. So the first one is the 2 new loop systems on north and south of the property. This will take about 50 seconds. So the South Ranch trails currently available are about 200 foot along the coastline there, and the new trail look and paths get about 600 feet higher. They come over these ridge lines, and then you get these views you can see all the way across the bay through to Vandenberg Space Force Base and Point Sal. Here, the new coastal overlook, we've modeled this after the Catalina Trans Trail. We think that's a really good model for the rugged, primitive type of experience people would have. And then on the north, very different topography and a very different ecosystem. And so we bring it up on the ridge line here, and then through a place called Crowbar Canyon, and then under some special oak canopies. So again, we're taking advantage of these existing roadways that are in very good shape, that have only ranch traffic on them and occasional security patrols from us on them. And that trailhead there, Point Bouchon Trailhead, that's adjacent to Montana de Oro State Park. The Phase 2 mitigation looks like this. Adds about an additional 11 miles of trail. That's Bo, he's here for scale in the back of the room. And the connector trail would connect those two loop systems we talked about, obviously, and dart in and out of the coastal zone. But the view shed is tremendous. Again, being able to see all the way across the Avila Bay to the Vandenberg area, and then through the horizon west. And then lastly, we'll show this site. It wouldn't require grading. While primitive, it's nestled along this oak grove and then looks out over the Pacific Ocean down that canyon. So that's, again, just resting on the total alignment if we operate 5 years. And one thing to emphasize is whether it's 6 years or 20 years, all this mitigation occurs in the second phase once we go past year 5. So whether it runs 14 years or 20 years, that's our business risk. If it runs year 6, all of this mitigation comes into force. And then this has a summary of some of the numbers that we've talked about. Happy to address any questions that the commission might have, and reserve the 5 minutes for rebuttal and come back after public comment.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Okay, before we move to elected officials, I'm going to suggest we take a very brief bio break. If we could all be back in 10 minutes, 10:45. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. So we will get started first with our elected officials and tribal representatives. We'll start with Senator Laird. We'll have 5 minutes, please.
Yes, and we have Kara Woodruff, District Director for Senator Laird here.
Are we good? Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kara Woodruff. I am very honored to be here on behalf of Senator John Laird, who unfortunately was not able to make it today. I wanted to also mention I'm a longstanding and one of the original members of the Diablo Canyon Decommissioning Engagement Panel, as well as a member of the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary's new Sanctuary Advisory Council. I'd like to refer you today to the Senator Laird letter that's in front of you. It's 6 long pages full of information. And I want to mention that, and it's important to mention on behalf of Senator Laird, these comments are made with full respect for the Coastal Commission, its leadership and staff, and we want to thank you for protecting our precious California coast. So Senator Laird's letter makes a clear case for alternative mitigation programs to offset the impacts of Diablo Canyon's operation for the years 2025 to 2030. That alternative mitigation package has a couple of elements. Number 1, full conservation easement across the entire North Ranch. Number 2, full conservation easement across the entire South Ranch. Number 3, protection of Wild Cherry Canyon. I'll discuss that in a moment. Number 4, the trail system that's really well outlined by the staff report. And number 5, an endowment program to support that trail management so it can actually be well managed for years to come. I wanted to address a few key points that you keep hearing about today, and I know you'll hear more in the public comments to come. First of all, we've heard from PG&E that's infeasible to put a conservation easement on South Ranch. I want to challenge that. I don't believe that's the case. Over the last several years, PG&E has applied for coastal development permits for projects in the coastal zone at Diablo Canyon. Those include for the dry gas storage site, the training building, and the steam generator replacement. In the case of the dry gas storage site, they set aside Point Bouchon Trail. In the case of the training building, they set aside the Pecho Coast Trail. And in the case of the steam generator replacement, they set aside and put a deed restriction on 1,200 acres. Both Pecho Coast Trail and the deed restriction for the steam generator renewal unit are on South Ranch. They've done it in the past. They can do it again. I wanted to also mention Wild Cherry Canyon. Tom Jones is correct that it looks like that litigation is complete, and the Court of Appeals held that the long-term leaseholds held by HomeFed are valid for about another 140, 150 years. But even under that litigation, the underlying fee title is still held by Eureka Energy, a PG&E subsidiary. You should transfer that underlying fee title as mitigation for these permits. And doing so has two very real impacts. Number one, to protect Wild Cherry Canyon, you have to acquire both interests. You have to acquire the long-term leaseholds, and you have to acquire the underlying fee. So if we can acquire that underlying fee, we're halfway there. Secondly, there's a lease agreement between who holds that underlying fee title and the lessees. And if you're the lessee, you're HomeFed, and you want to do a development program, you have to get permission from the underlying fee title to do that. So if that piece is transferred to state parks or a nonprofit conservation group, they would essentially be able to say no, they don't support that development. So that little piece that doesn't come into being for some 140 years still has a lot of value in protecting Wild Cherry Canyon. Incidentally, the fair market value of that, because it's so far off in time, is about $0. It's an easy way to protect Wild Cherry Canyon. I also wanted to address tribal issues. Senator Laird's plan is consistent with and indeed opens the door to tribal ownership of North and South Ranch. By putting a conservation easement on it, it reduces the purchase price, which further enables tribal ownership. It also leaves money thereby in SB 846 to help cover tribal management costs, which are sorely needed. Yaktichu Tichu Yaktilhini is not in a position to take on ownership of large parcels of land without the financial support to do so. Finally, the terms of that conservation easement can be informed by a local process that's going right now. Under SB 846, the State Coastal Conservancy received a $5 million grant. And in that grant, a local group has been formed, the Diablo Canyon Working Group. May I go on a few minutes longer? Thank you. So that working group is charged with one of their tasks is to actually develop conservation easement language. And guess who serves on that working group? Yaktichu Tichi Yaktilhini and other regional tribes, the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County. Supervisor Don Ortiz-Legg. I'm also on that group plan representing Senator Laird. Finally, I want to address this point. We need to protect these lands now. The impacts from SB 846 for the 2025 to 2030 operations are well documented in the staff report. The alternative mitigation plan proposed by Senator Laird and allies is a bare minimum to address just those impacts between 2025 and 2030. The only authorization the state has provided for the extension under SB 846 is 2025 to 2030. So discussions beyond that are premature and even speculative for reasons that are outlined in Senator Laird's letter. And I just want to mention the fact that PG&E unilaterally applied for a 20-year permit with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is not relevant. They didn't have to do that. By the language of the NRC alone, it states that you can apply for up to 20 years. They could have applied for a 5-year permit. They decided unilaterally to go for more. I'd like to end the presentation with statements by Senator Laird himself. Given the extensive history of community conservation efforts, as well as the issuance by the California Natural Resources Agency of its report calling for complete conservation and public and tribal access to the Diablo Canyon lands, the staff report as it now stands falls particularly short. This is especially true when you consider that the staff report fully acknowledges that its proposed mitigation plan is, quote, not sufficient to achieve consistency of the proposed project due to the large scale of the project's environmental impacts. The Coastal Commission is urged to rectify this imbalance. It can do so by adopting the alternative mitigation plan that comes closer to satisfying the mandates of the Coastal Act and the Federal Coastal Zone Management Act, while being in sync with over 25 years of efforts by the Central Coast community to ensure the conservation of and public access to the full 12,000 acres of the Diablo Canyon lands. It is the Coastal Commission's obligation to fully mitigate the SB 846 5-year extension of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Woodruff.
All right, thank you. Next, we have a State Assembly Member Dawn Addis. She is on Zoom.
Good morning, and first and foremost, thank you so much to the commissioners for addressing this topic today. I'm actually down here in San Luis Obispo right now, and in the beauty of our community. So first and foremost, I'm Assembly Member Dawn Addis. I represent 200 miles of California's coastline. That's 20% of the coastline, and the 20 miles of contiguous untouched coastline are about 10% of the district that I represent. But for over 20 years, I have lived in Morro Bay within the evacuation zone of Diablo Canyon. And I just thought it would be important to share a tiny bit of what that kind of a life looks like. As beautiful as San Luis Obispo is, and as many of the benefits from Diablo Canyon in our community, there's also some risks with that. That includes local school children doing evacuation drills in case a disaster were to occur there. That includes the recommendation that local community members have iodine in their cabinets at home. It includes the warning sirens that go off every now and again to train us in case there's a disaster at Diablo. Some of the benefits obviously include the economics, the jobs, the clean power in this time where we're facing a climate crisis. So there's a lot of push and pull, as all of you know, when it comes to Diablo Canyon. One thing, though, that everybody can agree on, and that voters have said that they have wanted over the last 25 years, is that there is an environmental impact from Diablo, and that the 12,000 acres in the North and the South Ranch and Wild Cherry Canyon are incredibly important to the local community. And the local community really does want to have access to those lands for the benefit, the health, and the welfare of all of us. And I will add that public access to those lands is not just about San Luis Obispo people. It's also about underserved school children who come to the coast. Sometimes it's the first time they've ever been to the beach or seen the coast is when they come to San Luis Obispo communities. And we could have a future where those school children and where those communities could have access to this pristine land. It's why in 2000 voters passed the DREAM Initiative saying we want to have public access on those lands. It's why during the negotiations of SB 846 in 2022 that many people had concerns about, because they happened at the end of session in the legislature, had concerns if there would be true mitigation. But there was $160 million allotted during those negotiations for land conservation. It's also why last year we fought and we worked very closely with Senator Laird to make sure that we brought $40 million into the budget, even during hard budget times, to conserve Wild Cherry Canyon. So there have been many, many steps taken, and I want to concur with what Director Woodruff just said on behalf of Senator Laird. There have been many steps taken to move land conservation forward, and we know that PG&E can do that conservation. There is a footprint for this. So I am adding my voice, certainly, and my perspective that we do need full conservation of the North and South Ranch, that we need to be able to conserve Wild Cherry Canyon in perpetuity, that we need to be able to have public access to with trails and with long-term management, and that we have also worked closely with the tribes to make sure that as we move down this process, there can be co-management, co-ownership for the betterment of all of us. So I want to say thank you to the commission. I look forward to our continued work. I'm very hopeful that you'll make the decision today. I don't think that this should wait. I'm very hopeful you'll make the decision today to conserve these lands fully, including making moves to conserve Wild Cherry Canyon fully. And I'll just end with this. I think all of us in public service have felt that there is huge attacks on protecting our wild spaces, on protecting our environment. And there's a very low trust for public officials right now. And I think we collectively have an opportunity today to turn the corner on both of those things, to both increase public trust by completing the promises that have been made around conservation, but also making sure that we're moving forward with the environmental mitigation that our communities truly need and every Californian deserves. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speakers are representatives for the Chumash tribe, and they will each be given 5 minutes as well. Mona Olivas Tucker, Veronica Mendoza, Michael Cruz, and Janet D. Hall Garcia. Mona Olivas Tucker.
Good morning, California Coastal Commission. My name is, excuse me, my name is Mona Olivas Tucker, Tribal Chair of Yaktichu Ticha Yaktelhini, Northern Chumash Tribe of San Luis Obispo County. Among our tribe are the direct, documented, lineal descendants of the villages of Diablo lands. This is based on primary, verifiable evidence of who we are and where we come from. Our request is simple and direct. Don't impede the return of North Ranch and South Ranch to our tribe. With the return of these lands taken from us without consent or compensation, we can fulfill our responsibilities to this place that holds our ancestors and more than 10,000 years of our history. Our stewardship practices are grounded in countless generations of lived experience and proven success. SB 846 provides for a transfer of these lands to an appropriate tribe. The appropriate tribe is irrefutably YTT. SB 846 also states that continued operation of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant should not delay a transfer. We appreciate the time the Commission has spent with us, but in our opinion, consultation was not clear or thorough. I sent a letter this morning with more details and other concerns, and our tribe requests that it be entered into the record of today's proceedings. 2 days ago, San Luis Obispo County Supervisor Bruce Gibson and Senator Laird's Senior Policy Advisor Kara Woodruff publicly affirmed their support of our tribe's claims to Diablo lands. We appreciate the acknowledgement, and we share their commitments to conservation and managed public access. These will be carried out under our guidance in collaboration with the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County, with future planning to include our other partners, Cal Poly University in San Luis Obispo, and the Economic Revitalization Organization called REACH. We call upon you to include the Yaktichu Ticha Yaktelhini Northern Chumash Tribe of San Luis Obispo County in your recommendations and to support the just returns of these lands to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Veronica Mendoza.
Good morning. I want to thank the California Coastal Commission first and foremost. I stand before you today as a proud representative of the Northern Chumash Tribal Council. My name is Veronica Mendoza, and I speak on behalf of Chairwoman Violet Sage Walker, who is currently abroad, being honored and named in Time Magazine's Time 100 climate list of the top 100 most influential leaders driving business climate action. Our family has been an integral part of the lands surrounding the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant for countless generations, and we carry the essential duty of protecting and preserving these lands, which are rightfully ours as descendants of this region. I firmly oppose the staff's recommendation regarding the relicensing of this facility. I also reject the misguided notion that only one tribe holds the title of rightful descendants of these lands, the very land where I was born. We possess a profound understanding of our identity and ancestral origins. We do not seek validation or judgment about our heritage. Our knowledge has been handed down through generations. It is deeply disrespectful for outsiders to scrutinize our lineage and make decisions on issues that are solely our responsibility. My people are unwavering in our commitment to safeguard the land, its sacred sites, and the burial grounds. We are all interconnected with profound ties to our Chumash ancestors and deep roots in Chumash homelands. We assert that extensive consultation with Northern Chumash individuals who have ancestral connections to the Diablo Canyon lands will enhance dialogue with invaluable cultural knowledge, diverse experiences, and spiritual insights. This collaboration will lead to stronger protections for our Northern Chumash culture and spiritual practices. We commend the county for its dedication to honoring all Northern Chumash people and for engaging with diverse tribal groups throughout the DEIR process. We take pride in the County of San Luis Obispo's commitment to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, a landmark resolution acknowledging our rights for the first time in the nation. Our active involvement has been instrumental in establishing the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. We are deeply engaged in initiatives protecting and restoring the natural landscapes of San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. We are resolute in our commitment to transferring parts of North, South, and Wild Cherry Canyons back to tribal and public ownership, ensuring this will be realized within our lifetimes. A summary of our contributions is included in our recorded statement. We have actively participated in the SCC, which has allocated $5.6 million to support planning, construction, and maintenance of public access trails. We firmly oppose the transfer of land to the public until it has been fully restored to tribal stewardship. This step is crucial for healing and restoration, especially in the second phase of PG&E's proposed management plan, should the Diablo Canyon power plant continue operations beyond its current timeline. Our tribe and other Chumash groups must be included as active participants in all future discussions. I am deeply concerned about the inadequate outreach to gather our insights. Whether this was an oversight or missed opportunity, it is imperative to acknowledge the significant efforts of the Northern Chumash Tribal Council. We have dedicated countless hours to CPUC proceedings, coastal conservancy project plans, tribal outreach, decommissioning, and offshore wind planning. While we do not support long-term relicensing, we view this as a necessary transition to alternative energy and urge the Commission to prioritize open communication and consultation with our tribes. Our perspectives must be sought to address potential issues and guide future actions. We must share our stories and uphold the traditions passed down by our elders. Everyone must understand that we are still vibrant, beautiful people possessing indispensable knowledge of our land. In our hearts, we uphold a profound reverence for Grandmother Ocean, Mother Earth, and all living things. As I step into a leadership role in pursuit of positive change, I feel deep hope for the restoration of our traditional way of life. I'll just finish. I look forward to witnessing this audience engage in supporting specific initiatives and connecting meaningfully with the Northern Chumash community. Together, we can play a crucial role in ongoing discussions and decisions about the land and cultural preservation. Respectfully, Violet Sage Walker, Chairwoman, Northern Chumash Tribal Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Michael Coos, followed by Janet D. Hall Garcia. Janet D. Hall Garcia, we're not seeing you in the Zoom meeting. If you are in the meeting, please raise your hand. Go ahead, Michael Coos.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to address the Commission today. My name is Michael Coos, the elected Vice Chair for the Coastal Band of Chumash Nation. Please go to our website at coastalband.org to learn more about my tribe. The Heritage Commission mailing list is not up to date, so we did not receive requests for consultation. We have consulted in the past with SLO County and with PG&E about the plans for decommissioning. We've toured the area many times, and we do wish to consult with the Coastal Commission about this issue. Briefly, however, I can tell you this about who we are as the Coastal Band. We are the people, the only tribe who were at Diablo Canyon to protect our buried ancestors as they were removed from their graves to make room for construction for PG&E nuclear power plant. Later, over a 4-year period, I personally led social ceremonies with our people in the shadow of the nuclear containment structures, praying that there would be no nuclear accidents, and that someday that place would be returned to its natural state of peace and beauty once the plant was gone. So Coastal Band's connection to Diablo is both ancient and modern. And we are both resolute and consistent in our message, which is you need to find ways to protect all of the 12,000 acres of this pristine coastal area, from the inland canyons to the waters offshore, all of it. This staff recommendation that strips 11,000 acres of protection from the bulldozer and heavy development is not up to what CCC or Coastal Commission stands for. Commissioners, with all due respect, you need to instruct your staff to go back and read the original 1976 California Coastal Act and instruct them on the mandate that your commission was given by the state legislature. So I quote, to protect, maintain, and where feasible, enhance and restore the overall quality of the coastal zone, environment, and natural resources, unquote. Your staff seems to be recommending that you not do that you abandon your legal and moral mandate. Coastal Band advocates for tribal ownership for some of the Diablo lands, but regardless of who owns it, it is more important that all 12,000 acres be permanently protected. Furthermore, we ask that funds be set aside for public access trails, not only to create them, but to maintain them in the long term. That the offshore marine life and habitat not be destroyed or degraded. That we finally see an end to the abuse and exploitation for profit of a place that is meant to remain natural and a sacred place for the spirits. A place that was once so powerful that even the colonial Spanish called it the place of the Diablo. So thank you for this opportunity to make this statement here this morning. I look forward to consulting with Coastal Commission staff.
Thank you. We are still not seeing Janet D. Hall Garcia. We do have a few unknown phone numbers. If one of them is you, could you please dial *9 to raise your hand? *9 will raise your hand on a phone. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm seeing one hand raised under the name Sanchez 2. You should be able to unmute now. Under that phone number, are you Janet D. Hall Garcia? Under the name Sanchez 2. You're unmuted now?
Yes.
Could you please say
I am a member. Yes, Roxanne Sanchez.
We don't have that speaker right now.
Sanchez too.
Yes, but what is your name speaking?
Roxanne.
We'll come back to you when is your turn. All right. No other hands raised. So we will move on to our next set of elected officials. We have 18 more. We'll come back to the room with Don Ortiz-Legg, followed by Heather Moreno, John Peshong, and then Bruce Gibson. Don Ortiz-Legg.
Good morning, Commissioners. Madam Chair Harmon, nice to see you all. Thank you. I will be starting here. I thought I was number 11. So here I am. Okay. Good morning. And my name is Dawn Ortiz-Legg. Pardon me for looking down at my screen. There's so many things that we want to keep straight here. So just want to give you all eye contact, but I appreciate the courtesy for allowing me to do this. I am the 3rd District Supervisor for San Luis Obispo County. Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant is in the 3rd District, and thus I am the elected representative of this area. For our constituents and visitors, we are dreaming of all the access trail loops to enjoy breathtaking views of the Pacific Ocean coastline. Stunning panoramic views all the way past Point Sal to the south, and from the north, seeing beyond San Simeon, while witnessing magnificent wildlife teeming through the lands and the seas. Last week, I spent 4 hours traveling the proposed offer, and what can I say? This land and trails is nothing short of magnificent. It's very resemblance of things if you think about going to Hawaii or going to the Grand Canyon or places like that. It's truly one of the country's most remarkable areas. And aren't we grateful this plant and its operator has preserved and kept this land and coastline in pristine condition for all these years? As a former member of Parks California, which is the statutory partner to California State Parks, we know conserving and maintaining public access lands is expensive and challenging. Here, with this proposal made with your staff in collaboration, the potential addition of adding land to Montana de Oro State Park is a manageable approach and with a workable timeline. That is very helpful. These are practical things that are coming forward to you. In recent past, working with the Central Coast fishing community, they have always said that the best fishing in the region is the area right around the Diablo Canyon once through cooling. They will be thrilled with the expansion of this area. The Diablo Lands Working Group referred in the previous comments is a relatively cumbersome, slow, and expensive approach, and not as inclusive as mentioned for the original documented descendants, the YTT. 5 members of that group, which I am of, did ask for a singular recognition of YTT regarding these lands. And I will just note that that did not include Director Woodruff. It is estimated that 80% of our Central Coast community overwhelmingly wants this plant open and wants the lands too. And with this plan, we can coexist, which we do very happily. And I think that you'll hear from many of our 7 cities, the leadership there. That is what is within our reach of our community and our state of California with the proposed plan by the applicant and the California Coastal Commission. Recognizing conservation lands is costly and requires thoughtful approaches to ensuring while offering this public access. What's offered now is the beginning of permanent and forever access. I see this as a collaborative plan. We get the trails, we get the vista, we get the land. It continues to come, plus we get the clean energy and the jobs. That is why 4 out of 5 San Luis Obispo County supervisors support the Coastal Commission's staff recommendations and findings on the consistency. This is a pragmatic approach. I'm going to just be quick on the rest of this. You know, in 2000, we talk about the DREAM Initiative. It was the Board of Supervisors that put that on the ballot. And in that initiative, it talks about the fact that, yes, the lands are something very special. We want to see it happen, but we also need the nuclear power plant running. That's very much included in that language, and that's often missed in some of the proponent or some of the people talking about it. I also note that the San Luis Obispo County Board of Supervisors in 2024 did pass a resolution noting that climate action required us to ask for Diablo Canyon open until 2045. This is something based on the Biden administration's actions at the COP 28 and talking about it as a solution for climate. As a member of the vice chair of the community energy provider 3CE, that's 5 counties, we know how hard it is with rising costs. And really what we're talking about here is we're talking about affordability. We're talking about creating this path to open spaces, but also doing it not on the back of ratepayers, but actually trying to find a path to allow us to do that. So I just wanted to say thank you, and we support the staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Heather Moreno, John Peshong, Bruce Gibson, Erica Stewart.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm Heather Moreno, San Luis Obispo County District 5 Supervisor, and I want to express my support for the continued operation of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. I strongly endorse the comments just made by our chair, Don Ortiz-Legg. I'm going to focus on just two core priorities: clean energy and affordability. Diablo Canyon is the single largest producer of clean energy in California, providing enough carbon-free electricity to power about 4 million homes. It makes up about 9% of the electricity that we produce here in this state and nearly 17% of our clean energy supply. It is available day, night, rain, shine, and that reliability really matters. If we were to lose Diablo Canyon, we would have to replace it with power sources that emit greenhouse gases. We've seen this before. Other plants close, emissions go up, and the progress on our state's goals slow down. So keeping Diablo open and online just through 2030 even reduces emissions by the equivalent of taking 8 million cars off the road. But it isn't just about clean energy, it is also about affordable energy. California has some of the highest electricity rates in the country. Studies show that extending the power plant's operation saves customers billions of dollars every year, and it keeps our energy system more stable. Continuing to operate a facility that we've already invested in is one of the most cost-effective ways to maintain clean, reliable power for Californians. Diablo Canyon gives us time to expand our renewable energy, improve storage, strengthen our grid without jeopardizing reliability or affordability. It is part of the bridge to California's 100% clean energy future. As a representative of the local community, I must note that the plant provides good jobs as well. It's a significant economic benefit here in San Luis Obispo County, but most importantly, it helps ensure that California's families and businesses have access to clean, dependable, and affordable energy. I urge the Commission to support the Coastal Development Permit and help California continue leading the way on clean energy, with Diablo Canyon as a vital part of that mix. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. John Pishong, Bruce Gibson, Erica Stewart, Kent Bose.
Hi, John Pashon, 1st District Supervisor from San Luis Obispo County, and I represent a majority of the 1,300 different employees at Diablo Canyon, the working families. Keeping an affordable energy source like Diablo Canyon online has economic benefits for all Californians and all working families in our community. Diablo Canyon operations in 2024 resulted in wholesale electricity cost savings of $474 million to customers across the entire PG&E system. And I think affordability is probably the word of the week with the last elections that just occurred. So I think we're really focused on the affordability here. A recent CPUC report shows extending Diablo Canyon will save customers up to $3.7 billion on average annually. We all have invested so much in Diablo Canyon over the years to build it, so continuing to let it run will save our families' money and will also be very cheap to be able to produce that energy. Please vote to approve staff's recommendation and approve the Coastal Development Permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bruce Gibson, Erica Stewart, Kent Bose, Elizabeth Arona.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I am Bruce Gibson, 2nd District Supervisor of the County of San Luis Obispo, and also a member of the independent peer review panel that looks into seismic hazard at Diablo Canyon. I'm here primarily to speak to the conservation issues that are before us, but I would, if I could, reserve a bit of time at the end to make a couple comments on the seismic hazard that Mr. Johnson led into. As I indicated, today I stand in strong support of Senator Laird's request to strengthen the environmental mitigations by requiring conservation easements and conservation on all 12,000 acres of Diablo Canyon lands. The details are in his letter and a letter that I also have on your record. Mine's only 2 pages long if you want the cliff notes. But in there, your staff has done an excellent job showing the nexus and proportionality of that complete conservation as being warranted. We also speak about the long-held vision that the community of San Luis Obispo and beyond has in terms of eventual protections. You're going to hear a lot about that, I expect, in comment. I'm here to just emphasize 3 pieces of context as you consider this. First of all, the complete conservation with easements is consistent with the vision articulated by Ms. Tucker of the Yaktichu Tichu in terms of providing the pathway toward which these lands can be owned once again by the Native American tribes that first inhabited them. And it's a pleasure, and we're proud to work with Ms. Tucker and Yaktichu Tichu toward that end. Second, the complete conservation is feasible, despite PG&E's assertions to the contrary. Many of you commissioners know I have been before you a number of times on the matter of sea level rise adaptation. And from those experiences, I know that your commission has a very bold vision as to what is feasible, and a high expectations as what is feasible, and I would urge you to exercise that vision as you consider the question of feasibility here on this matter. And third, the cost of this complete conservation is absolutely reasonable. You know, first and foremost, the granting of a conservation easement in and of itself does not incur costs. I guess lawyers always get paid, so there might be costs for that, but there is no cost. It is an encumbrance against a capital asset of the company, in which case, as such, I would submit that any ongoing cost of that or devaluation of that would rightfully fall to the shareholders of PG&E and should not burden the ratepayers. Indeed, the ongoing, I endorse the ongoing operation of Diablo Canyon as a matter of affordability. So in summary, the time is now to do complete conservation. We can do this, and we should do this. If I might then speak briefly to the seismic hazards. As I indicated, I am our county's representatives to the IPRP by virtue of a doctorate and my first career as a research seismologist. I will tell you that per SB 846, the IPRP has carefully looked at PG&E's 2024 analysis of the seismic risk. We responded with IPRP Report 16, that's referenced in your Special Conditions 7. PG&E, and we noted there were several questions that needed to be answered. PG&E responded to IPRP Report 16, and quite frankly, our panel did not find that response satisfying. We don't believe the questions we posed were fully answered. We have a document that outlines our continuing concern, our continuing quest for information. That document, for some reason, is bottled up in the CPUC, awaiting their release. I find that odd because we are, after all, the independent peer review panel. But I can tell you in brief that the issues that Mr. Johnson, your engineering geologist, raised are key. How fast is the Hosgreaves Fault moving? What's the nature of the tectonics in the Irish Hills? And there's one more that we seek to get more information on, which is the exact nature of the materials that surround the site. That's very important as to the seismic response. So your special condition that seeks further studies on this is absolutely appropriate. I endorse it completely and happy to answer questions on that or the other. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, Erica Stewart, followed by Kent Bowes, Elizabeth Arona, and then Bob Nelson. Erica Stewart.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. I'm Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo. And I want to first just thank you for your continued service and your commitment to California's Central Coast. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the whole entire San Luis Obispo City as you consider the continued operation of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant. While the plant sits outside of our city limits, what happens at Diablo directly affects the people of our community. As you consider moving forward, we urge continued collaboration to prioritize safety, transparency, and local input in all decisions about the plant's future. You've heard today from previous speakers that many local agencies, tribal partners, and coastal stakeholders have been already in process with planning of the 12,000 acres of the Diablo Canyon property. So please ensure that each of these stakeholders have a seat at the table in decisions about the stewardship of the land surrounding the plant. Please also include local governments in discussions around emergency preparedness and response, workforce housing, transportation needs, land conservation, and community access planning. Establish a clear, limited operational timeline tied to measurable progress in bringing new renewable energy sources online across California. For decades, the plant's presence had had a significant impact on San Luis Obispo's economy, housing market, and workforce, providing approximately 1,300 high-paying jobs. We recognize that Diablo Canyon's significant role in our regional economy and appreciate the plant's economic multiplier effect through supporting local businesses, nonprofits, and schools. The plant's reliable, carbon-free energy aligns well with our city's commitment to climate action and sustainable energy today and in the future. Yet economic benefits and reliable clean energy cannot actually take place of public safety, environmental protection, or meaningful local involvement. So please, as you make your decision today, please keep the people of San Luis Obispo and the protection of our coastline front of mind. Thank you for your continued service, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Next, Kent Bose, Elizabeth Arona, Bob Nelson, Cassie D.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and honorable members of the commission. My name is Kent Bose. I am a county supervisor representing the citizens of the 3rd District in Colusa County, located at the northern part of the Central Valley. I recognize the primary mission of the California Coastal Commission is the protection and enhancement of our magnificent coastline. My county, while hundreds of miles away from the Pacific, yet I am here today because of the health of the coast, the stability of our environment, and the energy future of California are inextricably linked. The decision before you, the final approval for Diablo Canyon's power plant's continued operation through 2030, is fundamentally a climate action and therefore a coastal protection measure. To those concerned about the immediate local environment, I commend PG&E's award-winning land stewardship and their incredible partnership with the local tribe to preserve the sacred land. I also note the presence of the nation's longest-running marine biology research program and the robust wildlife, including sea otters and sea lions, which I have seen myself during a tour of that place. It's quite amazing. That thrive in the plant's vicinity and also under constant dedicated monitoring. The final supplemental environmental impact statement released by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission confirms that Diablo Canyon meets all environmental requirements for an additional 2 decades. As an elected official from the Central Valley, I am responsible for serving communities that endure some of the hottest summers in the country. Our reliance on electricity to simply survive these extreme temperatures is absolute. We cannot afford to have 9% of California's electricity and a massive 17% of its clean energy simply vanish. The California Energy Commission has confirmed that no existing clean energy resources can fully replace Diablo Canyon's output. While San Onofre went offline, the power was replaced with greenhouse gas emitting energy, leading to a measurable correlation with increased carbon emissions. If we allow that mistake to be repeated, we are taking a monumental step backwards. Extending Diablo Canyon's operation is projected to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 34.5 metric tons, the equivalent of taking nearly 8 million cars off of the road. California wants a 100% clean grid, and we are pushing aggressively towards electrifying everything from cars to cooktops. This massive necessary electrification will skyrocket demand. How can we possibly meet this demand with clean power 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, without our single largest source of clean baseload power? Furthermore, this is an affordability issue for the entire state. For customers like mine who already face high utility bills, we desperately need reliable and affordable clean power. Recent analysis from the CPUC shows that extending Diablo Canyon saves customers between $2.7 and $3.7 billion, that's with a B, billion dollars annually. This is not just an environmental win, it is an immediate and critical economic benefit for every Californian. Commissioners, Diablo Canyon has operated safely and reliably for 4 decades. The NRC has deemed it seismically safe and ready for continued operations. So much has been invested in this infrastructure, and continuing to run it is comparatively the most cost-effective and reliable path to maintaining clean energy momentum. California cannot achieve its ambitious climate goals by retiring our most powerful tool for clean energy generation. I urge you to look beyond the immediate locale and vote in favor of these final approvals, securing the plant's future, and in doing so, securing the stable, clean energy future of the entire state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Arona, followed by Bob Nelson, Cassie D, Mark Infanti. Elizabeth Arona.
Good morning. Good morning, Commission Chair, Commission members. Thank you very much for your service and thank you for allowing me this time to speak in support for an approval vote to extend the Diablo Canyon Power Plant operations for another 5 years. My name is Elizabeth Arona. I'm a member of the City Council for the City of Solvang in Santa Barbara County. And recently, Solvang issued a proclamation in full-throated support of the DCP power plant continued operations. This action underscores that we value DCPP as it provides essential electric power to our community and it helps in delivering essential clean energy, renewable energy at lowered costs, and does so safely, responsibly, while providing high-skilled jobs and economic ecosystem that's important to San Luis Obispo County and Santa Barbara County. While there are many points to justify an approval today, I would like to emphasize just a few. Many have been said already, so I'm going to underscore a few. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission released its final environmental impact statement confirming that DCPP meets all the environmental requirements for another 20 years of operations. Like many, I visited the facility and toured its operations. I can confirm that the DCPP land is singular, it's beautiful, and PG&E does a great and excellent job as a responsible custodian of these lands and drives, it's recognized as driving a series of programs, stewardship and monitoring programs that include extensive partnerships with universities, scientists, cultural tribes, seismologists, researchers, and dedicated teams to measure and assess the points of impacts many you've heard from already today. DCPP has operated safely and reliably for 40 years already, and the NRC has a very strong record of safety oversight. I have observed that PGE's leadership is strong, transparent, experienced, they're accountable, and they're embedded in this community. Their organization is the largest private employer in San Luis Obispo County. You've heard about the high-skilled, high-paying jobs, but their operations of this plant creates an ecosystem of suppliers, workers, and other community jobs that multiply the benefits. At this time, energy costs are extremely high. Demand is increasing. Production projections for nuclear energy will be at an all-time high in 2025. Taking DCPP offline now is counterproductive to our economic and our future requirements for the state to maintain energy growth, energy resiliency, and clean energy production. In short, California cannot afford to lose the 9% of the electricity produced for the state by the plant. Forecasts show that the state will need an additional energy resource equal to 10 Diablo Canyons by 2040. I'll just simply state that taking this plant offline now would create a gap in current energy production baseline that would create a deficit and a gap that we do not have the time to overcome and remain competitive with other states or frankly with other countries. While the decision before you today is a key consideration for coastal conservatorship, land access, and environmental responsibility, it also affects a strategic critical asset for the state of California's future and current economy. We simply cannot afford to take Diablo offline today. Please consider with the proportionate balance the recommended conditions to support this position and consider with the appropriate proportionality, security, safety, and conservation versus recreation. Thank you very much for the time and the consideration.
Thank you. Bob Nelson, we're actually no longer seeing Cassie D in the meeting, followed by Mark Infanti, Mayor Alice Patino, and then Eileen Lowe. Bob Nelson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Bob Nelson from Santa Barbara County Supervisor. I'm not speaking on behalf of the county, but I'm speaking on behalf of my constituents in northern Santa Barbara County. That's the Santa Maria Valley, the Los Alamos Valley, and the Lompoc Valley, which is the hometown community of Coastal Commissioner Chairwoman Megan Harmon. First of all, I want to thank staff for their hard work with PG&E to come up with some reasonable conditions for consistency here. You're going to be hearing from others, and you already have heard about PG&E being the largest employer in San Luis Obispo County. and the relative impact on their economy. I also want you to understand that that's not to San Luis Obispo County, but it's the region that is impacted here. Santa Barbara County suffers from some of the largest wealth gaps in the state and in the nation. Diablo and PG&E are in fact one of our largest employers, along with the jobs from the associated contractors and businesses serving that plant in totality make up one of our largest sources of head of household jobs in my disadvantaged communities. My region often feels like it's at the epicenter of regulatory review and pressure, like others. Those impacts that impact our local economy, whether that's in agriculture, oil and gas, commercial space, or in this case, clean renewable energy. I respectfully ask that you consider my constituents in your vote. I'd ask that you defer the alternative conditions that are being proposed today and go along with staff's recommendation for conditional concurrence with the consistency determination and approve the PG&E's CDP with the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mark Infante, Mayor Alice Patino, and then Eileen Lowe. Mark Infante. Hi, Mark. We're unable to hear you. We see that you're unmuted. It appears that you're unmuted, but we are still unable to hear you. Let's move on to the next speaker and come back to you in a little bit to see if you can work out the mic issue. So next will be Alice Patino, followed by Eileen Lowe, and then we'll try Mark again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm Alice Patino, the mayor of the city of Santa Maria. We have a population of over 112,000 people, and we want to support the staff recommendation that has been brought forward. We need the facility for Santa Maria. You know, it's so important as Californians that we do protect and preserve our coastal environment, and that does include the marine life. The trail system there that allows public access to the coast is so remarkable. When I see PG&E and Diablo promoting and providing 17% of California's clean energy, this is so important to us. In Santa Maria, we have to plan for 30 to 40,000 more residents in the next 15 years. And Diablo does produce enough energy to power the homes that we are going to be needing. Solar panels would only take up much of our fertile ag lands. We are an ag economy here in Santa Maria area. As I said, with a population of over 112,000, and a median income of 81,000, we need Diablo, and we need the head of household paying jobs that it brings to us. All the vendors that work with PG&E also operate the plant, creates economic multiplier. I live in a community that cares about affordability. We care about the reliability. And we know that electricity in California is extremely expensive, and Diablo can provide the energy that we need and the economic benefits, not just to Santa Maria or to the coast, but to the whole state. Diablo provides the clean power, which is great, but the clean sources are expensive, as I have said before. The state has mandated that our homes and our cars and the state be electrified. And how do we do that if we don't have Diablo online? And I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Let's actually give Mark one more chance to unmute. Are you able to speak now? If you are, we're still unable to hear you, unfortunately. All right, now let's move on to Eileen Lowe.
Good morning, commissioners and chair. Thank you very much for having me. You can hear me okay? Good?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great, thank you. My name is Eileen Lowe. I'm a member of the Arroyo Grande City Council. However, I am speaking on my own behalf today, as the city has not considered this or taken a position on this matter. I am speaking in favor of the proposal to relicense and extend the operation of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant, and I am impressed by all the speakers that have come before with many good and valid concerns and praise for the overall proposal. I recognize that preparing for our future really requires an extensive balancing act. I'm a lifelong resident of California, and I really value Diablo Canyon as the largest producer of clean energy in the state. Speakers before you have quantified what that means for us in terms of clean power for our homes, and what it would cost in term not only in money but time and other impacts, and not to mention the release of greenhouse gas emissions. Should we try to seek a replacement with technology that's available to us today. PG&E also has a proven track record of operating a plant safely and reliably for 40 years. Additionally, I'm a longtime resident of San Luis Obispo County and have lived all my adult life on the Central Coast. And I really value Diablo Canyon for the positive impact on the local community, which extends beyond San Luis Obispo. It is the whole Central Coast, as you've heard from speakers that came before me. 13 head of household jobs is significant in and of itself, but it's also really a multiplier effect because it really influences the vibrancy of the communities here on the Central Coast and the economy up and down California. So these benefits, not just the permanent jobs, but considering the additional 1,000 workers or so that come in to town during the refueling activities. So I just urge you to please approve of the relicensing in light of all the comments that you've heard today. I look forward to you doing the hard work to balance the impacts and the benefits of this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, it appears that Mark Infante dropped out of the meeting, and then we weren't able to find a few other elected officials. If I call your name, can you please raise your hand in the meeting if you are there? Cassie D, Jules Tuggle, Nick Salinas, John R. Hammond Jr., Jose Luis Barajas, Robert McCauley, Matthew Serrato. Okay, I'm seeing one hand raised under the name Bobby. And you're being moved in right now. You should be able to unmute shortly. And then we see you. You should be able to unmute.
Good morning, and thanks to the Commission for the opportunity to comment this morning. My name is Bobby McCauley. I'm a county supervisor in Madera County. I also serve as vice chair of the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. I'm a former resident of SLO County and a lifelong resident of Central California. So while I'm not calling in today on behalf of the district or the county, I am calling in support of staff's recommendation for approval. I want to start by making some comments with my resident hat on. I've always enjoyed going to SLO County and enjoying the Point Buchan Trail as well as the Lighthouse Trail to the south. But as an avid fisherman, I also enjoy kayak fishing in the waters to the north out of Spooner's Cove, the waters to the south out of Port of San Luis. And as a student in San Luis Obispo, I took advantage of the opportunity to partake in research fishing vessels up in the marine protected area. And I've always found the fisheries to be very plentiful with sea bass, halibut, lingcod, and other species of fish. As an elected official, particularly as vice chair of the Air Pollution Control District, I very much appreciate the comments in regards to emissions needed to take the place of Diablo Canyon. I believe residents in the Central Valley would bear most of the brunt of those impacts. As many folks know, air quality in the Central Valley is difficult to improve due to our geographic conditions. So every effort we can make to keep emissions low increases public health in the Central Valley. So I do appreciate those comments. In addition, I think we all know that Diablo Canyon is essential for California, not just for the next 5 years, but for the foreseeable future. And this is a result of the clean, reliable, and affordable energy that it produces. So with that, again, I want to reiterate my support for staff's recommendation and thank the commission once again for the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And we were able to find one more, David Brown. David Brown, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. David Brown here. I'm mayor of Solvang, and I think there'd be more energy in the room if y'all had able skiers this morning, but that's okay. Solvang still has plenty for you when you get to it. As stated earlier by Councilmember Arona, we did pass a proclamation for the city of Solvang representing our constituency and our support for PG&E and their application for license renewal and extensions. We do support that in earnest and find that without exception today, I've heard everyone say that this land is pristine and amazing. And I think that's testament to the stewardship that PG&E has had as it's been in their control over the many decades now. So and then from economic perspectives, it will help us in our needs for power and at an enjoyable or discounted rate, if you will, taking advantage of existing infrastructure. And then finally, I think it's incumbent upon us to know that it is a strategic and national asset that here on the West Coast. I would liken it to that as a strategic as Vandenberg Space Force with what we do here and the needs for this type of infrastructure within our nation. So with that, I'll leave a little time left, and I'll take a quote from Will Rogers: "Never miss a good opportunity to shut up." Thank you so much for all your help.
Thank you. And I am not seeing any other elected officials in the Zoom meeting or in person, I believe. And so, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you. We will continue on, and I believe the next is
general public comment.
Yeah, general
for this
public
item.
comment.
Sorry.
Yep.
Okay, so we have the group from EDC, Environmental Defense Center, Linda Kropp and Rao Konieda.
Yes. And just for some meeting management, after the presentation from EDC, I'm going to suggest that we will take a lunch break. I know the public's waiting. I apologize. I think we will all be able to come back refreshed if we do that. So thank you, Mr. Frankel, to you.
And then we have been told that you're allowed 15 minutes for your presentation, Linda Kropp and Rao Konieda, whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right, good morning or afternoon. My name is Jeremy Frankel. I'm an attorney with the Environmental Defense Center representing Mothers for Peace. With me on Zoom is our Chief Counsel, Linda Kropp, and Dr. Rao Konieda, an expert in energy transmission planning, who will explain why the continued operation of Diablo is unnecessary. He'll also be available for questions should you have any following our presentation. And as explained in our comment letter, we urge you to deny both of PG&E's applications. So next slide, please. Someone? I don't have the clicker. Do we have a clicker? So I think it's important to start with the context for how these applications came before you today. So going back to 2016, as you heard a little bit about, environmental groups reached a landmark agreement with PG&E to shutter Diablo, since it was no longer necessary in light of growing renewables. And then in 2022, after a very rushed 3-day process, the legislature passes SB 846, casting aside that agreement and authorizing this 5-year extension. But in hindsight, 846 was really a knee-jerk reaction, and it was justified by concerns of short-term grid reliability that, as we'll explain, no longer exist. So unfortunately, PG&E has now seized on 846 to not only pursue a 5-year extension, but a 20-year license renewal. So next slide. So with that in mind, to approve PG&E's CDP and consistency applications, the Commission must find, respectively, that its proposed 5-year and 20-year extensions are consistent with all enforceable policies of the Coastal Act. As we'll explain, continued operations would be inconsistent with several of those policies, as you've heard a little bit about. And so really the only path forward for either application is through the override provision. But that provision can't be invoked, really importantly, because PG&E has not proposed to mitigate to the maximum extent feasible. And separately, because continued operations would be unnecessary, any extension would adversely affect the public welfare. Next slide. Thanks. So turning first to marine resources. Next slide. So as you guys know, these sections require, among other things, that marine resources be and biological productivity be maintained and, where feasible, restored. And considering the immense impacts of the once-through cooling, or OTC, system at Diablo and the shortcomings of PG&E's mitigation package, which you've heard a little about, we agree with staff that neither proposed extension is consistent with these policies. Next slide. So there's a reason that the state has moved to phase out once-through cooling systems. And here's some figures from the staff report. 2.5 billion gallons of seawater a day. And for context, that's 3,800 Olympic-sized swimming pools a day. And in the process, the system kills billions of larval fish and planktonic organisms, organisms that importantly are the foundation for the food web in our coastal waters. So the result is, unsurprisingly, widespread degradation, which staff has accounted for as about 14 square miles of habitat a year. And that comes out, just for context, that is larger than the size, the entire size of nearby San Luis Obispo every year. And the sheer scale of entrainment reduces biological connectivity between nearby MPAs. So it threatens the effectiveness of California's MPA network as well. Next slide. So I think importantly, those impacts are likely well underestimated. And as the staff report acknowledges, these figures are based on studies that are near two decades old, may not reflect current conditions, and importantly, don't appear to account for Diablo's elevated intake velocities. So while undoubtedly substantial, the full extent of entrainment impacts remain unknown. Next slide. So also unknown are the cumulative impacts of Diablo's thermal effluent, which require further analysis that accounts for climate-driven ocean warming. And while regulating effluent limits generally is left for the Water Board, effluent impacts are still relevant when considering appropriate mitigation and whether to invoke the override provision. Next slide. So let's look at the proposed mitigation from PG&E. And so first, I just want to point out that out-of-kind mitigation, it's not mitigation. That some amount of land conservation can replace the loss of tens of thousands of acres of ocean habitat is just a fiction. And second, this right of first refusal. This is likewise an illusory form of mitigation. There's no guarantee that there's going to be an approved buyer to actually purchase this property at market price. And true, Special Condition 2 does require PG&E to come back, if that's the case, and propose alternative mitigation. But the fallacy here is that, at least according to staff, PG&E has already mitigated to the maximum extent possible. So a real possibility exists that a buyer can't be found, that conservation never occurs, and that PG&E doesn't have the ability to provide some sort of equivalent alternative mitigation. Next slide. So we do agree with staff that the proposed mitigation, quote, falls significantly short of offsetting the immense impacts of Diablo's OTC system. And so the 5-year and 20-year extensions are inconsistent with 30230 and 31. Next slide. And then briefly touching on the seismic hazards. Next slide, please. So here, section 30253, if you're familiar with, requires PG&E to minimize geologic risks and also assure stability. Next slide. So we did submit a report from Dr. Mark Legg that addresses a few issues with staff's analysis, which relies on this PSHA study from PG&E. But just want to set aside that critique for a second and just point out that the staff report notes that that study, and as you've heard again today, may have used inaccurate slip rate estimates, and accordingly, the staff report itself calls for additional studies. Next slide. So unless and until those studies are completed, we think the Commission lacks the necessary assurance it needs to actually conclude that these proposals would be consistent with 30253 and that the development is structurally sound. Next slide. Which brings us to the override provision. Next slide. So first of all, whether to invoke this provision is left to the sound discretion of the Commission. If you look at the statute, that uses the permissive may. And should the Commission choose to invoke this provision, it can only be invoked under certain specific conditions. The two relevant here today are that impacts are mitigated to the maximum extent feasible, and that the development would not adversely affect the public welfare. Next slide. So for at least 4 reasons, the Commission can't find that the proposal mitigates to the maximum extent feasible, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to address these first 2 here. So simply because full compensatory mitigation would be impossible, it seems that staff is just dismissing the idea of any habitat restoration or mitigation in that degree, which really ignores the mandate of the override provision to require maximum feasible mitigation. So at least some habitat creation or restoration is likely feasible, and at the very least, additional study is required to actually rule out that possibility, which hasn't been done. And then second, this phased conservation plan, it can't, just as a matter of basic logic, be considered maximum mitigation for the 5-year CDP. So PG&E is offering to conserve, 1,100 acres of the North Ranch for the 5-year extension, but holding in reserve an additional 2,200 plus acres for down the road. But to maximize mitigation, all parcels that PG&E has identified as available for conservation must be conserved as part of the 5-year CDP. And again, that's a sentiment that was shared by Senator Laird and Assemblymember Addis and a few others. Next slide. So as to the separate welfare finding, this requires the Commission to balance the impacts of Diablo with the public's need for continued operations. Next slide. First, because the full scope of Diablo's impacts remain unknown, the Commission is unable to even engage in the requisite balancing analysis here. However, even with the information that we do have, I think it's clear that Diablo's impacts are substantially adverse to the public welfare. And in addition to the substantial impacts of the OTC system, Diablo's embrittlement issues and possible lack of dry storage capacity past 2030 also detriment the public welfare. And even if the commission is restricted from regulating certain nuclear activities, it still must analyze all potential impacts of the project in determining whether it's adverse to the public welfare. Next slide. So as to the need for the project, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Konidena to explain why Diablo is no longer necessary. Hopefully he's online.
I'm moving him in right now.
Thank you.
And they should be able to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Chair Harmon and commissioners, my name is Rao Konidena. I'll walk you through a couple more slides here on the need for Diablo. I used to work at the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, MISO, like the California ISO. I have done a lot of reliability resource assessments, such as this one that I'm presenting, which is based on the California Public Utility Commission and the California Energy Commission joint agency reports. Both indicate that Diablo is not needed because, as you can see on the chart to the right-hand side, almost 27,000 megawatts of new resources have come online in the last few years, 5 years, mostly solar storage, hybrid solar plus storage. But in the next 4 or 5 years, also, this trend will continue. Additional 21,000 megawatts of new resources are contracted and in development. And the report that I'm alluding to from a California Energy Commission recently, the third quarter report doesn't necessarily say that Diablo is needed, because retiring Diablo doesn't mean we need new gas either. Next slide, please. I'll walk you through a couple more data points here, because not only is 26 gigawatts been added recently, but 7 gigawatts was added last year alone. And the transmission plan that the California Independent System Operator is putting together, which California Public Utility Commission has an input into, doesn't rely on Diablo for local capacity or grid support. As well as, if you look at the 15 years 2030 to 2045, there is very limited transmission value that DCPP adds, because they already assume DCPP is going to be retired per SB 846. There is a model that the California Public Utility Commission ran to assess the impacts of Diablo extension. So the real-term impact would be on solar, for example. Solar build would be 7 gigawatts per year without Diablo, but with Diablo, if Diablo was extended, it would fall down to 4.5. There is also an impact on solar plus battery storages. If Diablo was extended, then it defers the need to build almost 8 to 12 gigawatts of solar plus battery. And I want to also comment on this 17% carbon free that DCPP provides, because in the model that the California Public Utility Commission ran, the planning reserve margin, which is the target that these resources have to meet in that model, is not binding, meaning it's not necessary that the model doesn't see DCPP as needing to meet that planning reserve margin target. And so, next slide, please. In the comments also that the staff had, they were concerned about new gas coming online if DCPP retired, but the capacity factor, meaning how much gas is actually needed for every 100 megawatts, only 11 megawatts of new gas is needed by 2031 in this CPUC model, as well as no new gas was built through 2036. So that's another consideration. So I will, one more slide, please, and then I will turn it over to Mr. Frankel. So there are new technologies coming online in California and elsewhere that would increase the throughput of existing transmission systems. So you can get almost 2.3 gigawatts, 3-4 times than Diablo. And that would also, if extending Diablo means, that would also displace offshore wind. So that's why I wanted to lay this groundwork for you. Mr. Frankel.
Next slide. Okay, so just briefly, we would maintain that the policy findings for 3.0 and 3.1 can't be made, same with the seismic policies, and that the override provision likewise can't be invoked here. And I would just I think Dr. Conidena was a little rushed for time, and we did submit a pretty comprehensive report from him responding to all the stuff in the staff report, and it's in your packet.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we are going to break for lunch to my commissioners. It's a quick lunch. Please be back at 1 p.m. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Now we are ready to go. So we will return to general public comment, and I want to start by just making a few notes about how we're going to manage the public comment to come. This is an immense item with so much public interest. We really are grateful for the engagement. We want to hear all of your testimony, but we also want to make sure that there's sufficient time for us to get to deliberations and to really dig in and have this conversation. So I want to be upfront about the fact that we're going to begin with 2 minutes per person for probably about the first hour of general public comments. And at that point, I will then be moving to 1 minute. So I encourage all of you who are making general public comment to please be as succinct as possible. Try not to be repetitive to the extent that you can. And please know that there is no need to take the full 2 minutes if you don't need it to communicate your ideas. We would very much appreciate brevity, and it in no way signifies a lack of passion on your part. We fully understand that. So with all that said, I will turn it over to Chris, and we will begin with 2 minutes per person. Thank you.
All right, and on my list we have 29 people in the room. We'll start with Sean Bothwell, Susan Jordan, and then Ryan Pickering.
There we go, that helps. Good afternoon, Commission. Sean Bothwell, I'm the Executive Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. Our organization was the primary stakeholder negotiating the once-through cooling policy from 2001 through 2010, and I personally been the lead kind of watchdog of the implementation of the once-through cooling policy for the last 15 years. The requirement for best technology available has been on the books since the beginning of the Clean Water Act, 1972. And that has required all power plants to install the best technology available to minimize environmental impacts. The State Water Board in 2010 adopted its once-through cooling policy, which also required power plants in California to install wet cooling towers to meet that Clean Water Act requirement. And yet since then, since 2010, PG&E has done nothing but cut a check and avoid installing any technology measures. As you heard from staff earlier today, Diablo Canyon is the most destructive facility along our California coast. They literally have to scrape marine life off the grates to ensure circulation maintains as they intake seawater. They're also the largest discharger of pollution in the state of California. They discharge 2,630 million gallons of water a day. Put that into perspective, the largest wastewater facility in California, in Los Angeles, only discharges 420 million gallons a day. San Francisco, only 43. I want to read something from the once-through cooling policy. Quote, the State Water Board staff has concluded that impacts associated with once-through cooling operations, including those from Diablo Canyon, have not been sufficiently addressed such that they can be considered compliant with the Clean Water Act's 316B technology-based mandate. And yet, Diablo Canyon has done nothing but pay mitigation, insufficient mitigation, and illegal mitigation since 2010. There's a Supreme Court case, Riverkeeper cases, that says that you cannot pay restoration in lieu of best technology available. With that, I'll turn it over to Susan. Thanks.
Hi, Susan Jordan. I'm Executive Director of the California Coastal Protection Network, and I'm speaking also on behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council and Environment California. As a reminder, in 2022, Diablo Canyon was already in the process of shutting down as a result of a landmark 2016 legal settlement when the administration suddenly decided that it was important for California's energy reliability to extend the plant's operating life by 5 years. Notably, not 10, not 15, not 20 years, 5 years. Despite strong opposition, including our groups, on the last night of the session, the legislature approved SB 846, authorizing the 5-year extension, including certain requirements to mitigate the plant's impacts. This was not a kumbaya movement. It was a hectic and controversial decision. And here we are today. I want to be clear that our groups, all three of us, strongly support EDC's recommendation to deny both the permit and to object to the consistency determination. But if the Commission concludes that it is not willing to deny both, we would urge that you at least object to the consistency determination, and if you decide to approve the CDP for the 5-year extension, that you incorporate the conditions so clearly outlined in Senator Laird's letter, and ensure that they are required now, not later in some later proceeding or future point in time. This plan has done immeasurable, and there's a difference in definition of immeasurable versus unmeasurable, and I'm using immeasurable, to California's coastal resources over its 40-year operating life. More damage by far than any other coastal power plant. The time to require compensatory mitigation is now, and hold PG accountable for the clear damage it will incur during the 5-year extension. Should they want to continue to operate past 5 years, they can always return to you for your consideration at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Pickering, Clint Olivier, Jennifer Savage, Dora Westerland.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Pickering. I'm an energy policy researcher here in California, speaking on agenda items 8A and 9A. Yaktichu Yaktilhini is the only tribe with a documented ancestral and cultural claim to the Diablo Canyon lands. Their connection to this coastline is supported by extensive historical, linguistic, and archaeological evidence, and affirmed by state and federal agencies. Any future disposition of these lands must center their leadership, vision, and stewardship. SB 846, Section 9.712 makes this clear. Quote, "The Commission shall include consideration of tribal interests in its review, including the opportunity for tribes to acquire lands that are cultural, historical, or tribal significance." The law further specifies that the authority for land disposition resides with the California Public Utilities Commission, not the Coastal Commission. Any pending action that seeks to dictate or constrain the use of these lands is outside the Commission's jurisdiction and opens the door to unnecessary legal conflict. Within that framework, PG&E's proposed mitigation measures should not include encumbrance on the land itself. A wiser and more forward-thinking alternative would be a mitigation fee to support ocean rewilding, specifically Yaktichu Yaktilhini's abalone restoration initiative in the project area. This honors tribal stewardship, meets ecological goals, and eliminates legal exposure. It is clear California wants this plant to remain online. Diablo Canyon is the state's largest single source of clean, reliable electricity, delivering baseload energy to 4 million residents while protecting ratepayers and reducing carbon emissions. The facility operates in harmony with one of the most ecologically monitored coastal zones in the country, and its continued success depends on honoring local tribal partnership. Thank you. Finally, I urge the Commission to remove Northern Chumash Tribal Council from this proceeding. They are known to be not Native people and determined by California courts in 2017 and reaffirmed by this book, Who Gets to Be an Indian, which documents that they have deceived the public for decades. This charade must end as part of California's responsibility to protect tribal groups.
Thank you. Next, Clint Olivier, Jennifer Savage, Dora Westerland, David Wiseman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Clint Olivier. I am with the Business Federation of the Central Valley. We support an all-of-the-above energy strategy, and Diablo Canyon is a key part of that. It's safe, it's reliable, it's environmentally responsible, and produces clean power for millions of Californians. Extending its operations strengthens grid reliability and keeps energy affordable as we continue expanding renewables statewide into the future. Please adopt this extension. It is a smart, balanced step towards California's energy future. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Savage, Dora Westerland, David Wiseman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dora Westron, and I'm the President and CEO of the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation, a nonprofit organization dedicated to advancing economic prosperity and entrepreneurship in Central Valley. I am here today to express our strong support for the continued operation of Diablo Canyon Power Plant. As an organization that champions equitable economic growth, we recognize how reliable, affordable, and clean energy supports thriving communities and helps local business grow, particularly in regions like Central Valley, where energy reliability is essential to both families and entrepreneurs. I have personally visited Diablo Canyon, and I see it as one of the wonders of this world, and I can say that today that with confidence that this plant is operated with the highest standards of safety, care, and environmental stewardship. From dedicated staff to the detailed safety protocols, it is clear that Pacific Gas and Electric Company takes seriously its responsibility to protect both people and the beautiful coastal environment that surrounds the facility. Seeing the thriving marine life and the commitment to preserving coastal resources left a lasting impression in me. Diablo Canyon produces 17% of California's clean electricity, enough to power 4 million homes. From an environmental standpoint, Diablo Canyon represents California's largest source of carbon-free energy, reducing emissions equivalent to removing nearly 8 million cars from the road each year. In the Central Valley, we see firsthand how reliable, clean energy drives business growth, creates jobs, and fosters innovation. Extending Diablo Canyon's operation through 2030 is not just a smart environmental decision, it is an economic lifeline that helps keep our communities strong and competitive. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Jennifer Savage, David Weissman, Benjamin Shaggy, Nathan Jacobs.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. Jennifer Savage, Surfrider Foundation. The staff report's admission that this mitigation plan cannot achieve consistency with the Coastal Act's marine resource protection policies due to the scale of entrainment impacts should be a starting point for crafting adequate mitigation, not an endpoint for invoking override provisions. In the interest of brevity and avoiding repetition, we urge you to give utmost consideration to the presentation by EDC on behalf of Mothers for Peace. And if you do not choose denial, we urge you to require more sufficient mitigation to actually achieve your mandate to maintain marine productivity. We ask that you require the proposed mitigation measures put forth by Senator Laird, conservation easements across North Ranch and South Ranch, protection mechanisms for Wild Cherry Canyon, realistic trail funding for perpetual management, and that all this mitigation is tied to the currently authorized 2025-2030 period. Thank you.
Thank you. David Weissman, Benjamin Shaggy, Nathan Jacobs, Rohan Reddy.
David Weissman, Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility. The sole reliance on land protection scenarios for mitigation produces an unacceptably long period to achieve a net zero balance point between impact and mitigation. The staff report fails to fully investigate the advantage of including an artificial reef as a sole mitigation, which is what they're looking at it as, rather than as part of a portfolio of mitigation. Writing they do, it is not clear there is a sufficient area nearby to construct the hundreds of acres of artificial reefs that would be needed. If it is not clear, then this ambiguity needs to be resolved and clarity achieved before this potential solution can be dismissed. Further, the report goes on, direct mitigation through habitat restoration on a scale to fully offset the adverse impact of marine life has not been shown to be demonstrated or successful. Again, the staff has provided no indication they evaluated a reef's role in providing partial mitigation in the portfolio of methodologies. It does go on to say that if it were successful, 300 acres of reef would offset 20 years of operation in 44 years, as opposed to 209. Well, if your goal is maximum feasible mitigation, is this not a path to success? What about evaluating multiple smaller reefs? In addition to that, the staff report also dismisses the feasibility of reducing entrainment by installing mechanical fine mesh screens, but they err in claiming, quote, the screens would likely be subject to review and approval by the NRC, not only for safety purposes, but to ensure the structures meet required standards for safe plant operation. In actuality, the Diablo Canyon Independent Safety Committee reviewed this and concluded that the Bechtel assessment that no license amendment request is required might be correct for the inshore fine mesh screening system because this option involves the least modification to the plant. If this was a process is like a 1970s game show, it seems like the contestant just gets to pick one door to choose from. But in this case, the adverse impacts demand a portfolio of solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Benjamin Shaggy, Nathan Jacobs, Rohan Reddy, Nevin Green.
Good afternoon. I'm a student at UC Berkeley and a geospatial scientist working in nuclear policy and safety research. I am here in support of the staff recommendation to enable relicensing of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. Diablo Canyon alone currently produces about 9% of California's energy. The simple truth is that, especially with the growth in novel computing techniques, we cannot afford to take that offline. While aspirations of replacing Diablo Canyon's capacity with solar and wind are cute, I would like to remind the commissioners that when the San Onofre reactor was shut down, it was replaced almost entirely by fossil fuels. Further, over-reliance on renewables that produce intermittent loads without black start capability leave us exposed to mass power crises like what happened to Texas in the winter of 2021. The evidence is clear. Nuclear power is the cleanest, safest, and most reliable and most fiscally sound way to generate power. I would like to acknowledge the staff's rigor in researching the real environmental impacts of the continued operation of this power plant. I would like to place this into the context that any environmental impacts from Diablo Canyon absolutely pale in comparison to the impacts of fossil fuels. Need I remind the commissioners of the explosion at the El Segundo Chevron refinery just last month that grievously injured workers and spewed untold amounts of toxic fumes into the coastal environments. Last May, I had the opportunity to visit the Diablo Canyon power plant. It was truly incredible to see the exhaustive extent PG&E goes to support and protect natural landscapes in the area around the reactor. The safety culture around the plant is kind of insane. As an example, just before we visited, the entire staff was compelled to go through a safety training just because someone fell off a short ladder and sprained their ankle. This safety culture extends to their storage of used fuel, all of which is stored on site using industry-leading engineered storage systems. I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Nathan Jacobs, Rohan Reddy, Nevin Green, Conrad Buck.
Good afternoon. I'm Natan Jacobs, a student at UC Berkeley, and I'm studying nuclear engineering. I'm also part of the Nuclear is Clean Energy Club. It's a nuclear advocacy group on campus. So I've lived all across California. I lived in SoCal, Los Angeles, and now I'm in the Bay, and now I also live in Redding, California. I've seen pretty much all parts of our coastline, from Pismo Beach to Eureka to Santa Monica, and I am coming to you today to ask you to allow Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant to use our beautiful coastline. Last May, I had the privilege to visit the site of Diablo Canyon and get a tour of the land it used. The group which I was part of visited the waters around the power plant, and we saw a very minimal impact on the water and the environment around it. We saw seals, we saw active environment, active animals. I also like to acknowledge that if Diablo Canyon can't continue operating, California can also lose 9% of its energy. With an already exhausted grid, we would need to replace it with natural gas or any other kind of non-renewable fuel. These non-renewables which have a well-documented effect on the environment, would have a much larger effect than if Diablo Canyon continued operating. If we replace it with renewables, such as solar or wind, it would require many, many more times the amount of land Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant already takes up, which could possibly disturb native lands and native animals. It is in the interest of California, who wants to reach its carbon-free goal by 2025, to relicense Diablo Canyon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rohan Reddy, Nevin Green, Conrad Buck, Prisha Sina.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rohan Reddy, and I'm a student at UC Berkeley studying nuclear engineering. I am the co-president of the Nuclear is Clean Energy, or NICE Club. My fellow students and I toured Diablo Canyon in May, and it was one of the most memorable experiences of my life. Diablo Canyon is a bastion of sustainability and safety. The first thing I noticed when I arrived there was how beautiful the land around the power plant is. It is a pristine Californian ecosystem, as nature intended. Human technological growth so often harms the world around us, and I'm so grateful to nuclear power plants like Diablo Canyon for showing the world that it doesn't have to be that way. When I saw the inner workings of the power plant, I learned about how it protects not only nature, but humans as well. Rather than emitting tons of carbon dioxide and other air pollutants like fossil fuels do, all the waste from 40 years of powering 9% of California is stored in a few sturdy casks on site, not in my lungs. These casks are so strong you could crash a rocket-powered train into them, and they will not crack or leak. I encourage you to look up dry cask accident testing videos on YouTube. They're some of my favorite videos ever. I also learned that Diablo Canyon is built to withstand magnitude 9 earthquakes, which is incredible. So Diablo Canyon is protecting the land and protecting the people of California. And now it is our turn to protect Diablo Canyon. This facility has to stay operational for as long as possible. Our fight against climate change, against air pollution, and against ecological destruction depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Nevin Green, Conrad Buck, Prisha Sina, Valeria Garcia Herrera. If any of you have heard your name, you can approach.
Let's see. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Conrad Buck. I'm a student at UC Berkeley studying nuclear engineering, and I've come here today to express my support for the renewal of Diablo Canyon's access to California's coastline. I took a tour of Diablo Canyon last spring during the Unit 1 refueling outage. Our tour guides took us on a hike around the plant to see the native wildlife of the hills and on a boat tour in the outfall and intake harbors of the plant, where we saw a variety of sea life. Diablo Canyon is an energy source that is on 24/7 throughout the year, consistently generating 10% of California's electricity. It provides clean energy throughout the day without creating any carbon emissions. If Diablo Canyon were to be replaced with intermittent sources of energy, such as wind and solar, we would need additional combustion-based energy sources to match the capacity and the consistency of the nuclear plant. The carbon emissions from these sources would contribute to ocean acidification, and the amount of land needed to deploy these energy sources could never match the energy production density that Diablo Canyon has. I understand that the plant may have a negative impact on the ocean environment immediately at the cooling inlet of the plant, but the alternatives for generating the same amount of electricity as Diablo Canyon are far worse for the environment overall. Because of this, in the interest of reducing carbon emissions, utilizing the clean energy sources that we have today, and making the most efficient use of our natural resources, the Diablo Canyon nuclear energy plant should be allowed to continue operations and keep producing clean, grid-stabilizing electricity for as long as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, Nevin Green, Prisha Sina, Valeria Garcia Herrera, Ryan Afsal. Okay, Nevin and Prisha had to cancel. Valeria Garcia
Nevin and
Herrera,
Prisha
Ryan
and Valeria
Afsal.
can't make it today, sorry.
Okay, Valeria Garcia Herrera, Ryan Afsal, Caitlin Jennings.
Hello, my name is Ryan. I'm a student at Cal Berkeley. I grew up on the West Coast and I live in California. I would like to briefly speak to the Commission today in favor of keeping Diablo Canyon open beyond 2030. I have a great deal of respect for the concerns of other community members over the health of people, wildlife, the environment, and the sustainability of our energy. Diablo Canyon provides 2 gigawatts of clean, reliable electricity and has done so for over 40 years. The San Onofre nuclear plant, also 2 gigawatts, shut down in 2013, and when it did, we were promised, as we are today with Diablo, that it would be replaced with clean renewables. But it was replaced with over almost 2 gigawatts of new natural gas turbines that operate today. Natural gas currently provides 34% of our state's electricity, and it is well understood in the scientific community how poisonous it is for human health and for that of the environment. Statistically speaking, several hundred people in California alone will die every year because of the air pollution emitted by our natural gas turbines. The 2 gigawatts of capacity which replace San Onofre will cost several dozen people's lives every year from the pollution they emit, to say nothing of their impact on the environment, on warming our planet, on the health of our oceans. Yet 0 people die every year from Diablo Canyon, and nobody has died from anything emitted by that plant for over 40 years. The fate of that plant is now in the hands of the Coastal Commission, and should the commissioners choose to have the plant shut down, they will be doing so understanding that the electricity it produces will likely be made up for by natural gas, and that people's lives will be put at risk should it be that way. I know that the Commission will consider this decision very carefully, and I hope that they take into account the risk that shutting it down in the name of protecting the environment or as a precautionary measure may have unintended consequences that will place human lives and the health of the environment in grave danger. Thank you.
Thank you. Valeria Garcia Herrera, Caitlin Jennings, Jacob Evans, Alvin Dayon.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, everyone. My name is Caitlin Jennings, and I'm a nuclear engineering undergraduate at UC Berkeley. I was graciously hosted at Diablo Canyon for a facility and grounds tour this past spring, and it was a privilege to see the impact of robust environmental stewardship. The lands and water the plants sit on are pristine. It was incredible to see so many seals, sea lions, and seabirds, and to hear about the newly sighted sharks in the area. More interesting was to hear about the thriving black abalone population, an endangered species living in the waters off the coast of Diablo. The marine ecosystem of Diablo's coast is thriving and home to important species, and I hope that we can continue to have the plant operational. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jacob Evans, Alvin Dayon, Donnie Davis, Gabriella Kahn.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jacob Evans. I'm a senior policy strategist with Sierra, California, on behalf of over 500,000 members and supporters in California today. The Coastal Commission must deny PG&E's coastal development permit that is before you and find this project inconsistent with the CCMA. The staff reports outline mitigations do not come close to the needed mitigations for Diablo's extension, nor do they align with the long-stated desires of the community, the priorities of the legislature and CNRA, or the coastal protections outlined in the Coastal Acts. Should permitting move forward, the permit must require the minimum mitigations necessary to protect our coast. We ask that 3 key mitigations be included in any CDP for Diablo's extension. 1, permanent conservation of all 12,000 acres of the Diablo Canyon lands through conservation easement or otherwise, including the mandatory transfer of the Wild Cherry Canyon lands to a state agency or nonprofit land conservation group, and the entirety of the north and south range of the Diablo Canyon lands placed under a conservation easement. 2, offshore marine mitigations such as artificial reefs and estuarine habitat restoration, or a full explanation from staff as to why these would be infeasible as partial mitigations. And 3rd, sufficient funding from PG&E to ensure that the planned trail system has long-term financial support for implementation and maintenance, and that future conservation efforts remain well-funded. The decision to permanently protect the Diablo Canyon lands has been kicked down the road for decades, and now this insufficient permit before you falls short. In 2006, the opportunity to protect the Diablo Canyon lands came before the Coastal Commission as part of a different CDP, but the protection of all 12,000 acres was pushed off for a future decision. Should you move forward with granting a CDP today, please include all, not some, of the required protections that have been postponed for decades. It's quite possible that this is the last opportunity to require these mitigations. If Diablo's permit moves forward, these protections cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Alvin Dayon, Donnie Davis, Gabriella Kahn, Scott Buckles.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Alvin Dayon, California resident. The decision before us requires a clear-eyed analysis of net outcomes. The evidence points out to one conclusion: the continued support and operation of Diablo Canyon under the proposed terms that would represent a significant net benefit for California. Consider the facts. The proposal mandates a conservation of 12,000 acres of critical coastal watershed, a permanent environmental gain, and it ensures that continued production of the vast carbon-free electricity, which is indispensable for the grid reliability and our climate targets. The comprehensive environmental oversight provides a robust framework for protecting marine sources, and when weighted against the alternative, the benefits are clear and compelling. I strongly recommend you to please vote to approve items 8A and 9A. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Donnie Davis, Gabriella Kahn, Scott Buckles, and then Alyssa Buckles.
Start with that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, my bad. My name is Donnie Davis. I am a lifetime member of resident of California. I'm coming to you, of course, just like everybody else just spoke on keeping Diablo Canyon power plant open. Like the majority, I would assume the majority of California, we believe in climate change, right? With that being said, Diablo Canyon is the largest clean energy producer in California. You guys already heard the numbers as far as 4 million people being serviced with energy. If we're serious about 100% greenhouse gas free electric grid, we cannot afford to lose the vital infrastructure. If Diablo Canyon closes, of course, we're going to need like 10 of them, 10 Diablo Canyons by 2040, just to meet the need, right? With that being said, Diablo Canyon is not just a power plant, it's a climate solution. Please approve the permits and help California lead the way in clean, reliable energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriella Kahn, Scott Buckles, Alyssa Buckles, Anthony Butler Torres.
Hello, everybody. I'm Gabriella Kahn. I'm just a California resident. I'm here today to hope you guys will keep Diablo Canyon running. Oh. Hello, everybody. I'm Gabriella Kahn, just a California resident. I hope you guys will keep Diablo Canyon running for the people that work there and also to help reduce the stress off the electric grid. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Buckles, Alyssa Buckles, Anthony Butler Torres, Kayla Jones.
Well, hi there. I'm Scott. I'm coming from the Avila Beach Point San Luis Lighthouse, and it's a pleasure to see you guys here. That's kind of a picture of what it looks like. And next slide. Boy, I tried. It was built in 1890, and it sits on the Pacho Coast Trail, which is one of the trails that's up for discussion today. It was used for the kids that lived at the lighthouse to go all the way to the schoolhouse and back. Next slide. It was completely restored. Everything is original. It's an all-volunteer force. 75 volunteers to this day are active. Many of them docents. Some of them like to be workaholics, especially on the Tuesday work crew. Next slide. What you might not realize is that we do a lot with the kids. We're the organization on the ground to bring a lot of the people out to the coast, especially folks that have never been out there. We do a huge fourth grade program with the schools. And we do a lot with the high schoolers as well. Next slide. That Fresnel lens has made its home back. It's in the horn room. You can go all the way up to the top, and it's all docent led. The challenge that we have is on that Pacho Coast Trail. Next slide. This is a zoomed in view to kind of see what that section looks like. It's lost in the noise of all the other really cool trails that are coming that we're very excited about. Next slide. This gives you an idea of what it looks like on that trail today. A lot of kid groups come out and all volunteer led. And of course, we have the Patsy Stowe Stebbins Memorial at the Oak Grove. And that Oak Grove, just to give you an idea, on the next slide is located where we think the new proposed trail will enter. But look at all of that blue trail that we lose. So that's what's going to be lost forever with this change, unless we have something in the CDP. That's what makes us sad. We think there's a realignment opportunity to simply provide a walk path, which you can kind of see in these photos, to the stairway that leads up there today. And then the next slide, the last slide, sorry. Yeah, that's basically our ask if that can't be done. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Alyssa Buckles, Anthony Butler Torres, Kayla Jones, Steve Ray.
Alyssa's.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Anthony Butler Torres on behalf of the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce. Don't want to go through all the same facts everyone has said, just in general. With this, we want to support PG&E's application for the relicensing and extension for the Diablo Canyon and the power plant's operations. This will just help the local economies in the areas over there. So with that being said, the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce urges you to approve the request before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Kayla Jones, Steve Ray, Julian Lake, Ben Davis Jr.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Madam Chair. My name is Kayla Jones. I'm a California resident, and I am here in support of extending PG&E operations at Diablo Canyon Power Plant. California's energy grid is under strain. On hot days, customers receive flex alerts warning of potential blackouts. And as you have heard many times today, Diablo Canyon provides a total 9% of California's electricity, a baseload source that operates 24/7, 365 days a year. Removing Diablo Canyon from the grid would be a step backwards and harmful for customers. We would be trading a safe, clean, and reliable energy source for uncertainty. As we build out renewables, we need a stable foundation. Diablo Canyon is that foundation. I don't believe we should gamble with reliability. We are asking for your support to approve the permits and keep California powered safely and sustainably. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. Steve Ray, Julian Lake, Ben Davis Jr.
Oh, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, and members of the public, I'm going to say something you haven't heard yet today. I attended the original hearings, and I'm still alive. But all these years later, I'm disappointed that we have to still argue about this. I'm disappointed that there isn't better and more science to help guide our decisions here. It's a shame we've gotten to this point and still don't have all the information like we did all those years ago. I would say that you're probably going to approve this project simply because it creates energy that we need. It's operable, it's clean, at least for the air, but it's deadly for the sea life. There's good and bad here on all sides. I would say as you go into your deliberations, consider a couple things. One, that the extension time for this could be reduced. We don't have to go for the full load here. Second is that the mitigation is woefully inadequate. It needs much more mitigation. You've heard from a lot of people here about what some of those could and should be. I would encourage you to think carefully. I know you will, and hopefully I won't have to come back 40 years from now and do this all over again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Julian Lake, and then Ben Davis Jr., and then we'll move to our Zoom participants.
Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. My name is Julian Lake. I am speaking on behalf of the Bay Area Council, which represents over 350 of the Bay Area's leading employers and civic leaders. For 80 years, the Bay Area Council has worked to make our region the most innovative, sustainable, and inclusive in the world, and also reliably clean, carbon-free, and essential to that mission is the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. I'm here to express support for the approval of the coastal development permits and consistency certification needed to continue the operation of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant through 2030. Today, Diablo Canyon provides about 9% of California's total electricity and nearly 17% of its zero carbon electricity. Extending its operation will help prevent millions of tons of additional greenhouse gas emissions and avoid reliance on fossil fuels and support the state's decarbonization goals while protecting customers, consumers, and potential rate spikes and reliability risks. We understand that the Coastal Commission must ensure California's coastal resources are protected, and I've personally visited Diablo Canyon and seen the local flora and fauna living in harmony with the power plant. We're confident that the Diablo Canyon team has taken appropriate mitigation measures and continues to responsibly manage its environmental impacts. The marine ecosystem surrounding the plant is clear evidence of that balance. We urge the Commission to approve the pending permits and allow Diablo Canyon to continue its operations as an essential bridge in California's clean energy transition, supporting our climate, economic, and environmental objectives. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, Ben Davis Jr.
Hello, I'm Ben Davis Jr. I'm credited with drafting the initiative that closed eventually the Rancho Seco nuclear power plant. And for doing so, I served several years on SMUD's rate advisory board. I learned how to draft initiatives and how to navigate the federal preemption issue because of a case I filed against Sacramento County for adopting the nuclear power plant response plans and taking an exemption not unlike the one you're considering today. They used Public Resources Code 21080B4. You're using another one of that section's exemptions. The reason I bring all this up is I filed that initiative that closed the power plant after Chernobyl. After Fukushima, I filed a statewide initiative to close the rest of the state's nuclear power plants. And as a result, I came to terms with the Public Utility Commission, the Energy Commission, and CalISO, who all said we needed nuclear power. They told the Legislative Analyst's Office that we needed it, and the Legislative Analyst's Office sided with them, said we would lose tens of billions a year if we closed the nuclear power plants. I disagreed. I took the issue to the Supreme Court, and the Legislative Analyst's Office changed its mind and sided with me. This took all the language out about costing tens of millions of dollars. I bring all this up because you're going to be thrown all sorts of facts and figures today. You cannot digest them. You cannot determine what's facts and what's fiction. What I can offer you is a track record. When I disagreed with the state's main energy advocates, I won. And I can tell you today, we do not need the energy from Diablo Canyon. We didn't need it clear through 2017 when they decided to close the plant. Suddenly, we needed it again. They go back and forth for political reasons, not based on science, really. And so I think you should... I would just add one other thing if I could. The reason I bring all this up is you haven't considered the economics in considering your environmental review as far as a no project alternative. And therefore, I would side against your staff recommendation. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you. Before we go on to Zoom speakers, I will just give a reminder. We will be bringing you as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload, and this may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. We have a list of 74 speakers that we are seeing on Zoom. We'll start with Linda Seeley, Linda Parks, Rachel Whalen, and Carl Wirtz. So Linda Seeley, I'm moving you in. Linda Parks, Rachel Whalen, Carl Wirtz. We're starting there. And then Linda Seeley, you should be able... All right, we see you. I see that you're unmuted. You can go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for holding this hearing today. Something that I've noticed in your staff report is that you've paid very little attention to the storage of the nuclear waste over the next 20 years. I know that you're precluded from considering issues about nuclear waste. However, you are not precluded from figuring out where it's going to be stored. PG&E has said that they can store all of the nuclear waste that's created through 2045 in their spent fuel pools, plus the dry cask storage. The dry cask storage can hold waste up through 2025. So what we're talking about is holding an additional 20 years worth of highly radioactive nuclear fuel in spent fuel pools for 20 years, and there is nowhere to transfer that spent fuel that's within a practicable site, because there are no sites identified to take that spent fuel. What you'll be left with is the responsibility when PG&E applies to build a new independent spent fuel facility, where they're going to have to blow up a mountain essentially to make a safer storage space, because the waste is safer in dry cask storage than it is in the spent fuel pools. You're going to be left with that decision about the cost the environmental consequences, etc., of building a new ISFISI. Don't forget that Supervisor Gibson reminded you that the independent review panel has not quite finished its report. You need to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Parks, Rachel Whalen, Carl Wirtz, Jill Zemek. Linda Parks.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Linda Parks. I'm a former Ventura County Supervisor, Mayor, and Council member. I'd like for you to look at the proposal before you as though it were a new nuclear power plant coming before you instead of an old embrittled nuclear power plant. And I think if you look at it with that perspective, that this is something new coming before you, but with the same old technology, I think you would certainly disallow once-through cooling, right? Because of the extensive significant damage to marine life through the entrainment and because of ocean heating. I think you would also disallow the siting for the plant until it's determined whether the active thrust faults underneath it could destroy the plant in an earthquake. I think you would also disallow stockpiling of radioactive waste in ponds that have inadequate protection from drone and terrorist attacks. And I also think you would disallow its nuclear energy from keeping clean, renewable energy from coming online due to the limited capacity of the area's transmission lines. Senator John Laird, whose district includes Diablo Canyon, states PG&E has yet to meet the requirements of SB 846, including its requirement for sufficient mitigation. Indeed, it's ludicrous that the mitigation PG&E agreed to for decommissioning of the Diablo Canyon nuclear plant is actually more than what is now being offered for keeping it running. Additionally, it is not within the Coastal Commission's charge to enable PG&E's 20-year license extension when SB 846 only authorized 5 years. Therefore, you should also deny the consistency certification. PG&E has not met today's standards or laws, including SB 846, and the result is inadequate mitigation for the unprecedented destruction of marine life on the Central Coast. Please deny the coastal development permit and
Thank you. Next, Rachel Whalen, Carl Wirtz, Jill Zemek, Kalea Conrad. Rachel Whalen.
Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Whalen, and I'm the Governmental Affairs Coordinator at the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce, the largest and oldest business organization on the Central Coast. We're here today to express our support for PG&E's continued long-term operations at Diablo Canyon. The NRC recently found the plant safe to operate and fully compliant with environmental standards for another 20 years. That confirmation reinforces what we already know, that Diablo Canyon is a vital part of our energy and economic future. As the voice of local business, we know that a stable electric grid is essential. Diablo Canyon provides nearly 10% of California's power and does so without emitting carbon. Losing that source would threaten grid reliability and hinder the state's ability to meet climate goals. The California Energy Commission has found no existing clean energy resources that can fully replace Diablo's output yet. As we continue to electrify our world through carbon-free energy to battle climate change, the demand for power is going to grow. Renewable energy is critical to our long-term strategy of meeting that need, but we're seeing that the continued struggle of permitting and bringing battery storage, wind, and solar projects online. We cannot meet our current needs for electrification without the carbon-free power of Diablo Canyon power plant. Nuclear power is consistent and a carbon-free source of power. Diablo Canyon stands as the largest private employer in San Luis Obispo County and is central to the health and vibrancy of our regional economy. Please approve PG&E's continued operations at Diablo Canyon. Thank you for your time and commitment to California's energy future and environment.
Thank you. Next is Carl Wirtz, Jill Zemek, Kalea Conrad, Jean Nelson. Carl Wirtz, and we have your presentation.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. I'm Carl Wirtz, representing Fish in Transition. First off, I'd like to thank staff for the thorough analysis you've performed on this recommendation, which we support. We hope for a situation where tribal lands can be completely returned to YTT, its rightful owners, with the understanding continued operation of Diablo could be negotiated with a lease from the tribe. Yet we understand sometimes compromises is necessary and that PG&E's proposal represents a suitable offset to effects entrainment has on sea life. In my PowerPoint, I wanted to make a simple but important point about long-term reliance on natural gas, which I think is overlooked. Can clean power from Diablo Canyon Power Plant be replaced by renewables? Next slide. Governor Newsom and others have touted renewable energy, including solar and wind, as a potential replacement for Diablo Canyon if the plant closes in 2030. Next slide. Unlike Diablo Canyon, however, solar and wind are intermittent sources. The power they provide is dependent on weather and time of day. Next slide. When they aren't available, it's necessary to generate electricity by burning natural gas to meet customer demand. Next slide. Since 2010, adoption of wind, solar, and other intermittent renewables has resulted in an 89% increase in U.S. electricity generated at gas-fired power plants. Gas is now the second largest source of U.S. CO2 emissions after gasoline. Next slide. Wind and solar can reduce CO2 emissions, but only when they're available. Diablo Canyon's ability to provide Californians with reliable baseload power that emits no CO2 is irreplaceable and will be essential for meeting California's aggressive zero emissions goal by 2045. Next slide. With Diablo Canyon, we have an $11 billion investment in a state-of-the-art nuclear plant, one that should not be wasted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jill Zamek, Kalea Conrad, Gene Nelson, John Steinbeck. Jill Zamek.
Hi, I'm Jill Zamek. I live in Arroyo Grande, downwind from dangerous Diablo Canyon. I call upon you to deny both the consistency certification and the coastal development permit. First and foremost, the energy from Diablo Canyon is no longer needed. Much has changed since SB 846 passed in 2022. Its energy is now replaceable by the significant increase in new renewables, storage, and geothermal resources. This is made clear at the recent Diablo Canyon Decommissioning Engagement Panel meeting with a presentation by David Earn from the California Energy Commission. Quote, "If you look between now and about 2030, we have sufficient resources on just an average 1 in 10 kind of situation. We're doing great. We have excess resources. If we were to have something like the event we had in 2020, we'd still have enough resources to ride through there, about a gigawatt of resources. If we had an event like we did in 2022, we should still have enough," end quote. I'd like to add to Linda Seeley's mention about high-level radioactive waste. When Diablo Canyon is decommissioned, there will be what is called greater than Class C waste. The current storage area is not large enough to accommodate the approximately 10 casks of this waste. It has not yet been determined where this waste would be stored, but it looks like PG&E would likely need to construct a new storage pad. I didn't see any mention of this in the staff report. Let's see. There's no debate regarding the severity of the detrimental impacts of the marine environment from the once-through cooling system. But trading land for the destruction of our local marine environment is not a good deal for sea life. I'm looking for direct mitigation, artificial reefs, or fine mesh screens, or shut the plant down. Also, Diablo Canyon is surrounded by a network
Thank you. Thank you. Kalea Conrad, Gene Nelson, John Steinbeck, John Lindsay. Kalea Conrad, go ahead.
Good afternoon to the California Coastal Commission. My name is Kalea Conrad, and I live in the city of San Luis Obispo. Considering the enormity of the impacts to marine life of Diablo Canyon, I'm here to echo the alternative mitigation plan outlined in Senator Laird's letter and the Yaktichu Tichu tribe, urging you to require the immediate conservation with an easement or otherwise of all 12,000 acres of Diablo Canyon lands as a minimum mitigation as soon as possible and in perpetuity regardless of decommission timing. Please reject the staff recommendation that reduces the total acreage of area of 12,000 acres to 1,100 acres, which is less than 10% and unacceptable. I'm here to tell you that it's your responsibility to conserve the entirety of the Diablo lands and work with and fund the Yaktichu Tichu tribe, the original stewards of this land, to support both onshore and offshore mitigations and restoration opportunities, including financial support for YTT to purchase and restore the abalone farm. The Commission should also require a sufficient endowment to manage all of the proposed public access trails. You have the responsibility to pursue maximum mitigation measures, and that includes all 12,000 acres of these lands. For 25 years, the preservation of the entire area has been well supported by SLO County voters, California Natural Resources agencies, the state legislature, Diablo Canyon Decommissioning Panel, and even PG&E at one point. Please do not delay the permanent conservation of all of these lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Gene Nelson, John Steinbeck, John Lindsay, Tom Kerhart. Gene Nelson, and we are bringing up your presentation.
Chair Harmon and members of the California Coastal Commission. Wait a minute, let's get that going. Let's try that again. Okay, I think we're working now. All right. Chair Harmon and members of the California Coastal Commission. My name is Dr. Gene Nelson, President and Senior Legal Researcher for CGNP. We support the staff recommendations regarding extending Diablo Canyon Power Plant's operations at least until 2045. The Commission's determination of APF is excessive. Next slide. The plant is seismically rugged as demonstrated by its full power operation before, during, and after the nearby December 22, 2003 magnitude 6.6 San Simeon earthquake. We've also documented that extended Diablo Canyon operations are extremely cost-effective at the high end of operating a hydroelectric dam. Next slide. Recently toured Diablo Canyon, noting the abundant sea life on Lion Rock. Prior to 2001, the cove was extremely popular as a fishing location. Next slide. CGNP employs sea lions as an indicator species. Per the experience at SeaWorld, these carnivorous marine mammals consume between 15 and 40 pounds of fish, cephalopods each day. Next slide. Here's the variety of marine life that sea lions consume. Next slide. Lion Rock is the largest island on the Diablo Canyon Outfall Cove at about 4.1 acres. At the widest points from north to south, 500 feet, east to west, 375. The photo and the following photos are courtesy of PG&E. Note there are some sea lions shown on the back haunches of the lion. Note the white color is the dried sea lion waste products from consuming the abundant sea life. Next slide. Here's a close-up of some sea lions like we saw from the PG&E boat. Tom Jones banged the side of the boat with a rubber hose. The sea lions came off Lion Rock as they thought it was feeding time. They stayed away from the boat. Next slide. Here's a sea lion convention with likely thousands of attendees on Lion Rock with Diablo Canyon in the background. This is clear evidence of that the island's area's high biological productivity is not being harmed by Diablo Canyon. Keep the sea lions happy. Keep Diablo Canyon running. Thank you.
At this time, thank you everyone for your testimony. We want to make sure we hear from everyone, so we're going to switch to 1 minute for the remainder of the public speakers. Yes, I know. We just want to hear from all of you, so thank you.
All right, thank you. So next, you heard that 1 minute. John Steinbeck, John Lindsay, Tom Kernhart, Denise Allen.
John Steinbeck. I've submitted comments on the staff report, but I mainly wanted to comment on some of the past comments I've heard from speakers regarding the impacts at Diablo Canyon, in contrast to the comments that the impacts are poorly studied. There's over 50 years of data on the effects of the thermal discharge, and those are well documented. It's probably one of the longest studies of its type in the country. Also, the effects of entrainment have been studied in 3 different periods that amount for 3 years, 3 12-month periods of entrainment sampling and data that, again, represent one of the largest or best sources of data on entrainment available. And so yeah. Okay, well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Lindsay, Tom Kernhart, Denise Allen, Lori Tamura. John Lindsay.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. Hey, I worked at Diablo since 1991 with Tenera Environmental Services, and then transitioned over to PG&E. And I could tell you that the land stewardship program there in the Diablo Canyon lands is world class. I'm just so proud of the job that PG&E has done in preserving the 12,000 acres of Diablo Canyon lands, the North Ranch and the South Ranch. And I fully support the relicensing effort, because over 90% of that land would be basically open to the public. Northlands would be, of course, transferred to the state park system, and the Southlands would be open to hikers who would really enjoy these incredible views. And of course, the hike from Rattlesnake Canyon all the way to MDO, to Montana Dero State Park, is really something. The main point I want to make is SLO 2 is probably one of the most significant archaeological sites in California. And right now, SLO 2 enjoys world-class security.
Thank you. Next, Tom Kernhart, Denise Allen, Lori Tamura, Gary Kirkland. Tom Kernhart.
Hey, it's Tom Kuhnhart. I live in Oakland. I just wanted to fully support Senator Laird and Assemblymember Addis's comments in full, as well as Mothers of Peace. I respect all the comments made here about energy and nuclear being carbon free, but it actually increases global warming, with that effluent being 20 degrees warmer. The impacts thereby are unacceptable. The staff report was great on the negative impacts, but falls short. And we need to conserve all 12,000 acres immediately and look at further marine mitigations to restore that marine life there. And the energy can be replaced over the next 5 years with cheaper forms of clean energy: wind, solar, storage, geothermal. And as been said by others, the energy is not needed from Diablo Canyon. So please deny the permit for consistency certification and the coastal development permit, and make sure that the land, all 12,000 acres, get preserved.
Thank you. Next, Denise Allen, Lori Tamura, Gary Kirkland, John Evans. Denise Allen.
Hi, my name's Denise Allen. My family and I have lived within miles of Diablo since the 1950s. I'm supporting the Diablo extension of their permit. However, please increase the protected conservation of the land to 12,000 acres. I feel this is fair because the plant does have environmental impacts on our local area where I live, and also the long-term spent fuel storage risks, as well as the mitigation for the ocean. This is our Yosemite. Please expand the conservation umbrella to 12,000 acres, including Wild Cherry Canyon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lori Tamura, Gary Kirkland, John Evans, Ruth Strauss. Lori Tamura.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Tamura. I am a land use planner here in Santa Maria. I work with many development projects, and the number one condition that we're dealing with is EV parking for vehicles, and requiring housing developments to have all electric. Where is that energy source is going to come from? At this point, we don't have enough, and we are very strongly supporting PG&E's continued operation of Diablo. On a second note, I am the president of Econ Alliance, which is a local organization supporting the development of businesses and industry in the North County of Santa Maria Valley and on the Central Coast, including Vandenberg Space Force Base, which is growing very rapidly, and we need the energy to support those jobs in this area. Please approve the application today.
Thank you. Gary Kirkland, John Evans, Ruth Strauss, Douglas Tate. Gary Kirkland. Gary Kirkland, you should be able to unmute.
Hello.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. I'm supporting the relicensure of Diablo Canyon for as long as they need it, and if they're embrittled, they should be replaced by new nuclear power plants. Also, as a biologist, I know that when you change an environment, it changes, and environments constantly change. So if the water warms up, new species will show up instead of the old ones. So also, one does not own something unless one can defend it. You can ask the Sioux what happened with the Dakotas. You can ask the Chinese, the Russians, and the Arabs what happens when the Genghis Khan and the Mongols showed up. Also, we've seen what happens when, quote, native, although they're first settlers, show up. They tend to build, they don't conserve the land from their point of view. They build casinos. You don't have to conserve land. Land's going to stay there. It may be different, and constantly change. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruth Strauss, Douglas Tate, Seaver Wong, Layla. I know, John Evans, sorry. John Evans, Ruth Strauss, Douglas Tate, Seaver Wong. John Evans.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is John Evans. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. I have been a resident of San Luis Obispo City for the last 50 years, and I've worked in San Luis Obispo for the last 40 years. I've raised my family here. As the crow flies, I probably live about 10 miles away from Diablo Canyon, and I've been very comfortable raising my family next to the plant. I've had the opportunity over the years to visit the plant, and I was struck mainly by three things. Number one, how beautiful it is. Number two, how small it is, especially for generating 10% of California's power. And number three, that it already exists and is producing power. So I would support your approval of the coastal development permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Ruth Strauss, Douglas Tate, Seaver Wong, Layla Kabugos. Ruth Strauss, you should be able to unmute. You should be able to unmute now, and I see that you're on a phone. Either that, or I see you might be on another device. Ruth Strauss.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we're hearing you double you though, so you might want to mute one of your devices.
Okay.
And then try again. All right, one of your devices has been removed.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Hello?
That's good. Go ahead.
Hello?
I think she can't hear us now, but if you can eventually go ahead. Ruth, go ahead if you can hear us.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Ruth, can you hear us?
You have not entered any numbers. Please re-enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
All right. We'll come back maybe in a little bit. Douglas Tate, Seaver Wong, Layla Kabugos, Mitch Silverstein. Douglas Tate.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Douglas Tate. I'm speaking on my own behalf. I'm a SLO County resident for over 28 years, and I have a strong connection to this land as I'm a Pacho Coast Trail steward on the Point Bichon Trail for the last 15 years. So my comments come from that perspective. I take some issue to the staff report that the longstanding community and stakeholder goals are being met. I don't believe that's true. Also say there's no guarantee on the number of acres to be protected in the staff report, because purchasing the land does not guarantee protection unless under a well-written conservation easement. By title, I'm a trail steward. To be a steward, you must know the land is worth saving. One is not a steward when one regards the land as a commodity. When we view the land as a community, then we know it is worth saving and we love it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try Ruth Strauss again. I see that your phone logged off and came back on. You should be able to unmute now on your phone. Ruth Strauss?
Okay, can you?
Yes, we can
hear
you.
me?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much for the diligence of the group for the reports. However, one thing that's sorely lacking here is that you don't have any safety mechanisms set up, and if that isn't done, then there's going to have to be an initiative or a referendum on it. When were the reactors last inspected? Who inspected them in terms of a, not PG&E, they have a conflict of interest, an independent nuclear regulator. When were they last? Where are the results of that? As far as I know, they haven't been inspected in I don't know how long. What regular inspections will they have in the future if they come online? Where will those reports be published for the public? PG&E's safety record is not very good, and their investment is not very good in safety either, as we know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Seaver Wong, Leila Kabugos, Robert Shoecraft, Betty Winholtz. Dr. Seaver Wong.
Hi, I'm Seaver Wang at the Breakthrough Institute, an environmental nonprofit in Berkeley. I hold a PhD in ocean sciences. I wrote part of my doctoral dissertation on marine productivity in the California current. I agree with the Coastal Commission staff recommendation to approve PG&E's coastal development permit. The Commission knows that the retirement of other coastal power plants has reduced total entrainment from 17 billion gallons per day in 2007 to just 4 billion gallons per day. Also, the Commission's scientific approach for estimating fish larva entrainment, the empirical transport model using calculations of the area of production foregone, is highly uncertain for Diablo Canyon and clearly biased towards overestimation. The calculations assume 100% mortality of all entrained organisms, despite citing a 1983 Moss Landing study showing that measured mortality can be as low as 50%. The method does not account for recirculation from Diablo Canyon of the offtake back to the intake. The sampling method samples too far offshore and too deep, overestimating entrainment risk for organisms that are not likely to be entrained. And lastly, it does not account for current changes off the California coast that likely reduce the APF size. I believe this method is simplistic and highly uncertain, especially for Diablo Canyon.
Right,
Thank you.
And a reminder to our Zoom participants, please keep your video off until it is your turn to speak. Next is Leila Kabugos, followed by Robert Shoecraft, Betty Winholtz, Stephen Marks. Leila, go ahead.
Hello, Leila Kabugos. I'm a homeowner in Oceano, and for brevity, I'll just say that the trail easement connecting Port San Luis to Montaña de Oro, ideally with the Wild Cherry Canyon alignment, is a high-impact and readily implemented part of PG&E's mitigation plan presently reserved for Phase 2 that I'd like to see in Phase 1. And I wonder if the loss of access for continued operations, even just until 2030, is not in itself sufficient to justify including the trail dedication in Phase 1. I also wonder, might the estimated lost local revenue alone balance the funding of trail planning, construction, and maintenance? I encourage the Commission to recommend an endowment based on an estimate of true costs. The $5.5 million seems unlikely to approach adequacy. Such payment might require CPUC approval, but other parts of the staff report illustrate how contingencies can be accommodated in the mitigation plan, so this doesn't seem like an impediment to me. I think we can do better than mitigation that is just characterized as substantial, and I urge you to push for a package that better serves the public interest in conservation and access. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Shoecraft, Betty Winholtz, Stephen Marks, Ted Rhodes. Robert Shoecraft.
Good afternoon. Do you know how hard it is to tell a lawyer he only has 1 minute to talk? As you've heard, I represent Home Fed Corporation. We hold the lease to Wild Cherry Canyon. Over the past decade, our client has invested millions of dollars to pursue a responsible and positive development of Wild Cherry Canyon in a way that would be beneficial to the entire community, something everyone will be able to enjoy rather than Wild Cherry Canyon being fenced off with no trespassing signs. We appreciate your legal counsel updating the commission on the Court of Appeals' recent decision ruling in favor of HomeFed. We also appreciate Mr. Jones confirming PG&E has no right to Wild Cherry Canyon and that HomeFed enjoys the lease for the next 140 years. I must mention that Ms. Woodruff's interpretation of our lease was mistaken. There is no provision in the lease that affords the landlord the right to withhold consent to the lessee pursuing any lawful use of the land. The lease allows HomeFed to use the property for any lawful purpose. The lessor may not take any action that would impact that right. We respectfully request the Commission consider this application to be deferred to allow us a further opportunity to evaluate this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Biddy Winholtz, Stephen Marks, Ted Rhodes, Renell Porter. Biddy Winholtz.
Thank you. I want to say that in spite of all the comment by the elected officials and official offices and whoever, that this is not about land. It's about water, and you're not mitigating the water impacts. And so it's not about whether PG&E continues. That's not the point here. The point is it being adequately mitigated? And I would suggest to you that it's not. You need to get rid of the once through cooling. You need to do cooling towers, or you need to do the barriers like have been talked about earlier, but you're not addressing the real issue, which is water impacts. And even though these are other dreams by people that they want this land, that's not the point here. The point is the water, the wildlife in the water, and you're not addressing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Stephen Marks, Ted Rhodes, Renell Porter, Ace Hoffman. Stephen Marks.
Hello. If the planned conservation easement is reduced from 12,000 to 1,100 acres, I think it's quite possible that the rest of the land will suffer the fate of a huge tract of uniquely beautiful and resource-rich beach and coastal land on the west coast of the island of Kauai. It was purchased a few years ago by a famous multi-billionaire and has been transformed into his locked private compound and bunker to be used or sold at his discretion, much to the dismay of long-term local residents and visitors. One other comment in the few seconds I have left: all this concern about the shortage of energy without Diablo does not take into account the infinitely growing demand by unregulated crypto servers and growing demand of AI servers that are going to outpace any possible future supply. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Rhodes, Renell Porter, Ace Hoffman, Geraldine Clemens.
Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. My name is Ted Rhodes. I live down here in Carpinteria in Santa Barbara County, and speak today to urge the Coastal Commission to deny the PG&E Coastal Development Permit and Consistency Certification. I support the EDC and the Mothers for Peace recommendations on this. The proposed out-of-kind environmental mitigation for ongoing damage to the marine environment is inadequate and falling far too short. Most importantly, for those of us who live here in Santa Barbara County, we all live downwind of the nuclear plant and therefore in harm's way should there be an accident. And there have been accidents elsewhere, unexpected. The proposed environmental mitigation will not help us at all in the case of a nuclear accident. Indeed, the seismic safety of the plant has not been determined as required by SB 846. Please deny this coastal development permit and consistency certification. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just note right here that we have about 25 speakers left that we were able to find, and then 25 more that we're unable to find. We'll keep going. Renell Porter, Ace Hoffman, Becca Lucas Thomas, and Michael Quesada. Renell Porter, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Renell Porter and I live in Atascadero. I want to remind you of what this commission was created to do: to protect and enhance the California coast for the benefit of people, wildlife, the future, not for the convenience or the profit of PG&E. If you choose to weaken environmental protections for Diablo Canyon, you're not upholding your mission, you're abandoning it. PG&E has made billions from this coastline. If they get to keep the plant open longer, They should be required to do more, not sneak in last-minute rollbacks under the radar. This coast belongs to the people of California, not to PG&E. You are its guardians. Do the job you were appointed to do. Protect this coast, protect this ocean, protect the public trust. Please do not give in to PG&E and do whatever it takes to get this land conserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ace Hoffman, Becca Lucas Thomas, Michael Quesada, Jeremy Wynn. Ace Hoffman. Ace, go ahead. I see that you're unmuted. Okay, you just remuted yourself. You should be able to unmute. And then if you are talking, unfortunately, we can't hear you. Let's move on to our next speaker and come back in a little bit. Becca Lucas Thomas, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Becca Lucas Thomas. I am a Yaktichi Chichi Yaktilhini Northern Chumash tribal member from the village of Sapatu, today's Avila Beach. I come before you today to ask you to be brave and fight for our tribe to reclaim our homeland and to listen to Waititi tribal members as the only people who can speak for Waititi's ability as landholders and managers. Our tribe, Waititi, is indisputably the homeland tribe of the Pecho Coast. While we have been involved in various activities related to DCPP and the surrounding lands over time, we were explicitly not included in the Diablo Lands Conservation Planning Project Work Group, as was previously inaccurately represented in comments today, and thank you to Supervisor Ortiz-Lake for clarifying this as well. Not everyone may be familiar with the long and heartbreaking history of colonization of this beautiful place that we call California. So if you're unaware of the generations of land grabs and genocide enabled by the Spanish, Mexican, and then US governments in the lead up to California's admission to the Union in 1850 and following, I invite you to take the time to educate yourself. With the historical reality in mind, I invite you to consider how you can make decisions now to create a just future for the first stewards of this land, ensure land protection and perpetuity under our care, and align with California's stated goals of ancestral tribal land return. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try Ace Hoffman again.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I want you to consider the safety issue because you talked a lot about the earthquakes, and it was clear that you are very unsure as to what is going to happen with earthquakes, and yet you handed this knowledge over to the NRC so that they could approve of the plant. And that's not a proper way to do it. You should look at what you've got and say, there's no way this is a safe place for the next 20, 30, 40 years, as long as it's going to be. So that's one problem. Another problem is this mitigation thing. You're basically trying to bribe the tribes by giving them land back that they deserve in the first place. Why don't you just give them the land back? As for the cost of solar, in Australia, they're giving away energy during solar peak hours. It's free. It's beyond free. And in China, they build a new nuke plant worth of solar every 2 weeks. That's all. I run out of time. Thank you so much for letting us speak at all, and thanks for retrying me.
Thank you. Next is Michael Quesada, Jeremy Wynn, Jasmine Advincula, and Mail B. Michael Quesada, I see that you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute now.
Thanks. My name is Michael Quesada, and I'm proud to call the Central Coast my home. My family and I are deeply rooted here, and we spend our free time exploring local trails, enjoying the beach, and taking in the natural beauty that defines our coastline. This is a place where community and environment are intertwined. It's that balance that makes living here so special. As someone raising a young family on the coast, I think constantly about the future we are building for our children. Clean air, healthy ocean, and stable climate are all part of what we want to preserve for the next generation. That's why the decision about Diablo Canyon power matters so much. Diablo Canyon provides dependable carbon-free electricity to communities across California. I believe we have a responsibility to balance environmental care with realistic energy planning. Not renewing the coastal permit for Diablo Canyon now would not only threaten our energy reliability, but would also run counter to our climate goals and the health of our communities. I urge the Commission to support the continued operation of Diablo Canyon Power Plant for the benefit of our environment, our economy, and the families who call this coast home. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you. Next, Jeremy Wynn, Jasmine Advincula, Mail Benumov, Christina Lange. Jeremy Wynn.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Wynn, and I am a PG&E employee and an IBW 1245 member. For over 26 years, I've been an employee at the power plant, working firsthand with the systems and processes that ensure our operations are safe and dependable. I've worked directly alongside our resident NRC inspectors throughout my career, and their confidence in Diablo Canyon's performance is reflected in the plant's safety evaluation report, which states that Diablo Canyon is safe to operate for an additional 20 years. That's not speculation. It's a documented assessment by the federal agency responsible for nuclear safety oversight. I've also worked closely with our environmental team to ensure that the ocean water we use and return meets all regulatory standards. And in many cases, we apply more conservative operational practices than is what is strictly required. We do this because we live here and we value the coastline, its marine ecosystem, and our community. Diablo Canyon provides clean, carbon-free electricity to millions of Californians, supports thousands of families through high-skilled jobs, and remains essential to maintaining grid reliability as California expands renewable energy sources. Extending Diablo Canyon's operation supports our climate goals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Jasmine Advincula, Mail Benumov, Ara Castello, Cameron Kuda. Jasmine Advincula.
Good afternoon. I'm Jasmine Advincula here on behalf of the California Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce in support of PG&E's continued operation of Diablo Canyon Power Plant. Clean, reliable, and affordable energy is essential for small businesses and the communities we serve. Extending Diablo Canyon's operations keeps 17% of California's clean power online, enough to serve 4 million Californians and preserve one of the most affordable and dependable clean energy sources we have. For small businesses and disadvantaged communities, affordability matters. When energy prices rise, they're the first to feel it. Replacing nuclear power with higher cost or carbon-emitting sources would only widen economic gaps. PG&E is also SLO County's largest private employer, supporting 1,300 high-paying jobs and countless local businesses. For clean energy, jobs, and equity, we urge support for Diablo Canyon's continued operations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Mail Benumov, Era Castello, Cameron Kuta, Nadia Kauja. Mail Benumov.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'll start my statement by saying my name is Miley Benumov, and I would like to stand in solidarity with the Yakututu Yakutahini Northern Chumash tribe and demand that the commission center them in the mitigation concerns, and that this land, the Pecho Coast, the sacred lands, have been stewarded by them for time immemorial, and it is a policy of the California Public Utilities Commission, California Natural Resources, and the California Coastal Commission that tribal return is a goal of your agencies. And so I urge you to walk your talk and use this as an opportunity to achieve that goal, and remind you that tribal land return was a part of the formal plans of PG&E's original disengagement statements, and there's no plan for YTT to limit the public access to the lands or do away with the plant, and so I urge you to center YTT. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ara Castello, Cameron Kuda, Nadia Kauja, Daryl Gale. Ara Castello.
Yep. There we go. I'm Ara. I live here in SLO County. I noticed that many non-native people are afraid of being seen maybe as on the wrong side, or of being called ignorant or ill-informed, maybe even racist. And because of that fear, it can sometimes seem easier to stay neutral, or to side with whoever sounds the most confident or performs an identity most convincingly. But fear is not a compass, and the truth is very clear. YTT Northern Chumash are the only legitimate tribal descendants of the Pecho Coast, proven through genealogy, archaeology, anthropology, all the ologies. Refusing to provide proof is a red flag, not a badge of honor. For those of us who came here more recently, we are guests here and we are still learning. Learning means being willing to say harm happened and we're going to make it right. The choice is simple. Repeat the harm or heal it. Return the land to YTT. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Cameron Kuda, Nadia Kauja, Daryl Gale, Nina Beatty, Cameron Kuda.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So we all agree that the marine environment is damaged by the once-through cooling system. The mitigation measures do nothing to protect the marine environment, and there's no reason why PG&E should get special privileges to get out of these regulations. Once-through cooling should be phased out by all power plants in California, and it was only allowed to be continued at Diablo because Diablo was supposed to have been shut down by now. I think we also need to bring up the embrittlement issue, of which PG&E has not provided a credible answer for, since its last study in 2003, which showed that one of the reactors could be dangerously embrittled by 2021. PG&E has released no further testing, with many excuses, but the strongest excuse was that it was supposed to be shut down by now. I don't know why we are acting as though PG&E is so responsible and trustworthy after we have seen scandal after scandal causing explosions, wildfires, and destruction. Last, I want to say that every year that Diablo continues to operate creates more nuclear waste.
Thank you. Next, Nadia Kauja, Daryl Gale, Nina Beatty, Annette Limon. Nadia Kauja, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Commissioners. My name is Nadia Kwaja. I'm born and raised in California, and I work with the Samuel Lawrence Foundation, advocating for the transparent handling of nuclear waste, and I urge you to deny PG&E's application for continued operation of Diablo Canyon. Energy from Diablo Canyon is no longer needed. SB 846 allowed extension only if reliability required it, but California's grid has more renewables, battery storage, and geothermal energy than ever before, and Diablo's power can be replaceable. Land conservation does not offset marine destruction. True mitigation would require direct marine restoration, and I'm incredibly concerned by the dismissal of water impacts. Seismic safety has not been verified, and waste storage is reaching capacity, and we really need to start thinking about the back end of this fuel cycle. Professor Digby McDonald, the late UC Berkeley nuclear materials expert, warned tirelessly that Diablo Canyon is the second most embrittled reactor in the nation. An accident here could be colossal and catastrophic, making this area uninhabitable. I urge you to reject PG&E's application and require a comprehensive, safety-based, and legally compliant review before any continued operation at Diablo Canyon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Daryl Gale, Nina Beatty, Annette Limon, Ty Connolly. Daryl Gale, I see that you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute now. Daryl, I see that you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Deny the consistency certificate and the coastal development permit and coastal commission. Why do you believe PG&E and, for that matter, SoCal Edison? They both consistently lie. They have incredible PR machines. They openly lie to you and the public regarding safety issues. That's all I have to say is stop believing everything they say, because everything I was going to say has already been said. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Next, Nina Beatty, Annette Limon, Ty Connolly, Sophia Marquez. Nina Beatty, go ahead.
Great. This is Nina Beatty. I oppose the CDN extensions. Diablo Canyon adversely affects public welfare. It has a history of engineering and construction faults, safety violations, abuse to sea otters, drug and alcohol problems, deferred maintenance, earthquake vulnerability, retaliation against whistleblowers, withholding health and safety information while generating dirty, carbon-intense energy. The once-through cooling and earthquake risks alone are worth denial. One or both reactors are shut down about 40% of the time, planned and unplanned outages. It doesn't provide reliable electricity. PG&E hasn't completed its embrittlement study. Until it's complete and independently reviewed, extensions are premature. Once through cooling is ocean warming and marine murder. If USGS seismic research uses high decibel sonar, it will destroy more marine life. Conservation easements are distracting false solutions, ignoring their damage. PG&E has injured and killed for decades, causing pollution and high rates, enjoying immunity from accountability. Gavin Newsom broke promises to the public. Promises by PG&E and its politicians aren't reliable. Please protect the welfare and stop the damage. Deny the CD's extension and CDP. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Annette Limon, Ty Connolly, Sophia Marquez, Jennifer Clay. Annette Limon.
Hi.
Considering your mission statement, I have difficulty understanding the reasoning as to why the land transference back to Tichu Yaktilhini was removed from the proposal. I ask this because who better to protect and enhance the land other than those who are native to the region? Indigenous folks are the fiercest and most loving protectors of the land and all life that resides on it. Indigenous folks do not protect the land because it is their job or a passion. They do it because it is their home, a part of their heart, and they treat and love the land and all life on it as a sacred family member. In their possession, the land and wildlife are not vulnerable to the highest bidder, neglect, or a lack of respect. The land isn't safe outside of a tribal land return. We saw earlier this year that our public lands weren't even safe when the big, beautiful bill included the sale of public lands. Tribal land return is the only ethical and logical thing to do. What is the point of a land acknowledgement when you have the opportunity to return stolen land and choose not to? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ty Connolly, Sophia Marquez, Jennifer Clay, Meredith Hager. Ty Connolly.
All right. Hello, and due to the California Coastal Commission. My name is Ty Connolly, and I'm a resident of San Luis Obispo for the past 5 years now. And I grew up in San Clemente, which is not far from San Onofre, the nuclear power plant down there. Yeah, and currently residing in the unceded lands of Yaktitutu Yaktilhini, Northern Chumash tribe, and I would like to express my displeasure in learning of the general exclusion of YTT from the current land transference proposal for the lands of the Petro Coast, and would like to propose that you do include them to the highest extent in giving these lands back to them. Having lived in Tilhini for the past 5 years, I've created an immense appreciation for these lands and its peoples, and can only wish to see them stewarded and returned to the irrefutable descendants of this land. Thank you for your time, and this is an opportunity to stop repeating history and return to tribal lands.
Thank you. Next, Sophia Marquez, Jennifer Clay, Meredith Haker, Bruce Campbell. Sophia Marquez.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Okay. Nukaka Sophia Marquez Mikani, San Luis Obispo Tilhini, Mami Yaktamantani Kani. Hello, my name is Sophia Marquez, and I live and work in San Luis Obispo, also known as Tilhini by the Yaktichu Yaktilhini Band of Northern Chumash. And I come to you speaking the Quechua language of my indigenous Ecuadorian ancestors. I am a wildlife biologist and coordinator for the San Luis Obispo Prescribed Burn Association, of which YTT is one of our partners in Greater Land Stewards. I am not in support of the staff recommendation to not conserve the land surrounding Diablo Canyon. Native tribes reserve the first right of refusal to purchase and manage these lands. YTT in specific are the unrefuted descendants of the Petro Coast and whose homelands reside on the land where Diablo Canyon sits today. To deny them this right would be to repeat history and actively harm YTT in their quest to land back and tribal sovereignty. Indigenous people from all hemispheres urge you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jennifer Clay, Meredith Haker, Bruce Campbell, Jack Neff. Jennifer Clay.
Great. Hello, my name is Jennifer Clay. I'm a resident of San Luis Obispo, professor and chair of physics at Cal Poly. Diablo Canyon is the largest clean energy producer in California, producing enough power for 4 million Californians. Based on analysis by the California Energy Commission, no existing clean energy resources can fully replace Diablo Canyon's energy production, nor can new clean energy resources come online fast enough to affordably replace its output and meet our state's growing electricity demand. I have visited Diablo Canyon and seen firsthand the excellent job that PG&E is doing to preserve and protect the land and marine ecosystem. I'm proud to live in SLO County, and I support continued operations for the full 20-year NRC license renewal and beyond for Diablo Canyon. I concur with the Coastal Commission staff report's recommendation and strongly urge the Commission to vote yes to approve the Federal Consistency Certification and Coastal Development Permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Meredith Haker, Bruce Campbell, Jack Neff, Nico Will. Meredith Haker.
My name is Meredith Hawker. I'm a longtime San Luis Obispo resident, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to ask the Commission to oppose their staff's recommendation. I ask that you require the conservation with an easement or otherwise of all 12,000 acres of Diablo Canyon lands, not just the 1,100 proposed by the Commission staff, as the bare minimum mitigation for Diablo's impacts. Additionally, it is the responsibility of the Commission to comply with the policies of tribal land return within the state's own policy, keeping the Yaktitu Yaktilhini Northern Chumash tribe at the table to make important decisions regarding the future of this land. The best way to guarantee protection of these lands is to abide by PG&E's original plans to return land to its rightful stewards and owners post-decommission. Please do not delay the permanent protection of all 12,000 acres of the Diablo Canyon lands and all of the direct offshore marine habitat. In order to care for the well-being of this land and to protect future generations' access to this land, you must require conservation, easement or otherwise, of all 12,000 acres, and you must keep the Yaktitu Yaktilhini Northern Chumash tribe at the table for management and protection of their homeland. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Campbell, Jack Neff, Nico Will, Nancy Okada. Bruce Campbell, I see that you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute now. And Bruce Campbell, you should be able to unmute. You may need to dial *6 to unmute. Okay,
yeah.
there you go.
Hi there, this is Good Day Coastal Commissioners. My name's Bruce Campbell. Please reject both the consistency determination and the CDP regarding Diablo Canyon reactor extensions, due largely to the admitted major damage to marine biological resources in the area from the facility, while proposing insufficient mitigations. The public was promised thick casks to house spent fuel rod assemblies, but instead got very thin canisters, which would be more dangerous due to expansion of spent fuel storage in thin canisters in fairly limited space upon extended Diablo operation. Laird's spokesperson mentioned that the Point Busan trail was to mitigate the dry cask site. There is no dry cask site because they switched them to thin canisters. Look at the YouTube on dry cask accident testing. Those are casks. Those aren't thin canisters like they have at Diablo Canyon, which are only a half-inch thick. Nuclear power is the most expensive energy source, not the cheapest. The reactors emit radioactive carbon-14, thus is not carbon-free, and it's the energy mode that will result in the most genetic mutations in primates and other species. And lastly, nuclear power has the highest carbon footprint of any non-fossil fuel energy source, due largely to emissions from uranium enrichment.
Thank you. Next, Jack Neff, Nico Will, Nancy Okada, Ben Lippert. Jack Neff.
Chairperson and members of the Coastal Commission, I urge you to reject the staff report. The acceptance of a conservation easement is merely a promise of the future. It's a future interest in land that is PG&E seeks to control. And once again, PG&E pays nothing and receives everything. They're already 1.4 in debt to California for their loan to stay operating to date. This is not in the public interest. The dangers of Diablo Canyon have been known forever. I repeat what the other speaker said about PG&E not being a good steward of the land or California's environment. Their negligence stretches back every single day with Diablo Canyon, no less than other places where PG&E is in business. Please reject the staff report and support protect the California coast and coastline.
Thank you. Next, Nico Will, Nancy Okada, Ben Lippert, and then I'll start calling names that we haven't been able to find. Nico Will.
Hello, I'm Nico Will, and I am a student studying engineering at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, so I have a vested interest in this matter. While I may not be an expert on public policy or management economics, I do know that as we have seen in the past 5 years, especially in the great state of California, we base our policies not on fear or misinformation, but on science. And the science and data says, in addition to the about 1/10 of our green energy coming from Diablo Canyon, It is also the fact that nuclear has the lowest death rate per terawatt hour compared to any other energy source, tied with solar. And even as we see here on this graph, emits less CO2 per kilowatt hour than all fossil fuels and solar and wind. And therefore, the data supports a case in favor of nuclear energy and in general, and Diablo Canyon in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Nancy Okada, Ben Lippert, and then we were able to find one already, Audrey Ford. But Nancy Okada, you should be able to unmute now. Nancy Okada, there you go.
Okay, great. Here I am. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nancy Okada, Sierra Club, California, Coastal Subcommittee, and also on behalf of the Santa Lucia chapter. We actually urge you to deny PG&E's application for this consistency determination. We are supporting the letters from Senator Laird, as well as the land mitigation and EDC's and the Mothers for Peace suggestions also. We ask you to support Laird's letter, and we also ask you to save the 12,000 acres that are required, that are being kind of piecemealed away. We really need that saved, and that needs to be put into the application, into the whole proposal. So please deny this proposal from PG&E, and they were going to stop the reactor before. They need to stop it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ben Lippert, then Audrey Ford, then Gianna Patchen, we were able to find. Ben Lippert, go ahead. Sorry. Now you should be able to unmute. Ben Lippert. Actually, it looks like you don't have a mic attached, or you don't have an active microphone. Sorry. So we'll move on to Audrey Ford and then Gianna Patchen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Audrey. I'm a marine biologist with Committee to Bridge the Gap and our allies. We are begging you to reject the recommendation to extend the license. At this point, I have to forego my entire original comment due to these time restraints. I would like it to be officially on the record that as a member of the public, it feels incredibly unfair that the first 4+ hours were reserved for non-public speakers, allowing nearly all of the initial speakers to blatantly ignore their stated time restraints and speak well over the allotted time. If you are trying to get through everyone fairly, as you say, you should apply the same stringent adherence to your stated rules to everyone and not let that oversight silence the public. We are begging you to reject these endless extensions and shut this devastating tragedy in the making down now. The impact of this decision will define your future, and we are praying that you do the right thing. Please, please close this toxic plant, please.
Thank you. Next, Gianna Patchen. Or whoever is with the St. Lucia chapter. St. Lucia chapter. You should be able to unmute. I see that you're unmuted. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Gianna Patchen, the Sierra Club's Santa Lucia chapter coordinator, representing over 4,000 Sierra Club members and supporters here in San Luis Obispo County. We ask you to deny the CDP inconsistency determination for the many reasons stated today, especially because the staff report's recommendations are not adequate mitigations. If you decide to grant PG&E's permit, the following mitigations are indeed feasible: permanent conservation of all 12,000 acres, direct marine mitigations, and sufficient long-term funding for trails and conservation. Way back in the year 2000, 75% of SLO County voted for the DREAM Initiative supporting Diablo Canyon lands conservation. In 2006, the Commission had an opportunity to protect these lands. The staff recommended 9,000 acres of conservation easement for PG&E's Diablo Canyon. The Commission ultimately removed this requirement, citing the DREAM Initiative as sufficient. It clearly was not. Please don't make the same mistakes as your predecessors. It's been decades. If the adequate mitigations for Diablo's operations aren't required now, it's unlikely they ever will be. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, under the name St. Lucia Chapter, you should be able to unmute. And who is this?
Hello?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm speaking. This is Susan Harvey. I'm speaking for California Land Watch in San Luis Obispo County. We incorporated in 2001 as Paso Watch, and over the years we have commented on ones through cooling, nuclear waste ponds, as fishy, steam generator replacement, and seismic safety. Your commission has agency here and responsibility for this permit. Please require the only mitigation measures that could possibly minimize the impact of coastal resources in a realistic time frame. Require that once through cooling be replaced with a closed cycle system and require immediate conservation easements over all the buffer properties. If the applicant stands behind the viability, safety, and need for the plant, cost of replacing the once through cooling is a small expense compared to the benefits to PG&E. If real full mitigation is not feasible, deny the permit. We support the positions of Senator Laird, Mothers for Peace, and others, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And then I think we do have Ben Lippert now. You should be able to unmute.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, I'm sorry for the background noise. I'm in San Luis Obispo. I'm picking up 2 children at an elementary school. I just wanted to say that your job is not to determine whether grid stability matters right now. Your job is to make sure that the externalities of Diablo Canyon are mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. And I don't think there's any way that you can justify your staff's recommendation as meeting that standard.
All right, thank you. Those are all the names that we have signed up that we're able to find. I'm going to list out a bunch of names that we weren't able to find. If you hear your name, please raise your hand. Sierra Rizzo, Ron Pomerantz, Christina Lange, Geraldine Clemens, Mikkel, Greg Haskin, Kathy Sampson Cruz, Corey Black, Joseph Mangano, Caroline, Michael Cannon, Bob Larson, Mark McGinnis, Tina Toe, John B. Ashball, Chris Goldblatt, Haken Hoken Williams, Alice McNally, Slo Gutierrez, Mary Beth Brannigan, Sophie Croche, Lucy J. Swanson, Kelsey Schaefer, Josh Cross, and Danielle Mary Becker. I'm seeing some hands raised. We have Alice McNally. Alice, you should be able to unmute now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Today I speak in agreement with Mothers for Peace and the Sierra Club to oppose both state and federal permits. PG&E requires for continued operations at Diablo Canyon. Close the plant and protect and permanently preserve all 12,000 acres of Diablo coastal lands as anticipated for 25 years. The commission must require a sufficient endowment to manage all of the proposed public access trails and direct offshore marine habitat mitigation, in addition to the long-planned land conservation mitigations. Now is likely your last chance to permanently protect this land for open space, habitat conservation, and public coastal access, which is your mission as the Coastal Commission. No amount of mitigation makes relicensing acceptable. Don't let California down. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to try the person under the name iPhone raising their hand. The name iPhone. You should be able to unmute. Please state your name.
Could that be me?
Yes. What is your name?
Thanks.
Greg Haskin,
Okay, go ahead.
representing CoLab, San Luis Obispo, and Santa Barbara counties. And we're the Coalition of Labor, Agriculture, and Business, calling in support of the staff recommendation. You've heard all the arguments about economic impact and the need to expand our grid in California. But this also gives you, the staff recommendation gives you time and capacity to get the plan right in the long run. We need the economic support, we need the grid support, and we need the time that the 20-year extension will allow to get the permits right, get the land transfers right, and do the job the way that California needs you to do. So please vote yes for the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Now we were just able to locate Sarah Rizzo. Sarah, you should be able to unmute now.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Sarah Rizzo. I've lived in Avila Beach for close to 37 years now, about a quarter mile from the entrance to PG&E. I'm raising my 2 young kids there. We enjoy the area. PG&E has been a great neighbor, a great steward of the land. I fully support their application, and I fully support staff's recommendation. Not to get into everything, Don Ortiz-Legg, my supervisor, I don't always agree with her, but I agree with her 100%. I do not agree with Senator Laird on this. I think it's an overreach. I think you're going to have Nolan-Dolan problems. I'm an attorney. Like I said, I support staff's recommendation, and we need to keep Diablo open. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, the user under the name Khaleesi, you should be able to unmute and please state your name.
My name is Kelsey Schaefer, and I am a member of Yaktitu Titu Yaktilhini Northern Chumash Tribe. Tua Micha Yakpismono wa Yaki Estrono Olivas Lathrop, Ki Tukasla Yaktilhini Watapatu Watatawa, wa Pepatu Yaki Estrono. Our families are the direct descendants of the Petro Coast, the first and oldest caretakers of our relatives and the land, the water, and the sky people. This proposed plan is inadequate by our standards. Our families work tirelessly in mitigation, restoration, stewardship, and protection of Tatoa. We never left this place. Tatoa translates to the place of our chest, the place that holds our heart and our spirit. We continue to access this space. Our relationship is rooted in truth, respect, and responsibility to care for Tatoa with reciprocity. Community input and state policy emphasize tribal land return. Land can only be returned to the people it was taken from. We ask that YTT be given the first right of refusal for the Petro Coast for all 12,000 acres. We don't need to wait for decommissioning to buy our stolen land back. We do not want to be consulted for consideration. We want our inherent rights and responsibilities restored. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the phone number ending in 320. You should be able to unmute now. An unknown number ending in 320. You should be able to unmute. Okay. And then please state your name.
Roxanne Sanchez, California resident and student. I am a member of the public community, the younger generation, and the voice of the indigenous peoples. I am a speaker to those who speak of the heart with human concern. My argument with this mitigation is the original plan and documented first right of refusal given to Northern Chumash and its alliances. The overlooked percentage of power this plan produces, along with full responsibility of preservation and conservation to land, ocean, and animal regard. I stand with glad back Yaktitu Titu Yaktihini Northern Chumash and the innovative chance to protect and restore this land for future generations. We cannot continue to erase the history of the land and its peoples. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are seeing some other hands raised, but those signups came after the cutoff. We are seeing no more other speakers that we have signed up to speak. So, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Chris, and thank you to the public. Now we're going to take a break, and then we will come back with the applicant's rebuttal, and we'll move into deliberations. To the commissioners, please be back 3:25, 3:28. We'll get started by 3:30. Thank you. Okay, everybody. Thank you. So we will now return to the applicant, and they will have 5 minutes for their rebuttal. Mr. Jones, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 6 buckets to go over quickly here. First is there's been some contentions that PG&E applied for a 20-year license with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission unilaterally and arbitrarily. That's simply false. PG&E consulted with the Department of Water Resources, which holds our contract, the governor's office, and other state policymakers, since the NRC regulations does say up to 20 years. However, in over their 40 license renewals, they have only evaluated and issued for 20 years because they look at the safety of the facility for the maximum duration. The second is the NRC separately communicated to both the utility and the Department of Water Resources that if the state needed us for simply 5 years and a day, that next day would require a new license. So, because we can apply for the 20 years, which is what the regulator is accustomed to, and you get a more robust safety analysis, we did apply for the 20 years, and the state recognizes that they have 5 levers to control how long Diablo truly runs. It's the power of the purse string as a regulated utility, no funding, no plant. It's the once through cooling policy and the findings that the State Water Board needs to make. No findings, no operations. We have to have site control. The State Lands Commission has jurisdiction there. If they don't extend the lease, we don't operate. We go down the list, and lastly, legislation is required, and also this commission would need a subsequent coastal development permit, as the staff report reflects. The second bucket is PG&E has done this before on the South Ranch. They can simply do it again. Well, the first item that was cited was the trail in 1979 related to the training facility after the Coastal Act was implemented. Eureka Energy did not own the lands at the time, and PG&E had to compensate the previous landowner for that alignment in that trail. The second was related to the 2006 steam generator permit, when there was a 1,200-acre deed restriction encumbrance on the property. That occurred before additional layers of affiliate rules have been applied by the Public Utilities Commission. And your staff independently corroborated those with the Utilities Commission, and I believe it's on the staff report on page 72 and 73. So the rules are different. In one case, the affiliate didn't own it. In the second case, rules have changed since then. That's why we do think the first right of refusal is the most practical tool that works in all the spaces, and SB 846 contemplated purchasing these properties as well. It allocated $150 million for the purchases of these properties, and the first right of refusal tool makes that possible. There's been comments about Wild Cherry Canyon several times. The short summation is Mr. Shoecraft that represents HomeFed is correct. The lease does allow for any lawful purpose of the properties and has always contemplated development. The landowner can't arbitrarily deny the purposes expressed in the lease. PG&E and Eureka Energy never entered into that lease. Eureka Energy ended up buying the property as a lot of properties when it purchased the power plant. That was a sale on the county courthouse steps. Eureka Energy and PG&E never fathomed having Wild Cherry Canyon. It was just a binary choice: buy all the land south of the power plant or buy none of it, including the land with the power plant. There's been some discussion about the need of the energy. SB 846 is quite clear. It requires the California Energy Commission on an annual basis to see if the plant's needed. They do that, they comply with the law, and their findings are the plant's needed. Let's see, there's one more. No, I think I've checked through them real quick there. So we're in good shape there. Lastly, I'll go back to that previous encumbrance of the 1,200 acres. And that's why we talk about that your staff's done a nice job in getting a more comprehensive mitigation package, because those ratios, again, were 110 acres per year of operations for the same findings, and we're looking at much greater mitigation than that on this go-around. That concludes our rebuttal remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. With that, we will close the public hearing and we will return to our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. Just covering a number of points that we felt warranted some response. Starting with a comment was made that Special Condition 7 regarding additional seismic investigations and information noted that until that work had been done, the Coastal Commission lacks the info needed to find consistency with its hazards policy. I wanted to clarify that Commission staff have reviewed all available information and found it supports a finding of consistency with the Coastal Act's hazard section. Special Condition 7 acknowledges that there are opportunities, however, to incrementally improve the quality of that existing data, and that existing suite of data, and that some of this work would require many years to complete. As such, Special Condition 7 requires this information to be collected and provided to the Commission as part of a review of a permit amendment application that PG&E must submit if the plant is to continue operating beyond 2030. I wanted to also acknowledge receipt of a letter from the YTT at 9 a.m. this morning, and that we've been unable to review it in detail, but it appears to align with the information shared by YTT representatives today that we've heard from, and the information shared in consultation meetings with Commission staff. Comments were made regarding the authority for including in this letter from the YTT regarding the authority for land disposition, and that it lies solely with the California Public Utilities Commission. Recommended special conditions acknowledge the CPUC's role in approving proposed transference of utility-owned lands and establishment of conservation easements on them. SB 846 identifies this role as well, and that the CPUC's review shall be in consultation with other state agencies. Commission staff have been in consultation with PUC staff throughout its review process and confirmed that the recommended special conditions appropriately reflect the CPUC's role and authority. Comments were made that the Commission's action should not impede return of North and South Ranch lands to the YTT. As noted in the staff report, addendum, and presentation this morning, the recommended special conditions have been carefully crafted to accommodate a land return outcome through inclusion of tribal entities in the condition that would implement the right of first refusal portion of PG&E's mitigation proposal, and through clarification that PG&E is not required to only transfer North Ranch to a public agency. While we've heard a number of requests for the Commission to actively require land transfer to only the YTT, staff believes it's appropriate to retain the approach taken in the recommended special conditions, and that is aligned with the Commission's adopted tribal consultation policy, and that it provides a broad opportunity for all tribes identified by the expert agency, the Native American Heritage Commission, as traditionally and culturally affiliated with the project area, to seek acquisition of the land. Concerns were raised regarding the realignment of the Petro Coast Trail, and then it would result in the loss of a substantial section of that trail and may affect a Memorial Oak Grove. To clarify, this realignment proposal is not part of PG&E's application before you today and would be subject to future review and permitting. PG&E has simply indicated its interest in pursuing a realignment to improve safety of trail users by reducing a section of trail that's co-located on a road used by cars. Regarding the ability of a conservation easement to be provided on South Ranch, I wanted to clarify that the recommended special condition 2 requires establishment of that conservation easement over South Ranch as part of the sale or transfer of that land. Comments were made that the Commission should not consider or approve operations beyond 2030. Again, I wanted to clarify that the CDP under consideration today would be limited to the same 5-year term included in SB 846 and approved by the California Public Utilities Commission. If PG&E wants to operate Diablo Canyon beyond that term, they would need to come back to this commission for an amended permit. Representatives from Environmental Defense Center noted that the maximum feasible test cannot be met because some direct mitigation is likely feasible. In the staff report, addenda posted this week, and staff presentation, we raise a range of issues regarding the feasibility of direct mitigation, such as artificial reefs, even in more limited sizes. Specifically, the success of such projects in achieving rigorous mitigation standards cannot be assumed and is very uncertain, as we've learned over the years from the San Onofre Reef mitigation project. Further, these projects can take many years to implement and begin to provide benefits. Finally, such projects currently face significant regulatory uncertainty. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife has consistently opposed such projects, citing the need for a consistent statewide artificial reef program. While efforts have recently started on the development of such a program, its timeline is unclear, as are the recommendations and requirements it will include. A big factor in staff's consideration was balancing potential direct mitigation projects that carry with them significant uncertainty with land conservation that would provide immediate, guaranteed, and diverse coastal resource benefits. The definition of feasible in the Coastal Act states that feasible is capable of being accomplished in a successful manner within a reasonable period of time, taking into account economic, environmental, social, and technological factors. We feel the proposed indirect mitigation proposal best meets this feasibility standard. Finally, a comment was made regarding that the mitigation, having the mitigation in phases is also inconsistent with the maximum feasible argument. This comment doesn't consider that the mitigation is proposed to scale with the impacts. In other words, staff found that phase 1 mitigation is the maximum feasible for the scale of impacts associated with 5 years, and phase 2 mitigation is the maximum feasible for 20 years of impacts. That concludes staff's comments.
Just wanted to note, thanks Cassidy, we have the whole team here and we are ready for questions, and turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our staff and all who participated today. So I'm going to turn to my fellow commissioners for deliberations, and I would ask just to keep things orderly, please catch my attention if you want to speak. I'll put your name on a list. I know we all probably have a lot of comments, questions. I'll start with Commissioner Wilson, and we'll go from there. Commissioner Wilson, the floor is yours.
I don't usually go first, but this is how it rolls today. And fortunately for everyone, I wrote things down this time. So, here we go. Well, just firstly, I want to express my appreciation that we have the privilege of talking about such a beautiful landscape, that we live in California, that California protects these landscapes, and that we really have something really significant to talk about. I want to thank all the tribal people, tribal governments, and associated organizations. There's a connection of the coastline is, countless generations, and it's imperative and important that we listen to those voices. I want to thank PG&E and its workforce who have operated within this landscape for decades, and some of who I even know from work I did in the decommissioning of the Humboldt Bay nuclear power plant, and so I have some experience with some really good people. I want to thank all the local and state officials and jurisdictions that have been here today to talk, all the environmental community organizations, and of course all the citizens who waited and got through all the comments. I just really want to appreciate that. We really take them all to heart. So while I recognize all of the real concerns and opinions expressed today, I'm not going to discuss any of the energy, nuclear safety, or the role of Diablo Canyon Power Plant plays in the power grid. I'm going to leave that to others. I'm just going to kind of focus on one thing. No matter where we stand on this, the central question is not whether conservation should occur, but whether we can achieve conservation in a way that adequately mitigates for significant entrainment and other impacts as outlined in the staff report. So again, I'm just kind of on that part. Like others spoke today, I believe where it stands right now just doesn't adequately address those issues. I do believe we can get there. This is why I strongly support the reasonable requests for mitigation made by Senator John Laird. The staff report itself recognizes, and I just want to kind of focus in on this, the scale of the mitigation as a 10-to-1 ratio. But it really says what they looked at in where we can land is 10-to-1 or more. And a review of scientific and administrative literature shows the range of ratios as high as 20-to-1. And so I believe that 10-to-1 establishes a floor for that ratio and not a ceiling for what constitutes adequate mitigation under the Coastal Act standard of maximum feasible mitigation. In light of the continued entrainment and other impacts associated with the operation of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant, and pursuant to the Coastal Act's override provision under Section 30260 that requires adverse environmental effects are mitigated to the maximum extent feasible, I propose that the mitigation ratio be increased from 10-to-1 to 20-to-1, and here's my reasons why. One is the time lag of the mitigation benefits. The current 10-to-1 ratio does not adequately address the substantial lag between when the biological losses occur and when mitigation benefits are achieved. And if you look in the staff report, you can see there's a table in there that really helps outline that. So the staff analysis shows that at a 10-to-1 ratio, it would take more than 70 years to reach net zero if the plant operated for only 5 more years, and more than 200 years if operations continued for more than 20 years. This extended payback period represents, for me, an unacceptable environmental impact. I believe that a 20-to-1 ratio would better account for these delayed benefits and provide more proportionate, realistic offset for the magnitude and the duration of the ecological losses. This is consistent with federal and other documented guidance documents. Out-of-kind mitigation. So the mitigation is an out-of-kind. The proposed conservation easements and land preservation actions represent what we call out-of-kind mitigations. And because these terrestrial preservation measures do not directly replace lost marine habitat or productivity, that a higher ratio is necessary to approximate ecological equivalency. Review of the literature on the subject can be found that 21 ratio falls within an established range that adjusts for reduced ecological equivalence of terrestrial mitigation. And third, this is proposing preservation instead of creation or restoration. The current mitigation emphasizes preservation of existing habitat rather than the creation or restoration of new habitat. So preservation, while valuable for preserving future losses, provides no biological production and therefore cannot directly compensate for the ongoing entrainment of marine life. And so state and federal policy recognize that preservation provides the lowest functional lift of all mitigation types and typically warrants higher ratios to achieve no net loss objectives. And so increasing that ratio to 20-to-1 ensures the mitigation gets closer to meeting the Coastal Act's mandate to maintain, enhance, and restore marine productivity. And those are in sections 30230 and 30231. Finally, consistency with the Coastal Act. Section 30260 authorizes approval of coastal-dependent industrial facilities such as Diablo Canyon when no feasible, less environmentally damaging alternative exists. The adverse effects are mitigated to the maximum extent feasible, and the project does not adversely affect the public welfare. Given the persistent and large-scale entrainment impacts, I believe a 20-to-1 ratio represents the minimum necessary to satisfy 30260's requirement for maximum feasible mitigation and ensures greater consistency with the sections I've just mentioned before. And I urge the Commission to consider an amendment that strengthens the staff's recommendation by increasing the mitigation ratio to 20-to-1 that moves us closer to fulfilling the Coastal Act's requirement of maximum feasible mitigation, and hopefully, finally, secure lasting protection for this extraordinary stretch of coast. And I believe Senator John Laird's letter outlines a practical way to move us closer to that goal. That's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Lowenberg.
I have a question for you, Mr. Jones.
Yes.
From what I glean, PG&E would be willing to do a first right of refusal on the 12,000 acres. Is that mischaracterizing? Please stop me.
No, I think there's more of an offer to dedicate on the north, and we're ready to even do fee title transfer to a state or an appropriate agency.
I guess my question is, what am I missing? Why wouldn't you just do the conservation easement on both the north and south? I get the Cherry, the Cherry Hill or Wild Cherry is a different. Let's put that aside for a moment. But on the north and the south, it would give people, I think, a lot of comfort to know there's this conservation easement. What am I missing?
The ownership on the south. We're willing to do it on the north, and we support the staff recommendation to do so.
Okay.
On the south, PG&E can't act unilaterally. It does not own the properties. It would have to do a fair market transaction with the affiliate, and there are affiliate rules that guide what we can do and can't do. But most notably in that affiliate rule transaction from the Public Utilities Commission, it says that the parties must have arm's length fair market value transactions, and the affiliate cannot unduly benefit the operation of the utility. They look at competitive advantage against other utility operations, and your staff report goes into detail on that, and they do corroborate that independently with the Public Utilities Commission. So that first right of refusal tool was a way that we could thread the needle, keep the option for land conservation open, and have quite a robust mechanism that's in perpetuity. So should Eureka ever decide to sell the properties, that kicks in. Moreover, and I just don't say it this bluntly, as a power plant operator, we don't really want any neighbors. We enjoy our buffer, and we have a lease for the next 40 years. We propose no development. We don't want any development there. The other option we have is we have an option to renew that lease for an additional 99 years.
Lease with who?
PG&E can exercise its option to extend that lease to another 99 years.
On which parcel?
On the southern properties.
Parcel.
So, we don't talk about it or to take credit here because it's not a mechanism, but an operating power plant with our security buffer, and that results in de facto conservation. So we can do those things to buy more time, but that tool that staff helped create, that first right of refusal, is in perpetuity so that if Eureka ever acts, this first right of refusal kicks in.
So let me just understand. Eureka leases the land, the southern land, from you?
No, PG&E leases it from Eureka.
They lease it the other way around. Okay.
And so these properties were acquired by Eureka in 1995. The leases were entered into in the 60s from the Murray Cattle and Land Company.
Okay.
And so the lease terms were quite long because we were constructing a multi-billion-dollar facility at the time. And so the lease carries over when the ownership changes. So we're bound by the leases in the 60s and the affiliate rules today.
And in the lease, does it allow you to develop that southern portion? Could you, let's say hypothetically, if you wanted to even lease it again to a developer? I'm not saying you would. Are there restrictions?
There are some regulatory restrictions. I don't have that portion at least memorized because it's not what we do. But the property is zoned differently. Where we have our development and the power plant's been built under the local coastal program, it's zoned public facilities for things like energy generation. The rest is zoned either ag or recreation, but I believe the southern ranch is all agriculture, and then it's in the coastal zone. But we don't have any desire to develop there.
What happens, walk me through what happens, let's just make an assumption for a moment, that you get the 5 years, and at the end of 5 years, you start the decommissioning, or you start it sooner, whenever.
Sure.
What happens to that lease then?
The lease is still in force, and PG&E will need that lease to execute the decommissioning activities.
And at the end of the decommissioning?
It depends on how long it takes. So Humboldt, we started in year 32 of the plant not operating, and we finished about year 43. So the NRC regulations do allow for up to 60 years to effect decommissioning. And there's some science behind that. Some of the isotopes that you deal with, like the principal contamination is cobalt-60, it has a 5.25 half-life, 5.25 year half-life. So if you wait till 35 years to start, your largest contaminant simply doesn't exist. It changes your profile of the waste, and it changes worker exposure. So there are some significant advantages when a plant stops operating to wait. Our proposal right now, and it's contemplating the EIR, is to go directly into decommissioning, but that's still about a 10-year project from when we stop operating.
If we forced you or asked you or pushed you to do the conservation easement, that wouldn't automatically allow you to lose your buffer, would it? I know you want to keep a buffer around for the public. I get all that.
On the north, no. It depends on.
But what about the south?
On the south, I can't commit to you today that we can achieve a conservation easement. I think that tool is the most practical tool to do it.
The ROFR?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I may have another question down the road, but thank you for clearing that.
You're welcome.
Do you all concur with?
Yes, I just wanted to provide some additional clarification on what staff learned from the CPUC in our discussions with their representatives about the South Ranch situation, where it's a subsidiary of PG&E that owns those lands, not PG&E itself. So the CPUC representatives indicated that, yes, there are these affiliate transaction rules that the CPUC requires whenever a utility company is engaging in some kind of transaction involving assets with an affiliate. And that's really, the rules are there to make sure that there isn't some unfair advantage that's being given one way or the other. And so, for example, if there is if a conservation easement were to be placed on the Eureka lands, PG&E would have to pay for the loss in value associated with the conservation easement being placed there. And they would have to do that through an appraisal with a fair market valuation. And then under a different provision under the Public Utilities Code, that transfer would have to get approved by the CPUC through a different process. So there is a path, I guess is what I'm saying is, it's uncertain what would happen. There is kind of a pathway, but we don't know what the outcome would be of that whole process.
Are you saying that if we put a conservation easement on the southern portion, that would be a diminution of value?
What we understand from PG&E is that there would be a diminution. It would be a loss in value associated with the restrictions that come with a conservation easement. That conservation easements sometimes reduce the value of land, like 30%, 60%. It depends on what the underlying zoning and.
But well, that's the point. It's the underlying zoning. So if the zoning doesn't allow development, it doesn't allow X, Y, Z, it's got to stay open pasture land, it's got to stay whatever, there's no diminution of value. I don't, that piece is.
There might be. I mean, we don't know. That would have to go through an appraisal. And so that's what the affiliate transaction rules would require, is that there be some sort of fair market valuation and appraisal. This all has to be done arm's length dealings. We don't know what that would be. What we've heard from PG&E is that they would have to compensate Eureka for the loss in value associated with the conservation easement.
If there is.
If there is, correct.
But they don't have to do that on the northern portion because they own it directly.
Correct, although I think the loss in value there with the conservation easement still would have to get approved by the PUC.
Yeah, I don't know why we're just assuming it's a loss in value, but okay. I think you can make a case there's no loss in value, given the underlying, you said it.
Right,
given the
correct.
underlying zoning. If the underlying zoning were, they could build 2,000 homes, okay, I get it, but.
I think one of the points here is that this would go to the CPUC, that the CPUC does have a process through which to work through all of this and decide then whether it can go forward or not, and that is clearly uncertain. So that's just the point we want to make, is there are some uncertainties about how, what would happen if a conservation easement was placed. It's definitely way easier on the North Ranch. It's, as we talked about, it's owned by PG&E, right. And so they don't have the problem with the affiliate rules as well. South Ranch has more complications.
So so given that it's regulated by the state PUC, is it within our jurisdiction to put the conservation easement on?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
They still have to approve it.
Okay.
Thank you. So basically, and so the way that, and we've talked to PUC about this, they understand what we are recommending as staff, and so I think the way this would work is whatever the commission approves would eventually go to CPUC for approval, and then they would assess under their rules. If they didn't approve, then PG&E would need to come back, and we would need to figure out a different mitigation.
Okay, but it gets around it with the ROFR. It gets it with the first right of refusal.
Yes, I believe it does.
And is that a recorded document? It's recorded on the land? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
Okay, I just want to start by Mr. Jones saying, I don't see how a CDP can issue in this case, in this particular, I don't think you're going to find support on this commission unless we find a way through to the conservation easement on the south. Yeah, sorry. I'm just saying I don't think that the support is going to be there unless we figure this out. I just want to start by clarifying about Eureka, and so you could come to the mic through the chair. First of all, Eureka is a wholly owned subsidiary of your company, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And did PG&E ever own the south part?
Never.
Okay, so your subsidiary, Eureka, bought it. Is that because Eureka normally holds land for you? What does Eureka do for PG&E?
Eureka is a land holding company.
Right.
And what happened in 1995, the county forced a sale of the properties and seized them. There was either 13 or 17 parcels. The power plant was built on one of them. And ultimately, the previous owner had defaulted. There was a bankruptcy, there was 10 years of back taxes, and they defaulted on some other loans. The county seized those, and in 1995, auctioned them off on the county courthouse steps in one auction lot. Eureka Energy purchased them and got the South Ranch with it. that's how we ended up in this position. But the leases on the property were established in the 60s between Pacific Gas and Electric Company and the Luigi Murray Land and Cattle Company.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, how is it that PG&E and not Eureka Energy owns the land on the northern tract?
PG&E acquired those through a series of purchases over time when landowners wanted to sell. And then some of the other lands that are those puzzle pieces I showed you in the presentation earlier, those were acquired during the transmission right-of-way. The utility does enjoy the power of eminent domain, and so while we exercise it judiciously, if someone does sell land to the utility under the threat of eminent domain, say a transmission line siting, they don't pay capital gains on that event. So sometimes we get easements, sometimes we end up with land ownership. So the utility has many more tools to acquire land, and we do the willing buyer, willing seller model.
So would it be true, it's the case, and I mean, there's a lot going on here, but wasn't 150 million set aside for purchase of the South Ranch to the Conservancy?
I don't think it was specific to the South Ranch.
I have that it was. Can
Okay.
somebody clarify that? Because that was my understanding.
Actually, I would ask Kara to
Is that
clarify.
okay for Kara? I'm happy to. I'm sorry, sir, could you just step aside? I'm going to have more questions of you, but, I mean, my notes indicate that it was for the South Ranch. Is it for the whole thing, or?
SB 846 set aside 160 million. 10 million of that went to fund planning projects, including the one by the State Coastal Conservancy we talked about earlier. 40 million went towards Wild Cherry Canyon, and the rest, 110 million, would be for both for both North and South Ranch.
Okay, but for acquisition or for?
Acquisition.
Okay, but they already own, I mean, part of the deal, so you don't need to stand up and sit down, but I hate to make you do that. I guess the point I'm making is we have to find a way to make this work on the South Ranch. I'm saying that as I sit here today, to get the support to get through this process and get past this commission. And how are we going to do that? We know that we have this 150 million, of which part is for Wild Cherry Canyon, which you've made pretty clear. There is, unless I'm wrong, I don't see a mechanism for Wild Cherry Canyon.
The state has one. I mean, they've allocated the funds. If they wish to use eminent domain, they can take it.
I mean, they can negotiate.
They can
with
negotiate.
You, which is essentially Eureka.
Well, no, HomeFed has the principal value, as Ms. Woodruff
They're
stated.
the lessee, though,
Yeah.
right? But the underlying fee owner is Eureka.
Correct.
So, and then they would have to negotiate with HomeFed to buy out the lease.
Correct.
But, so there is a mechanism for Wild Cherry Canyon, whether it would cost more than 10 million or whatever that would cause. I don't know that this commission is going to make a decision about that, but I am certain the commission is going to make a decision about the conservation easement on the South Ranch. So you tell me, how is that going to work? Because I feel that it's sort of a mandate from the people that we've heard from. From my perspective on the impacts are just huge. You know, we're talking about billions and billions of gallons, and I don't need to tell you. So how can it work with the money that we have? How can PG&E? How would it work? You get an appraisal for the conservation easement on the pursuant to our. Let's say we make that decision today. So you get an easement. I'm sorry. You get an appraisal for the conservation easement on the land owned by Eureka, the South Ranch, right? Okay. Let's see. I mean, my fellow commissioner doesn't think it would be that much, but I don't know. It depends on a lot of things, right? But whatever it is, something tells me it's not going to be. It's going to be somewhere within this amount that's available, that's been made available to the Conservancy.
It's a reasonable estimate.
So what prevents that process from happening, and then using the money that's been allocated for the Conservancy to buy the conservation easement pursuant to our decision today, which would then go to the PUC? We would obviously make the pitch. You know, we would be their colleague. You know, they're another California agency. So is there any reason why that process cannot go forward from your perspective?
It just requires 2 to 3 subordinate discretionary actions by the regulators. I do think the first right of refusal tool can accomplish that, and we can agree to that today, and that just sets the stage for the order in which that would happen.
Yeah, that's not, for me personally, I'm not going to be supportive of the first right of refusal because it's too speculative. We just fought and won a climate bond. It almost didn't get funded. But then then through, you know, the legislature and the administration decided, okay, we're going to fund. I mean, you never know what money will be available in the future. So now is the time, in my opinion. Now is the moment. Now is when the impacts are happening. So let's just assume that now is the time it has to happen and the right of first refusal is not going to fly. So let's talk that through again, how that could happen.
I don't know. I'm going to have to think about it for a minute. I haven't
Okay.
treed that out and needed to consult with my staff.
And I think that there will be time to do that today. I think after we have this hearing. So let me just talk to you about a couple other things. I see that as being a mandate, you know, and I guess with Wild Cherry Canyon, I need more information about how to include that. I'm a little, you know, more confused, frankly, about how that would work. But, you know, I want to talk to you for a second about, and our staff dealt with I want to turn to these impacts and the potential that has been raised. Sorry, let me find on my notes. About a different type of technology for the once-through cooling, specifically, and maybe staff needs to address this more, but, you know, there's a potential reduction of almost 40% of the entrainment. What are your feelings about that? That just isn't a good approach because more things would get captured in it, or I mean, it seems like there haven't been real advances in the once-through cooling process by PG&E.
There haven't been advances when the once-through cooling process statewide. That's why the plants have been retired, and largely because of the impacts. The other technologies we heard may or may not require a license amendment request. We believe they would. And on top of that, I think the staff analysis of the feasibility was accurate, and I'd defer to them for some of the more of their analysis.
Okay, let me turn to staff on that because, you know, that's a really significant reduction. I read the addendum. I'm familiar with the arguments, but I'm not convinced at this time. There's been back and forth on whether the Nuclear Regulatory Commission would have to approve it. But as we sit here today, can you talk a little bit about why, I believe what is called a mechanic, I'm sorry, I lost my notes. It's a different size screen, and it has a mechanical aspect to it. Who
Yes,
would be
there are,
Tom?
they could install traveling screens or either 1 or 2 millimeter mesh screens. That was something that the regional board and other agencies looked at a number of years ago. Back in the early 2000s, the board thought there would be a 9 to 39% reduction in entrainment. More recent data suggest it would not be that great a reduction. A large part is most of the organisms that are entrained are smaller than the minimum mesh size that's actually feasible to put in seawater because of the fouling issues. At Diablo Canyon, there's ongoing maintenance and cleaning of the existing screens, which are much larger. And so we expect that the feasibility of using small mesh screens there would require substantially greater maintenance to keep clear. That could have operational issues, and they are not likely to result in as much of a reduction as was originally calculated by the board 20 years ago or so.
Okay.
If I could, Vice Chair, one just small addition to that. One of the additional issues that changing the screen size raises is that oftentimes you're just swapping entrainment, which is the organisms passing through the screen, with impingement, which means they're getting stuck on the screen. Yep.
Yeah, I read it. I guess the underlying point is, so once again, PG&E is not going to be required to have the expense. I mean, the reality is PG&E, unlike, say, San Onofre, is not going to have the expense of creating these offshore reef systems or doing all of this very expensive marine restoration that you know, goes on for years and years and years. I mean, to me, for PG&E, particularly with all the money that's been set aside to the state conservation organizations like the Conservancy and state parks, I mean, this is such a win-win. It protects you, provides all of these buffers. So I think finding a way to get this South Ranch resolved at this time, with not the right of first refusal, but get it resolved, I think is the way to go for everyone concerned. So I really am hoping that we can do that today. I don't want to take up any more time. I'm sure my colleagues have other questions, but I do think we're going to have to take a few moments, however long it takes, figure out how this would work, knowing that it would have to go back to the PUC in any event. Thanks, Chair.
Of course. Commissioner Escalante.
Thank you, Chair. And first, I'll start off with a couple of questions for our biologist. I always want to say Dr. Garcia, but I know that it's compounded name. Garcia.
Yes, Garcia.
One of the public commenters, and I believe it was one of the tribes, was talking about abalone restoration. I know that, mitigation is trying to avoid marine projects. Can you just speak a little bit about sort of abalone restoration and why that's not in the suite of tools for mitigation?
Yeah, I can offer a little bit, and I think Mr. Luster may be able to add a little bit more from the historical perspective. But my understanding is that in the past that was considered, and at that time, this was circa 2000, and at that time there was an allocation and an intent to pursue some of that. However, the science wasn't there yet in terms of how to do abalone restoration. In the time since, I think that there has been some progress, but it is still in a very early stage, and the techniques to do abalone restoration are kind of in that research phase right now. They are not ready for prime time, here's how you do it kind of situation. So typically it would involve, at least conceptually, bringing animals into captivity, spawning them in captivity, doing some sort of grow out, and being able to outplant them back into the ocean environment. However, there are complications in that the way that abalone respond when grown in a lab, for example, is not necessarily preparing them to survive in the wild, and that transition between captivity and the wild can be problematic. That having to do with everything from coloration to acclimation to the field conditions, as well as when you outplant them, they're quite small. These are very long-lived animals on the order of decades, and they grow very slowly, so they remain susceptible for a long time.
What about kelp restoration projects?
In this region?
Yes, for this particular project, why was kelp restoration not part of the suite of?
I'm not aware of any opportunities that are at the ready for kelp restoration here. Typically, kelp restoration really focuses on addressing the predators, and so urchin barrens, for example, which you may be familiar with more on the north coast. A lot of time it's about controlling that predator that's taking out the kelp forest and allowing for the kelp to naturally reestablish. You have to have rocky substrate, for example, and areas where that kelp can persist. In this region, we do have good kelp forests throughout much of it, and the kelp is where the kelp wants to be, where the oceanographic conditions are appropriate. And so the opportunities to really add more kelp are somewhat limited here.
So you're saying that in the area that is the sort of where the water quality is most impacted by the plant, that it won't help to have kelp restoration there, or kelp doesn't grow there?
Kelp does grow there.
Okay.
Yes, it does grow there. And I believe PG&E actually even has a kelp harvester that helps with clearing so that material isn't blocking their intakes, among other things.
Got it. Okay, thank you. A question, and we keep talking about energy, and I have a question about legislation and energy. So I don't know if staff, maybe Cassidy, we can start with you, and maybe PG&E can help answer this. SB 100, which is our state's goals for 100% renewable energy. Does that include nuclear power from Diablo Canyon?
My understanding is that legislation refers to carbon-free electricity, which would include Diablo Canyon's generated power.
So I think I'll just go into my comments. Immense thanks to everyone who spoke today and who wrote to us. I don't underestimate how high the stakes are of this consistency and permit decision, and how complex Diablo Canyon's issues are for the state and locals. A highlight for me today was to hear from folks from the various chambers of commerce and leaders from inland rural places like Colusa County and the city of Solvang being in such support for clean energy and climate action. I really welcome that spirit with open arms. But I think that we aren't here to unilaterally litigate and decide how long Diablo Canyon keeps producing nuclear power past the statutory timeline set by SB 846. So I think it's inappropriate for this commission, under its authority and standard of review, to make decisions on plans further than what the state's decommissioning plans are as of now, which is 2030. And I'm not a nuclear power absolutist. Actually, I hope this new crop of nuclear scientists that testified here today can crack the nuclear fusion nut so we can fix climate change and bring world peace. However, today's determination in CDP as proposed, I think it moves the goalposts set forth by legislation and local voter initiative for the Diablo power plant, quite outside the stadium. Breaking the conservation mitigation into phases, I think, depending on whether the applicant can get another extension, not only rolls back what's already been agreed to under SB 846, the County Dream Initiative, and all these budget allocations that the state has, gone out of its way to carve out. But in addition, it sets a bad precedent that mitigations already agreed upon, like this, can be held hostage depending on speculative changes in legislation and regulations. What we are here to litigate or how we can ensure that there are maximum feasible environmental and public access mitigations given the facility needs an override of the Coastal Act policies due to its horrible open intake cooling system impacts, as well as some of its geological hazards. Although, to be honest, in the back of my mind, the lessons learned from its stranded Southern California counterpart kind of poke a hole in the reliability and affordability argument. But that's for our friends in the legislature, the PUC, and the Energy Commission to work out first. I am in full agreement with Senator Laird's request to improve the mitigation package, and I would be willing to support this permit if we include all of those points in our amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Nada.
Thank you. First, I wanted to just thank everyone who's been here today. I wanted to also just note the effectiveness of the 1-minute presentations. Having been on the other side of the dais for 40 years, I know everyone struggles to collect their thoughts, but I thought there was a couple of particularly spot-on presentations during the 1-minute one. Not to take away from anyone else, but a couple of those 1 minutes were very, very effective. And I do want to say that I was, having worked on many of these energy issues for years, I was, quite relieved in 2016 when PG&E applied for decommissioning and came to agreement with so many parties to decommission this plant, which has served its purpose and helped us move into fossil-free energy here in California and to meet our climate goals. So that today we're looking at, there's state laws that we are operating under, the State Coastal Act, to be consistent with CZMA, and when in 2022 the legislature decided that we needed a little longer transition and enacted SB 846, I wasn't thrilled to see it, but I was certainly reassured that when Senator Laird and Senator Dodd and others made sure that there was a meaningful role for the Coastal Commission in that. And I take that responsibility that the Commission has under SB 846 very seriously. Having said, and I listened very carefully to everyone's testimony, I do want to associate myself with my fellow Commissioner Wilson. I thought, you really it's very good when you write out your comments. I appreciate that very much, and I'm trying to learn from that. But I will say that certainly for me, I could not support And I wanted to be crystal clear that we are talking only about a coastal development permit that operates between 25 and 2030, nothing beyond that. That's what the legislation says. That's what the governor signed the law into place. That's what the CPUC has authorized, and that's what's before us today. So looking at that, I'll be honest and say I don't really understand how there's a phase 2. I think that we should be meeting our full mitigation during phase 1, which I think there's a good argument that that will be the only phase. In fact, that's it. It's not a phase. So that's what I'm looking to staff to help advise us on how do we incorporate the maximum mitigation between now and 2030, not 2031. So I would be interested in seeing how we do a phase. And I guess my question is on that, and I think that leads me to say that I would not be supporting consistency determination beyond 2030. A couple of other things. I noted that in the addendum, there was an addition to language that said approval by the CPUC and then added and/or the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And I had some questions as why that would be. I'm particularly uncomfortable substituting the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission for the CPUC here in California. So that's one question I had for the staff. But overall, I would want to see the strengthening of the conditions of the mitigation measures to take place now in phase 1 and would not be supportive of those beyond that phase.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Malley.
Thank you, Chair. I have a quick question and some very brief comments, I promise. This is mostly, I think, probably for staff. So let's say for the sake of discussion, if we as Commission were to require as part of the suite of mitigation some sort of marine ecosystem restoration, what, if any, sort of time or space constraints would we be under? And then I hear you're on the kelp and abalone, maybe not being immediately adjacent, but I think about songs, and some of that mediation was in San Diego South Bay, which is about an hour drive away, right? So I mean, they're linked, but how close? So I'm wondering if we looked at the suite and said, okay, we think there needs to be not only conservation, but some of this marine ecosystem. What are the constraints on that for us, if any?
I can take a start, and Dr. Huckabridge may want to contribute as well. I think the main constraints that come to my mind is just that nexus and proportionality, and making sure that there's a connection between the mitigation and the impacts. And so, as you noted, sometimes there's out of kind, out of space given feasibility, practicality. Sometimes mitigation projects need to be at distance from where the impacts occur.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. And I think especially, someone made comment earlier about how just the location of this can potentially interrupt the interchange between marine protected areas as well. So there's this is, we can say how far the nexus is, but I certainly myself, I can see a nexus between a lot of these immediately coastal land uses and restoration projects. I want to, I'll be brief because most of what I was going to say has been said very eloquently by Commissioner Wilson. Thank you, and Vice Chair Hart. And I don't see a way, if we're invoking, the override here, that I would be okay with anything. And by the way, I was very, very supportive and really convinced by the Senator Laird's letter. Also, Supervisor, Gibson. Earlier, he said something like, today, he said conserving all 12,000 acres, we can and we should. And I would say we can and we must, and we should go further as far as some sort of marine. And, because the impacts of this are something like we've never seen before. I mean, I haven't, in my time here. So I think we have to look as great as we can, really, to offset. And so I guess I'm kind of aligning myself with what's been said already, that at the very minimum, that the conservation offsets, but I would look even further for some sort of marine restoration or protection. So with that, I'll leave it. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to everybody for speaking. Great democratic process. You know, thoughtful, respectful, spirited discussion, very decent mutual respect, regardless of which side you were on. You know, it's good to see democracy in action. I think many outside of our great state could learn from this model. So thank you all for being involved. After a couple days, I consider myself an expert on thermal discharge. So I've got a question in that regard. I'm not sure who the smart person is, but I know there's a couple in here. As I have become an expert through, of course, Google, I'm wondering about, you know, I've read about these cooling towers and other engineering opportunities that some folks are using, particularly in rivers and other water effluent to cool the water before it's discharged. What would something like that entail? Is that even possible? Am I just, you know, Googling too much?
So I'll start and then defer to Mr. Luster, but that was evaluated as part of the Once Through Cooling Policy workshops. And Diablo Canyon would require 2 cooling towers, approximately 700 feet. The cost was around $12 billion, and we'd have to move more earth than they did for the Panama Canal. So it was determined infeasible at that time.
Wow.
What year was that?
It was 2012 through 2014, Tom, approximately. Yeah, thank you.
Just to follow up, technology hasn't caught up? No?
It's the volumes of thermal mass you're trying to dissipate, so it's a large amount.
Okay. It's that significant. Okay.
If you've seen Rancho Seco, and they still have their parabolic tower in the air, it's 2 of those.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Google. Thank you. You know, it's those who know me know I tend to be a Monday morning quarterback every now and then, particularly when it comes to our friends in Sacramento. But credit, I think, is due to the good Senator Laird, Assemblymember Addis, and the many others who have weighed in, because I think they got this one right. I really do. We operate in a time when environmental protections and public trust are under unprecedented attack. And I think the message we send today really, really matters. Not just for Diablo Canyon, but for the future of California's open spaces. We're talking about decades of staggering and devastating environmental impact that demand action, not delay. And we're looking at a possible path right now for full conservation. I think that could begin today. And I don't think we can treat this as business as usual. We don't wait. We don't need to phase. You know, we need the meaningful protection for the more than 12,000 acres of irreplaceable coastal lands, not vague promises of future mitigation and uncertain outcomes. I think from North Canyon to Wild Cherry, from North Ranch to Wild Cherry Canyon, these lands represent a once-in-a-generation opportunity to secure lasting public access, habitat conservation, and recreation benefits. And I think it's a modest price to offset the decades of coastal impact. I think this is our collective moment to turn compromise into legacy. Protecting these lands now would not only honor the Coastal Act's purpose, it would reaffirm the public's trust in this commission's duty to safeguard California's coast for generations to come. Those of us who've been in California, I've been here a minute or two, some of you longer, we are always criticized for our inability to get anything done. We talk, we study, we analyze. This we can do. We have a path right now. I think the path that we are proposing, that we're looking at, gives us an opportunity to get to that open space and full conservation that we all strive for. I think the time is now, and I think we should act accordingly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I'll concur with my colleagues. I want to come at this from just a slightly different perspective. I know we heard a lot from different communities and interested groups today, and you know, I'm in one of those communities that is seen as part of the solution to a lot of what we're facing as a state in terms of battery energy storage, and we've seen that every single one of those facilities that's been built has caught fire, right? And so folks say, there are solutions. There are, but they are all still trial, right? Nobody's is perfect yet. And I think that that's something we haven't heard enough about. And so as we look at the suite of options that need to be considered, as we look towards solutions for the overall issue of energy creation, storage, and then redistribution, there's going to continue to be challenges. We all saw the Moss Landing incident, then we saw not long after the Parkfield incident that happened in my district as well. And it's to say that we don't know what the landscape's going to look like in 5 years. And so I think keeping us narrowly focused on what the 846 is asking us to do is important. And as part of that, staying within the bandwidth of that and knowing that we have an opportunity in front of us, I'm in agreement with my colleagues up here that we're at a moment of opportunity to really make an impact on a major issue that has existed for a long time. This is one of those tough issues where I've got friends on all sides of the issue. It's as a county supervisor representing Southern Monterey County, the transmission lines from Diablo cut right through my district, and so having friends on all sides of this issue puts me in a tough spot. But it's to say that I do think that there is a balance that can be struck here for the people, for the environment, and it's not to say that we can undo the damage that has been done over the 40 years, but to say that looking forward, there's a renewed commitment to find a real solution and balance for the residents, for the environment, and whether aqua, terrestrial, for the life forms that we're blessed with on the Central Coast. So I'm in agreement with Commissioner Hart at this point that I want to find a way to put some additional commitment into that south piece now. I don't know how we do that. I think that lawyers can put their minds together to beyond that first right of refusal to find a pathway for that, but I think this is that moment. And if we can do that, then I think we have met our moment and can rise to this and find a path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Adoni.
Thanks very much to everyone that spoke today. It was very educational hearing from everyone. We heard from our UC Berkeley students who talked about energy, and it's really important. We heard from our chambers and labor talking about the economy and jobs, which we heard from others talking about the safety of this plant. They're all really important, but they're not what I'm here to decide today. The focus of 846 and the CPUC is to keep the plant open, potentially for up to another 5 years. It's clearly their intent. So the big question today for me, and really the only question that I'm considering is, does the mitigation go far enough? And, it appears that staff and PG&E have agreed that the mitigation does meet our standards, but I, for one, agree with my colleagues. I don't think it does. I don't think it goes far enough. I don't know if Commissioner Wilson's 20-1 goes far enough or not. I think Senator Lair got it right on his letter. And I really hope the commission moves in that direction. But I want to again thank everyone. It's been an interesting day today for sure. Long, but very, very, very interesting and educational for me. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado.
I just want to join all of you in sharing with you that it is critical that the phasing be reduced to phase 1 only. I just want to emphasize that. And number 2, I want to support my colleagues who are seeking a Senator Laird style agreement for us to be supportive. And one last thing, as I've been looking at all the graphics and the maps and potentially the 30-50 year cycle that it'll take to potentially establish Native people's ownership or Native people's trusteeship of this space. I'm wondering if there's any way to condition some initial signposting. I see the Irish Hills and I see the the north part and the south part, and I'm just wondering, as an educational requirement, if some new signposting and some new landmarking names that acknowledge that tradition can be placed. And that seems like an easy thing to do. I'm hoping some of these things can be incorporated, but I too will be supportive of a proceeding if we find a way to incorporate Senator Laird's contributions and expectations.
Thank you. Commissioner Eckerly.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to extend my thanks to staff and everyone who has spoken today, provided your perspective, spent many, many hours with us here and before we got to the meeting. I will make this brief. On behalf of the administration, I just want to remind the Commission and the public that Diablo Canyon is an essential piece of Governor Newsom's energy reliability strategy. So I urge the Commission and PG&E to find a solution that allows the Commission to feel comfortable that we are meeting the requirements of the Coastal Act and allows for ongoing operation of Diablo Canyon through 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nada.
I just wanted, as we're talking about trying to figure out how we move forward today to get to 2030 on South Ranch, also one of the pieces that is the offer to dedicate the access trails. There's and those right now are bifurcated between phase 1 and phase 2, and I want to ask you to look at how we can put that into phase 1. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so to my comments, well, I'll start by acknowledging, as my colleagues have, the incredible amount of work that has gone into bringing us to this point. Certainly from our dedicated staff, the team at PG&E, and over the many years prior, as we heard in public comment today, from our legislators to the citizens, this has been quite a journey, and I think promises to continue to be quite a journey. But the engagement continues to prove and continues to be such a testament to our shared commitment to California, and in particular to this stretch of the coast. I think the case has been made today and in many prior hearings that Diablo Canyon and its clean baseload power is critical for the state of California. I think that's what the state law tells us, and it's what our sister agencies tasked with assessing our energy portfolio have told us. That said, as my colleagues have done, I am going to join with them, particularly with the comments made by Commissioner Wilson, in my belief that the mitigation package as it's laid out before us is insufficient. The scale of the effects are significant, their impact undeniable. We, simply put, need more. I really want to get to yes today. I do. I think what I am saying, I think what I've heard very clearly from my colleagues is that we are committed to getting to yes, but that we simply need more to do so. This stretch of coast is absolutely remarkable. And as was said by a number of our colleagues, and I couldn't agree more, this is a generational opportunity to protect it. So with that said, I'm going to lay out what I've heard from colleagues, what's important to me. I really would like to see us get to a conservation easement on the South Ranch. I do understand that further discretionary approvals are required. I'm clear on that, and I'm okay with it. I think that it's still critical to our decision today. I also want to highlight, and I think this is very important, that all of North Ranch be in a conservation easement as well. And we're very focused on South Ranch, that's important, but in those puzzle pieces, just to be clear, for me, all of North Ranch is important. I also want to highlight money is necessary. The endowment fund is critical, and while I appreciate, I think it's $5.8 million that has been suggested, to me, it's simply insufficient, and I would really like to see more as part of the mitigation package. That hasn't been addressed up here much, but I do think that that's important, and it's an important component of the ongoing protection of this area. So with all of these comments made, what I'm going to suggest, and I'm turning to staff to see if this makes sense, is that we continue this item while our partners at PG&E assess what they've heard and perhaps work with our staff, and then come back at a certain point and let us know where they've gotten to later this afternoon, of course.
Through the chair, I would recommend then maybe that you continue the item until the end of the day, and we can make our way through the rest of the items that we have on the agenda. In that time, hopefully, we can have staff and PG&E discuss what we've heard and come back to you at the end of the day.
Okay. I think that sounds like a great plan. So we will continue this item and look forward to picking up the conversation.
I would also request a 10-minute break.
Yes, I too would request a 10-minute break. Thank you. See you all at 4:50. All right. Thank you, everyone. We are going to start moving through the rest of our items. So we are now on item 10, the Deputy Director's Report for the South Central Coast District. Mr. Hudson.
Okay, thank you. And item 10 is the Deputy Director's Report for the South Central Coast. It includes 6 permit extensions this month. We're not aware of any opposition to any of the items being reported, and we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items. Today in the Deputy Director's Report, I am available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any ex partes? Seeing none, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this?
There are no speakers.
Great, thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's Report? Seeing no objection, the commission concurs. Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you. And that brings us to item 11A, which will be presented via Zoom by Denise Gonzalez, a planning supervisor in our South Central Coast District. We do have a PowerPoint presentation. If we could pull that up, please. And Denise, please take it away.
Thanks, Steve. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 11A is a request by the County of Santa Barbara to amend the Land Use Plan and Implementation Plan portions of its certified LCP to rezone certain sites and amend various sections of the IP to align with the county's housing element update. These changes include the establishment of a new design residential zone designation with minimum and maximum densities, the rezoning of 4 sites to this new designation zone, and the establishment of a ministerial permit requirements and development standards for projects qualifying for by right processing or in accordance with state law. Next slide, please. The amendment proposes changes to the land use and zoning designations for 2 sites, referred to as Van Wingerden 1 and Van Wingerden 2. These sites will be modified from agricultural to design residential, allowing for a minimum of 20 and a maximum of 30 dwelling units per acre. Additionally, the amendment seeks to upzone a site known as the Baylord site, which consists of 2 parcels, from single-family residential to design residential 20, permitting 20 dwelling units per acre. As shown here, these 3 sites are located within the Carpinteria Valley, adjacent to the city limits of Carpinteria, and are surrounded by other agricultural designated land and residential and urban developments. Further, these sites are continuous with the urban wood boundary, which is outlined in yellow on this slide. The 4th site proposed for rezoning is known as Friendship Manor, which is owned by the University of California, Santa Barbara. This site will be rezoned from high-density student residential 20 to design residential, allowing for a minimum of 30 and a maximum of 40 dwelling units per acre to accommodate increased student housing on site. Friendship Manor is an infill site located within a designated urban area in the high-density and largely developed Isla Vista region. The county is proposing modifications to the land use and zoning designations of these 4 sites to meet the requirements of its 2023 to 2031 Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA for short. The California Department of Housing and Community Development, along with the county's Association of Governments, mandates that 73% of the RHNA must be allocated to the South Coast region of the county. This region includes the cities of Santa Barbara, Goleta, and Carpinteria, as well as unincorporated communities such as Summerlin, Montecito, and Isla Vista. Furthermore, the state's affirmatively furthering fair housing law required the county to identify sites throughout the community to accommodate its RHNA, given that housing needs exist across the county, particularly in the South Coast area. As a result, the county needed to identify potential rezone sites that could be developed during the current housing element planning period to help address the jobs to housing imbalance in the Carpinteria Valley. Next slide, please. The county's amendment raises the issue of whether converting agricultural lands to residential uses aligns with the coastal agricultural protection policies of the Coastal Act. The Coastal Act allows the conversion of agricultural land to non-agricultural uses only under very limited situations. According to Coastal Act Section 30241, such conversions can occur around the periphery of urban areas if the agricultural viability is severely limited, or if the conversion would complete a logical boundary that contributes to a stable limit to urban development. Next slide, please. This slide represents an aerial view of Van Wingerden 1. Van Wingerden 1 is adjacent to agricultural lands to the north and is surrounded on 3 sides by urban development, including commercial and multifamily development to the south and west, and a single-family residential tract to the east. Currently, the site creates a gap in the continuity between the existing residential areas to the east and west. Incorporating this site into the urban area would establish a more defined and more consistent boundary between the agricultural land to the north and the urban development to the south. Next slide, please. As shown here, Van Wingerden 2 is bordered on 3 sides by urban development, which includes Carpinteria High School and single-family residential areas. To the west and south, the site is adjacent to agricultural land featuring greenhouses. The site forms a part of a finger peninsula that extends into the urban area. Such a configuration of the urban-rural boundary has led to conflicts, including compliance with state mandated reporting requirements and restrictions on the types of pesticides that can be used on the site due to the proximity of ag operations to urban uses. Incorporating this site into the urban area would eliminate much of this finger and create a more consistent boundary between the agricultural uses to the west and urban development to the south and east. This change would help establish a more stable urban-rural boundary. Next slide, please. Both these land use changes would help establish a more stable urban-rural boundary and provide a clear limit to urban expansion, encouraging residential development near existing urban areas, and prevent leapfrog development into neighboring agricultural lands. Therefore, the proposed amendment to convert 2 sites from agricultural to residential uses around the periphery of urban areas would complete a logical boundary and contribute to a stable limit to urban development. The proposed sites for conversion are near essential public infrastructure, including water and sewer systems. The Carpinteria Valley Water District and Carpinteria Sanitary District have confirmed that they can service the Van Wingerden sites and the Baylord site. Any residential development proposed on these sites will require a CDP, which must comply with the coastal resource protection policies of the county's LCP. The county did analyze nearly 200 sites in the area with over 90% zoned for agriculture. Except for the Baylord site, most non-agricultural vacant parcels were too small or face environmental constraints, preventing them from meeting the county's criteria for land use redesignations or rezonings. Many sites were also eliminated because they did not contribute to the completion of existing urban neighborhoods or were not contiguous with the city of Carpinteria or designated urban area. Other factors considered included infrastructure, distance, and coastal resources. As a result, the county identified Van Wingerden 1 and 2 as the only agriculturally designated and zoned parcels in the Carpinteria Valley that met all criteria, while still ensuring a stable urban-rural boundary. Next slide, please. To facilitate high-density residential development on the subject sites, the LUP amendment also includes redesignating the Van Wingerden sites and Baylord from rural to urban areas. The Baylord site is currently designated and zoned for residential use and is developed with 4 residences, accessory structures, and approximately 3 acres of seasonal crops. The site is surrounded by single and multifamily dwellings, a public park, orchards, and agricultural land. Developers of the Baylord site have also partnered with the county's housing authority, who have a pending application with the county for a multifamily housing project. Adjusting the urban rule boundary to include Baylord into the urban area would enable high-density multifamily development, intensifying the existing use without converting the use to another. This change would maintain a stable urban rule boundary, protect the agricultural viability of neighboring operations, and support reasonable urban growth. Next slide. The amendment further introduces a new IP section to facilitate the development of affordable housing on the 4 rezoned sites. This new section allows by right multifamily residential development at specified densities, requiring that at least 20% of units be affordable to very low and or low income households. In coordination between commission staff, county staff, and the property owners of the Baylord and Van Wingerden sites, the county and property owners have agreed to increase the minimum percentage of affordable units from the originally proposed 20% to 32%. The first 20% must be for very low or low-income households, while the additional 12% can include moderately priced units, significantly increasing the overall number of affordable units. Suggested Modification 3 memorializes the agreed-upon requirement to increase the percentage of affordable housing units to be provided at each of the housing sites. High-density residential development will only be permitted on these sites due to the proposed rezoning and increased density. The affordable unit component is integral to these future projects. As originally proposed, the amendment would have required affordable units be maintained as such for a minimum of 90 years. However, to ensure these units remain affordable for their entire lifespan, Suggested Modification 3 further incorporates the county and the commission staff agreed upon mandate that a restrictive covenant that ensures that all very low, low, and moderate income rental and for sale units remain affordable for the entire lifespan of the development. This requirement aligns with past commission actions. The other suggested modifications provide necessary clarifications to enhance the implementation of the LCP and maintain consistency. There's an addendum for this item which addresses correspondence received since the staff report was published. Notably, a letter from the City of Carpinteria was received opposing the staff recommendation. The city and several public comment letters expressed concerns that the amendment fails to adequately protect agricultural, scenic, and coastal resources. However, the rationale for the staff recommendation, including discussion of the concerns raised, has been fully addressed in the staff report findings. The city letter also claims that the agricultural viability was not analyzed per section 30241.5 of the Coastal Act. However, this section only applies if the rationale for converting agricultural lands to non-agricultural uses is due to the severe limitation of the existing agricultural uses on the site. In this case, the county's request to convert ag lands to residential uses is because the conversion would complete a logical boundary and contribute to a stable limit to urban development, which is permitted under section 30241. Finally, notice of the Commission's meeting regarding this amendment was provided more than 10 days in advance of the hearing, meeting the legal requirements for notification. Specifically, the notice was published in a local newspaper due to the broad scope of the amendment and was also mailed to relevant agencies and planning departments. Additionally, the staff exceeded legal requirements by coordinating with the county to email our hearing notice to individuals who had expressed interest in the housing element update, reaching over 9,000 interested parties. In closing, staff is recommending the Commission find that the proposed LUP amendment to change the land use designations is consistent with and meets the requirements of the policies of Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act, and find the proposed IP amendment, only if modified as suggested, is consistent with and adequate to carry out the applicable policies of the certified LUP as amended. Commission staff have met with county staff and the property owners of the Baylor and Van Wingerden sites, and county staff and property owners have indicated that they are supportive of the suggested modifications. Because this is an amendment of both the LUP and IP components of the county's LCP, there are 3 separate motions to carry out the staff recommendation, which can be found starting on page 6 of the staff report. To approve the LUP amendment as submitted and to deny the IP amendment as submitted and then and to deny the IP amendment as submitted and then approve the IP amendment as modified. That concludes the staff presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with the term design residential. Is that what you said? Or did I mishear?
Yeah, let's save that for questions.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much. We'll start, I think Ms. Gonzalez, your staff report's finished, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Just confirming. Let's do ex partes first. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I'll go first on that. So I had a meeting with Victor Avina, Paul Guarini, Alex Weingarten, Galar Macon, my chief of staff, Priscilla Ramos, to talk about this particular project on October 30th. There was a PowerPoint which was included in our ex parte communication, which was sent to staff. We talked about primarily about the 32% affordable units, or 150 units of the project being affordable as a key focus for myself. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes, thank you. On 10:31 at 3 p.m., I received an email from Victor Avina to myself. It included a slide deck and an email, and I sent that to executive staff, and it's on record.
Any others? Okay, I have a couple of conversations to report. On 11/4, at approximately 5 p.m. via phone, I spoke to Annie Bardock. The substance of the conversation was around her opposition to this action and the staff recommendation. I explained to her that the Coastal Commission was not considering this sua sponte, but that the action came from the county, and that if the county wished to pull the item, it could do so, but that this was as a result of the county submitting this to the Coastal Commission. It was not something that we undertook on our own. On that evening, also 11/4, on the plane actually, I had a brief conversation with Supervisor Bob Nelson where we spoke very, very briefly about this project, and I asked if he had any feedback for me, and we just generally spoke about housing policy in the state of California in particular. I also spoke briefly on that same flight on 11/4 to Susan Jordan on this issue, where we spoke about a number of letters that are in the public record, and then the bulk of our conversation around this issue centered on focusing on the Coastal Act and always going back to the law. I also spoke to Wade Cooper, who is the Chief of Staff to Supervisor Roy Lee. This was not on the flight, but was on 11/5 the next morning. And again, the conversation was primarily around process, not substance. The county being the party to pull the item if that was so desired, and just sort of talking through process and how that evolved. That was all of the conversations I had. Thank you. So with that, we will open the public hearing, and I think begin with the county.
Yes, we have Santa Barbara County Planning Staff, Lisa Plowman. And
Ms. Plowman.
I think this is on. I do have a PowerPoint presentation that is getting loaded up. And if you could go to the first slide, that would be great. I'm the Director of Planning and Development for the County of Santa Barbara. The first thing I wanted to say is I wanted to express my appreciation to the Coastal Commission staff They worked closely with us on this proposal. We knew that it was going to be challenging. We didn't take it lightly. And I think we came to a place that we all felt better about in the end. And that's what's before you with these modifications. Today, I'm going to try, next slide, please. I'm going to try and go, I asked for 10 minutes, just so you know. And the chair had granted it to me. I'm just going to spend a little bit of time talking to you about the process that the county went through to get adopted and approved housing element accepted by the state. Next slide, please. So I'm sure you're all aware that every jurisdiction has a mandate to produce a housing element every 8 years. There's a RENA allocation that's given to all jurisdictions for income levels for low, moderate, and above moderate. And when you get those numbers, you assess whether or not you have sufficient vacant land to accommodate them. And if you don't, jurisdictions are required to rezone land to meet that shortfall. Next slide, please. I think you also are aware of the acute housing shortage in the state of California. It's estimated between 3 to 4 million short. There's also an acute housing shortage in South County of Santa Barbara. And it has been for decades. We've had a shortage, and we haven't really built any meaningful housing in about 40 years, particularly in the county jurisdiction. Just a few facts. 58% of the low-income renters pay over 30% on their housing. 37% decline in housing production. That's what I talked about in terms of meaningful housing production. We have 21,000 roughly low-income renters that lack access to affordable homes, and we have 31,000 roughly commuting into our county on South County for jobs. In the RENA process, the county was given a quite substantial number this time, 5,664 units. It's an 8-fold increase from our previous cycle. For the first time, SB CAG divided the numbers between our North County and our South County, and that's to make sure that it was consistent with their Sustainable Communities Plan. So that meant we had to accommodate 4,142 of those units in the South Coast. And the county was not alone. All of the cities on the South Coast had to take numbers. In fact, the city of Santa Barbara took 8,000 units. I think Carpinteria had 1,000, and the city of Goleta had 2,000. Next slide, please. Oh, there's the RENA. I'm sorry, next slide. So the county considered over 1,000 potential rezone sites countywide, north and south. Nearly 200 of those sites were in the Carpinteria Valley. We applied screening criteria that had information about urbanized areas, utilities and services. We considered 14 different environmental constraints, and also the constraints that state HCD was placing on jurisdictions in making sure that they identified sites that were actually buildable in the planning period, in the 8-year planning period. And most of the sites that we looked at did not meet those criteria. So we really worked hard to find properties that we could identify to accommodate this badly needed housing. Next slide, please. So on May 3rd of 2024, the County Board of Supervisors rezoned 18 privately owned sites. We had 11 hearings and several other opportunities for people to participate in the process. 6 of those hearings were on the rezone. We had outreach starting in 2022 about potential rezone sites. What I want to emphasize is the bulk of these rezone sites are in the Eastern Goleta Valley. And so that means thousands of units are in the Eastern Goleta Valley. We have attempted to try and address the housing need across the South Coast. And there is a housing need in the Carpinteria area, particularly the agricultural area, for the farm workers. We had 4 sites in the coastal zone, as staff mentioned. 1 in Isla Vista and 3 in the Carpinteria Valley. And we also identified, the board took the step to identify county-owned land as a way to reduce the burden on some of the other sites that could potentially be considered. Let's see. Oh, and I wanted to note that we did make efforts to meet with the city of Carpinteria. In January 2023, we met with them to discuss the rezones. We spoke to them about other opportunities, asked them to come up with ideas for us, and we could not identify sites that would meet all of the criteria that we need to meet, aside from the 3 that we had picked in that particular area. Next slide, please. It's hard for you to see this on the screen. Hopefully you have it, but this shows all of the sites that we looked at in that area. As I said, it was over 200 potential rezone sites. The green sites were the ones that were selected, but we did spend a considerable amount of time trying to identify alternative sites. Next slide, please. Your staff covered this, I think, quite well, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but there is the provision in the Coastal Act that does allow for the conversion of agricultural properties under very limited circumstances. And again, I just want to emphasize that the county did not take it lightly, but we did feel that these sites are ideally located if you were going to convert and try and build some housing in this area. These are the sites where you would do it. Next slide, please. And these are just the sites. Your staff did a very good job of identifying the urban uses that surround these properties and the fact that there are urban services that are directly available to these properties. You can show the next slide is the Baylord site. And we urge the commission to take action today. We are willing to work with the community and the city of Carpinteria through our process and have attempted to do so, but we would like to take this next step in the housing element. I'm available for any questions. And I will answer the question about design residential. That's our zoning for multifamily housing at the county. Yeah.
Ms.
Thank
Plowman,
you.
would you like to reserve the balance of your time for rebuttal?
Please.
You'll have 3 minutes. Okay, Chris, thank you.
Okay, moving on. We have Tim Kim and John Polanski here in person.
Your mic is off, sir. Turn your mic on.
Good evening.
Mr. Kim, can I ask, you are part of the applicant team or the developer
Correct.
team. How much time are you requesting for your presentation?
I think I can do it in 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
I will take it. Let's go 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh,
Go
wow.
crazy.
Gosh,
Thank
what
you.
will I say? I have a visual aid. Great. So I'm Tim Kim with TK Consulting, and I'm representing for the Baylord site, Redtail Multifamily, and working closely also with the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara with John Polanski here. And so you can't see this too well, but our site is at the top of the residential there. So this is just to kind of show location and the residential that is adjacent. Next slide or scroll down. Okay, also hard to see at this scale, but that's the site plan laid out. So why don't we just go to the last slide? There we go. Yeah, that's probably okay where it is. Thank you, though. So we started this project over 6 years ago, and from the very beginning worked closely with coastal staff and county staff, and they were great. We've worked with them on and off over that whole 6-year period. We've received a lot of great input from staff, both county and coastal. And we also had quite a bit of outreach with the city, which I'll talk about in a minute. As we saw in terms of location, this site is actually already zoned, has land designation of residential. And it was originally planned for housing and then also a school, of course, at one point. So as a result, the infrastructure is already sized for development, both the roads and the utilities. We've spent, as you can see in this plan, although it's maybe not super clear there, but we've spent a significant amount of time on this plan. Architecture, planning, landscape architecture, engineering. We've done a lot of engineering studies and environmental studies. So this project is really ready to go and ready for submittal to the county for our development application. Through the process, working with coastal staff, we were requested to add some additional units to get to that 32%. So we have done that. So we have just over 32% affordable. I wanted to point out the significant amount of outreach that we've had with the city and with the community. We started right off requesting meetings and holding meetings with the city manager, with high-level staff. We've gone to planning commission hearings, city council hearings. John will talk a little bit more about our MOU. I got 30, oh, that is 30 seconds, wow. So what do you know? So anyway, I just want to thank you for the time. We have worked with the city. It hasn't resulted in any kind of reasonable request from the city, but we're hopeful that we'll be able to work with City of Carpinteria going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Polanski. And following that will be Alex Van Wingerden and Ivor Van Wingerden and Ken Triguero.
Hey, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you very much. My name is John Polanski. I'm Director of Housing Development with the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. And first, I want to add my birthday wishes to Louise. I had an opportunity to have a very delicious cupcake that may be dinner. We don't know. I have friends that may or may not wait for me for dinner. I do want to add my thanks to the Coastal Commission staff. The Commission has an incredibly diligent and very professional team. And working with Steve and Denise and the folks that are the Coastal Commission staff, I was pleasantly surprised to see Steve and some other familiar faces from 12 years ago, my one and only other time with the Coastal Commission, when we had Pescadero Lofts in Isla Vista, which was, I understand, the first permanent supportive housing, affordable housing project in the coastal zone in the state. It's been on the ground operating successfully, housing people that were formerly not housed for 11 years next month. Any of you that would like to come to a little celebration, just let me know. I also want to thank Lisa and her planning and development team. Really appreciate working with them as well. Back in 2019, the Carpinteria Unified School District kind of gave us a hint that they might surplus some property that had been on the rolls, on everybody's maps for about a decade as a future school site. One of my first conversations was with the former city manager in the city of Carpinteria, because I understood that we were adjacent to the city and it was going to be important to work with them, regardless of the fact that it was not in the city limits and it's not in their sphere of influence. But it still was important to start working with them right away. So that's 6 years ago. January 1 of 2020, we ended up executing an option agreement with the Carpinteria Unified School District. And in August of 2020, despite what was going on in 2020, we did a pre-application to Lisa and the Planning and Development Department. The city had wanted us really strongly to annex into the city so that they could entitle the project. It was already in the county. We did not want to go through the extra time, the costs. We calculated that it would have been at least $2.5 to $3 million of additional costs processing through the city, then through the county, and it was already in the county. Can I have another minute? Okay, thank you. So then in November 2020, we asked the county CEO to start entering into tripartite negotiations between the county, the city, and us. We had a meeting in November. In April of 2021, the City Council officially gave the former city manager approval to initiate negotiations. 6 months later, they pulled out of those negotiations and sent basically a cease and desist letter to my board and to the Board of Supervisors. We have 1,800 units spread throughout the county, none in the Carpinteria Valley or in the city of Carpinteria, but not for lack of trying. We worked with the former city manager under Creative Housing Solutions Committee he formed for 3 years, 2016 to 2019, could not find a site similar to Lisa's experience. One of the commitments we've made and will still keep is there are a number of people experiencing homelessness in the city of Carpinteria and the Carpinteria Valley that keep coming up every year in the point in time counts. We've made a commitment early on to house as many of those folks as we could, and we'll keep that commitment. And in conclusion,
can you, yeah, you really need to wrap up, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
We have worked really closely with Coastal Commission staff. We do have a defined project with 26.5% of the units being capital A affordable, serving low and very low income folks, a total of 32.1% when you include 11 moderate income, serving 80 to 120%. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Thank you. Alex Van Wingerden.
Well, good evening, Chair Hardman and Commissioners. It's been a long day, so I'll try to make it short and sweet. My name is Alex Van Wingerden, and I'm here on behalf of my family who own the Van Wingerden 1 and 2 parcels in Carpinteria. Our family has farmed in Carpinteria Valley for more than 50 years. Farming is our legacy and our livelihood, and we intend to continue farming on our other properties in the valley for generations to come. And obviously, in bringing in, farm worker housing for us will really strengthen our other operations in order to have the ability to get the people we need to farm in perpetuity. At the same time, there is a real housing crisis in our community. Roughly 80% of our employees commute from Ventura County, spending hours on the road instead of time with their families. Our goal is simple: to create housing that allows farm workers, teachers, first responders, and service employees to live where they work. That's why we reached out to Kendrio and People Self-Help and our current development team to pursue the opportunity to develop some of our farming operations that have been less viable over the last 10 years. The county's proposal for Van Wingerden 1 and 2 provides a balanced mix of housing, including a significant and permanent affordable component right where infrastructure already exists. These parcels represent a rare opportunity to provide meaningful, affordable housing within the coastal zone while continuing our family's long-term commitment to local agriculture. We respectfully ask for your support of coastal staff recommendation for approval. The proposal will help the people who make the Carpinteria Valley run, the workers who grow, teach, and serve here every day. I want to thank staff, county staff, and the Coastal Commission staff for their work and dialogue to get to the point we are. It's been very constructive, and we feel like we have made headway into getting from point A to B. My project team and I am available for any questions, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Chris, I'm going to jump in here. I have to make an announcement. I just realized that there is a possibility that I was involved in one of the early stages of one of the property negotiations. So out of an abundance of caution under Government Code 8, Section 87100, I do need to recuse myself. I think that's the right thing to do. It's what we're required to do. So I unfortunately am with apologies, and I'm very disappointed in lots of different ways, but that's what I got to do. So I will turn it over to Vice Chair Hart. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Ivor Van Wingerden. And I see that you're joining via phone. You should be able to unmute now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for your time. My name is Ivor Van Wingerden, one of the many Van Wingerdens in the Carpinteria Valley. My grandfather, who was also Alex's grandfather, came from Holland in 1967. We've been farming there ever since. But I'm not directly connected to this project at all. We have no ownership in it. But we do still farm in Carpinteria. Under Ocean Breeze, they have over 100 employees, most of which, drive in every day. It's a lot of, extra time and, weight on them. And we've tried to get farm worker housing projects approved for the last 30 years, 40 years, to little success. But we are happy that the county is finally on board with something like this, and we give our full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Ken Triguero.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair and Commissioners. Ken Triguero, I'm with People's Self-Help Housing, the CEO there. We're a local, along the Central Coast, community-based nonprofit affordable housing developer, owner-operator, and manager. And we're here to support the rezone of the Van Wingerton parcels. Since 1970, we have developed about 3,500 units on the coast, and we're doing a lot more along with a lot of others, but so much more is needed. I wanted to make sure you understood the demand and the need from our perspective. We have about over 2,000 rental existing apartments, and on the wait list for those 2,000 are about 10,000. So that's about 5 households waiting for every single existing affordable housing unit that we have. We're accepting about 500 applications a quarter. Typically, we're hearing the stories are those who are doubled up, tripled up right now, are heavily rent burdened, and very often those are folks who are working locally but traveling great distances up and down the coast to commute. So such is the case too in Carpinteria Valley. We have 4 properties that we've developed in the city of Carpinteria, a community we really love and appreciate and would like to do more. The same level of demand there. We've got 159 units. The household wait list is about 785. So there's a lot of demand. We're serving a lot of course, low-income families, but farm workers and their families is a big component of what we're doing. We've worked with the Van Wingerton family years and years, and we're a neighbor adjacent to one of these parcels, and we're really aligned in terms of our value. We see them as a great partner, fair in their dealings, and a great community upstanding member. So we're pretty excited if there is an opportunity to move forward to work with them on the affordable housing on those 2 sites. The other thing to mention quickly, if I could, Vice Chair,
I'm not as nice as our chair.
I can
take mine. As you may have observed through the afternoon. Why don't you take just a few seconds?
Super quick, is these locations also qualify under the state's qualified allocation plan to compete well for the resources that are primarily available for affordable housing. So I think that's just a plus. We're supportive, as I say. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Next speaker.
Next, we have the City of Carpinteria. We have in person Julia Mayer, Michael Ramirez, and then on Zoom, Nick Bobrov, Mindy Fogg, and Megan Musol.
All right.
So Julia Mayer, Michael Ramirez.
Hello, and thank you, commissioners, for having me. My name is Julia Mayer, and I serve on the Carpinteria City Council. I'm a 3rd-generation Carpinteria resident. My grandparents moved there in 1940, when the Carpinteria Valley was primarily just lemons. In the 40 years since, we've only moved that urban-rural boundary one time, and with a lot of very focused attention. And I think one of the reasons that I've been tasked to come to speak to you is that we are a unique piece of land, the city of Carpinteria. We are buffered by the county, and county's decisions impact us greatly. And you can remember what happened with the cannabis and what's happened to us there. So I represent District 3, which is bordered by our urban-rural boundary on 3 sides. We are primarily an agricultural community, but we are also one of the last truly small beach towns on the California coast. We are defined by the open views of the foothills, rows of greenhouses, avocados, orchards, and farmlands, and the modest scale that never competes with the beauty of the landscape. But we are also a small piece of land. We're talking about 6 miles by 4 miles, which 3 of them are out in the ocean. You can still see the stars at night, hear the ocean, and recognize every building downtown, and that character is not by accident. It's the result of nearly 50 years of careful partnership between the city, the county, and the Coastal Commission. Sound community planning is what our whole city's general plan is based on, with a mission to preserve this essential character of our small beach town, with its unique visual and natural resources and its open rural surroundings. The proposals before you would fundamentally change that. 3 high-density housing sites that would be placed not in our downtown or near transit, but on our agricultural valley that has always formed a living green belt between the community and the foothills. They would bring taller, denser, and more urban buildings than our valley has ever seen, disregarding a long-held approach of tapering development in the city's edge. Our residents are already feeling this impact because once
Excuse me, how much more time do you need?
30 seconds?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Once farmland is gone, it is gone forever, and that is staggering to watch land that has been carefully farmed with open field crops eradicated in the favor of housing. And make no mistake, the Coastal Commission favoring condominiums to open field organic farms and density over the commitment to preserving our agriculture will open a door that will not shut until condos populate our orchards. Please protect our urban-rural boundary and don't erode it. And I respectfully ask you to at least look closer at these and look at what the impacts that these counties' decisions are having on our city, which is a small piece of land that we can protect. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Ramirez, Nick Bobroff, Mindy Fogg, Megan Musolf.
Vice Chair Hart, Commissioners, my name is Michael Ramirez. I'm the new city manager in Carpinteria. I have a letter I'd like to read to you, and I realize that my message may conflict with some of the other messages that you've heard, and so I'm thinking about that over there and realize it's not so much a conflict as it is a difference perhaps in what we mean by meaningful or respectful or clear boundaries, and so a difficult decision for you all to work through. As stated in our letter that we sent, the city appreciates the Coastal Commission's longstanding partnership in protecting the Carpinteria Valley's agricultural heritage and coastal resources. For nearly 50 years, this valley has stood as a model of balanced planning and a place where growth occurs within clear limits and where agricultural, housing, and the environment coexist in a stable framework. That balance is what's at stake today. The proposed rezones before you would allow large-scale, high-density residential development just outside our city boundary, completely out of character with what's there today and on lands that have always served as the visual and functional buffer between the community and the rural valley. Yet these projects would rely heavily on city infrastructure, city roads, and city services, despite being outside of jurisdiction and beyond our control. We have not been given the opportunity to coordinate on how to serve these developments, how to manage emergency services, parking and traffic, storm drainage, schools, parks, and recreation, nor is there any mechanism for impact mitigation once these projects are approved ministerially under state housing law. These developments would directly affect Carpinteria residents, yet the city would have no voice in shaping them. Our city absolutely is not opposed to housing. Our staff have worked hard in cooperation with your staff to accommodate new housing within our boundaries in places that are already urbanized and where infrastructure and public services are in place. But this proposal moves the line into the rural valley, eroding the clear urban-rural boundary that has defined responsible planning in the region for decades. The city urges you to deny rezoning of the Baylord and Van Wingerden 1 and 2 sites. There is a better path, one that provides housing through coordination, consistency, and shared responsibility, rather than through piecemeal urban expansion. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, Nick Bobroff, who's on Zoom. We seem to be having trouble moving you in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute on your device now.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. My name is Nick Bobroff, and I serve as the Community Development Director for the City of Carpinteria. For more than 20 years, I've had the privilege of working with this commission and your staff on projects here in Carpinteria. I've seen firsthand how consistent application of the Coastal Act has protected our agricultural land, our scenic views, and the unique sense of place that draws people to this part of the coast. The proposal before you today would jeopardize that legacy. Rezoning 3 rural Carpinteria Valley sites for high-density housing would push urban development beyond the long-standing urban-rural boundary that this commission helped establish and has reaffirmed for many years. This boundary has remained impressively stable with only one outward adjustment in the past 4 decades, and even that occurred only after extensive coordination with the commission to demonstrate lack of agricultural viability and to adopt site-specific coastal resource protection standards. By contrast, staff's rationalization for supporting the proposed rezones reads as a solution in search of a problem. The existing boundary is already clear, functional, and effective. These rezones would not stabilize it, they would destabilize it, inviting speculation and increasing pressure for conversion of more of the productive farmland that defines the valley's character. These rezones also raise a fundamental issue of consistency and fairness. At the city, we've been working closely with your district staff on our own housing element rezones. To address coastal staff's concerns regarding agricultural, scenic, and habitat protection, we divided our efforts into distinct phases, promptly receiving certification for our urban infill sites, but ensuring that objective coastal resource standards will be in place before considering rezoning of the more sensitive sites in our latter phase. We understand and respect that approach. It's an appropriate safeguard to ensure new housing is harmonized with environmental and coastal resource protection. Yet this county proposal, entirely outside the urban boundary and within the coastal zone, is being advanced without those same standards in place. Approving it would set a troubling precedent, signaling that agricultural lands at the urban fringe are once again open to conversion and speculation. The city has already begun receiving inquiries to annex and rezone nearby farmlands simply in anticipation of this outcome.
Thank you. Next is Mindy Fogg, and then Megan Musolf, and then we'll go on to the general public comments. Mindy Fogg.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is Mindy Fogg, a resident and principal planner with the City of Carpinteria. I've worked as a public sector land use planner for more than 25 years across 5 jurisdictions on the California coast. As outlined in our letter, the county's proposed LCP amendment does not comply with Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act or the county's own land use plan. The addendum released yesterday unfortunately repeats the same circular reasoning found in the original staff report. It again claims that these 3 rezonings would complete a more stable urban-rural boundary. In truth, the boundary is and has long been stable. There is no factual basis for staff's assertion. These sites are not surrounded by existing urban development. The proposed amendment would destabilize the area, extending urban edge into an intact, highly viable agricultural landscape that the city, county, and this commission have worked so hard to protect. Even more concerning, the staff report continues to rely on the assumption that future coastal development permits issued by the county will safeguard coastal resources. That assumption is no longer valid. These rezones are being restructured to allow for ministerial approval under housing law. So if certified, projects on these sites would not undergo discretionary review that would apply subjective coastal LCP policies. There would be no opportunity for site-specific mitigation for visual, agricultural, or any cumulative impacts. Our city has faced the same state housing mandates and has worked closely with commission staff to ensure our own housing element rezonings include built-in coastal resource protections. We also intend to adopt additional objective standards before more sensitive sites are rezoned. The county has made no such effort for these Carpinteria Valley sites. We respectfully ask the commission to deny this amendment as proposed. The Coastal Act requires balance. Coastal Act requires balance between housing and resource
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, we have a
Thank you.
number of speakers on this item, so we're going to have to move things along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 16 speakers, I believe. So what we're going to do.
One
Thank
more
you,
from the
Vice
City of
Chair Hart and
Carpinteria.
Commissioners. My name is Megan Musolf, and I'm a long-range planner for the City of Carpinteria. As a recent college grad, I've been taught that good planning starts with understanding context, scale, and long-term sustainability. Over the past 2 years, I've been working with your district staff on Carpinteria's housing element, general plan update, and local coastal program update, planning carefully for how the city will accommodate future housing needs while continuing to protect the agricultural and scenic resources that make this valley unique. That's why this proposed amendment raises serious questions. The existing urban-rural boundary in Carpinteria is already stable and functional. It defines where urban growth ends and agriculture begins. To be clear, we are not taking an anti-housing standpoint. Instead, we are troubled by the clash between high-density upzonings outside the city's boundary and the Coastal Act's directive to focus development within established urban areas. From a long-range planning perspective, I don't see a physical or policy reason to move the urban-rural boundary. And shifting it now seems inconsistent with the careful, coordinated approach this commission has always asked us to take. Thank you for considering these points.
Thank you. And now we're
Okay.
general public. Yeah.
So as we move on to Zoom, it's almost 6 o'clock. What I'd like to do is try to get the speakers. We have 16 speakers. Why don't we give a half hour for comment on this, and then we'll see if we're going to reduce the time. So we'll give 2 minutes per speaker for the next half hour until 6:30, or approximately
Okay.
until 6:30. Thank you.
Sounds good. Next, we have Valerie Bentz, followed by Carl Sonkin, Christy Boyd, and Carl Stuckey. So Valerie Bentz, when you're able to, okay, you declined to be moved in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute now as an attendee. Valerie Bentz.
What does it mean to be a panelist?
Go ahead, just go ahead.
Can I be seen on the screen or not? I don't see myself.
If you're a panelist, you can be seen. So please
Okay,
accept now.
I would like to be seen. Yeah, I didn't know what that meant. Okay.
Okay, there you go. Valerie, you're muted still. Okay, there you go.
Hello, I'm Valerie Bentz. I've been a resident of Carpinteria for some time. I'm on the board of the Carpinteria Valley Association. And our president, Mike Wondolowski, has written a detailed report saying that this proposal would violate the urban-rural boundary, which is so important for maintaining the whole character of our community. There's a very viable urban and clear urban-rural boundary we have preserved over time. It involves 10 farms, sustainable farms, and it is a wonderful backdrop for the existing community. To put dense buildings right behind that would destroy this overall effect. I'm just going to move to reading the summary from Mike Wondolowski and his letter. In conclusion, it is poor planning to put the high-density residential development in the entire Carpinteria Valley at risk, outside the city limit. In fact, requiring modification to the long-established and effective urban-rural boundary to allow it. Making the proposal even worse is that it includes solely residential development, a lack of amenities required to support it, transport, employment, schools. This would require residents to drive into the city's core to access those amenities. It should be noted that the city of Carpinteria has repeatedly and strongly opposed this rezoning. And that's what we conclude. The Carpinteria Valley Association does not support the proposal.
All right, thank you. Next, Carl Sonkin, Christy Boyd, Carl Stuckey, Anna Carrillo. Carl Sonkin, I see that you're on and unmuted.
Yes, I'm on and unmuted. My name is Carl Sonkin, and I'm a new resident of the Carpinteria Casitas Village, directly across the street from what could be a huge development if you provide the upzoning to the Baylord Farm property. Please roll the video that I sent in. Here it is.
Give us a moment to load up your video.
Thank you. It's self-contained. This is the historic Baylord Farm, and if the Coastal Commission okays a drastic zoning increase here, acres of prime agricultural soil will be destroyed. That's because with the zoning change, a developer will be able to cover the land with more than 140 apartments. Each apartment will technically be limited to only 1.6 cars, which will cause more air pollution on the coast, and there will certainly be overflow issues. Where will those extra vehicles go? Well, right across the street, where large working families often have more than one car or truck. Parking is already impacted at the casitas. The alternatives for those extra cars aren't great. A representative of the developer suggested a parking lot at the Carpinteria Bluffs, but overnight parking at the environmentally protected bluffs is prohibited by the city of Carpinteria, and all those extra cars will affect the fragile ecosystem of the bluffs. That aside, residents parking there would have to cross dangerous, busy freeway on and off ramps and a bridge to walk nearly a mile to their apartments. There are no traffic controls here and limited sidewalks, and those pedestrians will certainly cause traffic delays, vehicles idling, and more pollution. And even without the proposed development, nighttime parking on main streets like Via Real fill up quickly with cars and pickup trucks from the largely working families who live at the Casitas Village and the nearby Villa Del Mar. Same with Baylord Avenue approaching the proposed apartments. Now there is only one road in and out of the Baylord farm, right next to a city park that will certainly be affected by the plans, and it will cause neighbors to be circling the streets to find parking, producing more air pollution.
Thank you. Next is Christy Boyd, Carl Stuckey, Anna Carrillo, Tristine Rayner.
It's the historic Baylord.
Go ahead, Christy Boyd.
There we go. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Christy Boyd, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. It is with a strong sense of urgency that I speak to you. I have lived in the Carpinteria Valley for over 50 years. We have always looked to Santa Barbara County and its planning staff to be good partners with the citizenry of Carpinteria. Our city has a small footprint of 2.5 square miles tucked into the Santa Ynez Mountains and bordered by the Pacific Ocean. Historically, Carpinteria has been considered an agriculturally based community. The Carpinteria Valley is home to 10-acre ag parcels aligned with the urban-rural boundary that delineates the open field farming and avocado ranches from high-density housing. This urban-rural boundary is critical in maintaining urban issues away from agricultural rights. The County of Santa Barbara, under pressure from the state, is now hoping to realign this hugely important urban-rural boundary. We as citizens of Carpinteria are firmly against this redrawing of the line. We have over 2,500 signatures from our community against this rezone effort. To redraw this longstanding boundary with staff's assertion that it will stabilize the line is counterintuitive to me. In fact, this change would destabilize this very important boundary and allow future RENA cycles to continue to erode it with the precedent set. Additionally, this rezone would allow densities and building heights never before seen in Carpinteria. As these boundary lines directly abut the city of Carpinteria, this is unacceptable. The city of Carpinteria has sent multiple emissaries to speak with you today, noting the importance of our community's strong feelings regarding this issue. They have noted in their detailed letter to you the inconsistencies between the CC.
Sorry. You got muted, Christy Boyd. Christy, can you hear us? Christy? All right. We'll move on to our next speaker. Carl Stuckey, Anna Carrillo, Tristine Rayner, Ted Rhodes. Carl Stuckey, go ahead.
Good evening. You've had a long day. I'm Carl Stuckey. I've had a farm management business and consulting business based here in Carpinteria for the last 47 years. During that time, I've spent 12 years on the County Agricultural Advisory Committee and 27 years on the Board of Directors of the California Avocado Society, past president and secretary treasurer. There's a glaring omission from the staff's review of this project, and that is the conflicts between agriculture and housing. It's bad enough with single-family residential housing, but to put high-density housing next to agriculture is going to give you unlimited number of complaints. The county agricultural commissioners in the state, all throughout the state, can tell you what a significant problem that can be. Consistency with policy, I think, is important to the commission. And here I'm thinking that you will be consistent with your policies of protecting agriculture. The plan as proposed by the county certainly is not consistent with protecting agriculture, and the conflicts that they're generating between high density housing and adjacent agricultural properties is certainly not consistent. I appreciate the time and effort that the staff and commissioners put into their work guiding policy and protecting the coast of California. And I hope in this case you'll be consistent with your policies of protecting agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but all the speakers keep declining being promoted to panelists. Could you please accept being promoted to panelists so you can speak? Next is Anna Carrillo, Tristine Rayner, Ted Rhodes, Betty Jeppesen. Anna Carrillo.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm Anna Carrillo and a 50-year resident of Carpinteria Valley. I'm very much opposed to this rezoning. I've looked carefully at the map, and just adding these pieces, it still will be a very big jigsaw because each of these pieces are next to pieces that could very easily be wanting to be converted also. In fact, Van Wingerden 1 is right next to a 5-acre parcel that's already submitting. It's an ag parcel. It's already submitting 40 condominiums to be built on their ag land. So once you start moving, this is like a jigsaw. So once you start moving, the line, we're just going to keep moving and moving and moving. So I really want you to think about how we need to protect the agriculture. And remember, the farmers have a right to farm, and that's the whole purpose of this whole urban-rural boundary. So the Baylord property is perfect as a buffer, the way it is right now as a buffer, because you've got cannabis and avocados right near where the Baylord property wants to be upzoned, and putting in 3 stories would be prevent the view corridor from being seen as it is right now. And you saw from the movie about the problem with the parking. Foothill Road, where the one is Van Wingerden 2 by the high school, has an ag piece separating it from the residences, and it has a whole 10-acre cannabis farm right there. So by doing this trying to piecemeal and change the urban-rural boundary, we're just looking for the destruction of Carpinteria as we know it now, and we really need to preserve. Carpinteria already has 908 units. They have to provide the city, and we're adding probably another 1,000 to it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Tristine Rayner, Ted Rhodes, Betty Jeppesen, Cagney Miller. Tristine Rayner.
I want to question the assumptions that this will accomplish an improvement in housing for low-income people in our area. I can only speak about Baylord. I live at the Casitas Village, which immediately adjoins it. This is a primarily Hispanic community. They are working people. Therefore, we have small units now here, which are 842 square feet. They rent, market rate now is about $3,500. If market rate for the much larger units that will be built will rent for much more, and the majority will be market rate apartments. They are only allowing 1.6 maximum car spaces there for all of their people. We have 2. As it is, because it's mostly working people here, I invite anybody to come at night and find a parking place. I drove around the other night looking on Via Real and Ballard. There was one available parking space. If you add at least 400 more people hunting for a place to park at night to the working people who are getting home and searching as it is now and circling for a place to park, you are going to be increasing pollution here, not eliminating it. There is no place, there's no marketing, there is no work, there is nothing in this area. Everybody has to commute.
Thank you. Next, Ted Rhodes, Betty Jeppesen, Cagney Miller, Susie Anderson. Ted Rhodes?
Yeah, it's not letting me unlock the video, but I guess I'll just go ahead and speak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, I'll just go. Good evening. My name is Ted Rhodes. As a longtime resident of Carpinteria, I'm asking you to deny Santa Barbara County's request to amend its local coastal plan to rezone these 3 rural agricultural sites within the Carpinteria Valley. We do need housing for our farm workers, absolutely, but there are other sites more appropriate for low-income housing within the boundaries of our city, rather than these proposed sites. As the City of Carpinteria points out in its letter to you, approval of the county's amendment will undermine Coastal Act policies and decades of coordinated planning between the city, county, and commission that have protected our urban-rural boundaries in Carpinteria, something I've been working on for many years as well. We must not let any state mandates undo years of careful planning. Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors ignored the recommendations of its own planning commission and that planning commission's reasoning to exclude these properties from the county rezoning plan. This amendment would destroy this important buffer between urban and agricultural uses, one that we have protected for years. Please reject this ill-advised plan by Santa Barbara County to rezone these properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Betty Jeppesen, Cagney Miller, Susie Anderson, Jessica Chavez. Betty Jeppesen.
Good evening, Vice Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is Betty Jeppesen. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed rezoning of the land by Baylord Avenue in Carpinteria. The entire south boundary of the proposed Baylord rezone borders the Casitas Village HOA land. There is no roadway there. This will not provide a stable urban rural boundary since it is immediately adjacent to privately owned land that is already fully developed. The proposed 3-story development does not provide its own access route. The would-be developer has untruthfully stated they have 3 exit routes without identifying in their proposal where these exit routes are supposed to be. Does anyone check these statements by these out-of-town developers for the truth? The would-be developer has threatened to take Casitas Village private alley as an emergency exit. This is not a public street. This is the only way out of the residential driveways of the owners of the condos located on Birch Avenue. The developer stated today that the infrastructure is already in place. It is not, since the proposal does not have a street or way out. It is simply a complete dense development immediately up to the boundary of Casitas Village HOA. The proposed development would severely impact negatively the residents' ability to escape a fire since there is only one way out, Baylord Avenue. Also, the parking is at a premium. There are no additional places on the street. The people who live at Casitas are farm workers and low-income people, and they have cars to get to and from their work who need spaces to park. The city of Carpinteria is overwhelmingly opposed to this rezone and proposed development. Please listen to them and consider their views in denying this rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 more speakers. Cagney Miller, Susie Anderson, and Jessica Chavez are next. Cagney Miller.
Good evening, Vice Chair and Commissioners. I am a manager at Moby's Nursery in Carpinteria. We are a cut flower grower. We are a cut flower grower and bouquet maker with about 100 current employees. Roughly 80% of our workforce currently commutes from Ventura County due to the high cost and limited availability of housing here. Factors like time spent commuting to and from work and the cost of fuel make employee retention extremely difficult. We need a more stable, dependable workforce, which this housing can provide by giving our farm workers quality of life. Affordable, safe, local housing improves physical and mental health and well-being, leading to more productive and focused employees, reducing workplace injuries and errors. Less time on the roads would give them more quality time with family and friends. Affordable housing and reduced fuel costs would help devote more resources to essential needs like food, clothing, and healthcare. Despite what the opposers have said, this project will actually benefit the city of Carpinteria. Well-designed and maintained affordable housing would reduce the number of overcrowded homes we have here in Carpinteria, enhancing the overall quality and appearance of our neighborhoods. Local farm workers would help boost the economy, helping struggling stores like our Smart and Final. Most locals prefer the Albertsons Shopping Center, where traffic is a nightmare as it's located right next to the 101 freeway entrance, which most of the town's workforce uses to commute. This housing would allow workers to be home in a matter of minutes, drastically cutting down traffic, reducing the burden on other travelers, tourists, and locals. Fun fact, many of our local farm workers actually choose to ride their bikes to work, not drive their cars. The housing would blend in nicely with the area's surrounding homes and high school. It would boost the morale of so many people with very little intrusion on the rest of the community. So this evening, I ask for your support by voting in favor of the rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Susie Anderson. We lost Jessica Chavez from the meeting, Lorraine McIntyre, and then Jill Stasinos. Susie Anderson.
Chair and honorable commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. This is the Baylord property in Carpinteria, farmed by the Baylord family for 155 years, and for the past 15 years, an organic row crop farm feeding our local communities. Next slide. It is our buffer zone. It protects the residents of Casitas Village from the odors, dust, pesticides, and noise of large-scale agriculture, and it protects the farmers who have a legal right to farm. Next slide. Based on aerial imagery and soil data, the Baylord parcels have been officially classified as prime farmland and farmland of statewide importance. Next slide. In January, KEYT News featured the Baylord farmer for his partnership with the USDA and Santa Barbara Food Bank for providing 7,000 pounds of fresh organic produce every week to local schools and families in need. Next slide. The Baylord property forms our urban-rural boundary. It is our designated buffer zone. And despite parcel designations or zoning, it is proven to be extremely valuable, productive, organic farmland. Please do not allow this land to be rezoned and paved. Multifamily housing should be located near existing city services, not on land that has a history of providing food to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jessica Chavez came back into the meeting. Jessica Chavez next, and then Lorraine McIntyre, Jill Stasinos. Jessica Chavez, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Coastal Commissioners. My name is Jessica Chavez, and I am the Operations Manager at Moby's, a cut flower operation located in Carpinteria, California. I'm here to express my strong support for the Van Wingerden 1 and Van Wingerden 2 housing projects. Throughout my career, I have had the privilege of working, advocating for, and providing essential services to farm workers and their families. Today, in my role within HR operations management in the agricultural industry, I am able to continue that commitment by working directly with our farm workers. This position allows me to build meaningful relationships, gain a deeper understanding of their challenges, and now help address their critical housing needs. Within this role, I am directly responsible for overseeing the hiring of team members. It has grown to be extremely challenging to fill these roles. The positions we have had to fill range from bouquet makers, harvesters, support staff to key management positions. We have experienced a lack of local applicants wanting to work in our industry, presenting an added challenge in an already complex industry. Often after hiring, our employees experience commute burnout or are forced to make the decision to leave as they report their quality of life declines. Employees have expressed themselves having less hours at home with their children, missing school events, and having increased travel expenses. Despite efforts to move Carpinteria, they are unable to find affordable housing, leading to low employee retention rates largely attributed to the housing shortage. As noted earlier, the cut flower industry is extremely complex, Requests for higher wages often stem from the need to offset the costs associated with long commutes or the challenge of finding accessible, affordable housing. Although we understand the demands and the need to try and help cover their costs, in an already challenging industry, it is often not feasible. Our farmer workers have an integral role in sustaining our local economy, and it is imperative we act on the need for housing. Thank you in advance for your time and consideration. I hope you are compelled to vote for much needed change in our community. As previously stated by others, Carpinteria is a key farming community, and our hope is that with the challenge of the passage of this project, farm workers and others who already contribute to the local economy will also have the opportunity to plant their roots and call it home. This will allow essential workers to become more connected to the community and have a stake to keep the city thriving.
Thank you. Next, Lorraine McIntyre, Jill Stasinos, and then we found two more, Lori Lara and Eric Edwards. Lorraine McIntyre.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you so much for taking the time to take all these calls and for staying so late. I did send in a letter which I explained 3 bullet points, one being that you've carefully crafted these protections for the Coastal Commission over years and years of labored intentional planning, and it just feels like you're willing to throw them out so quickly to meet this housing mandate. So the second thing I wanted to point out is the developer's plan, and I'm speaking specifically for the Baylor property, doesn't really include plans for all the other items that other speakers before me had mentioned: the egress and ingress, the parking, the amenities. They're going to be butting up against 3 sides of avocado ranches. Like you can almost reach over the fence and pick an avocado for lunch. I mean, that's how close they're going to be. There's no buffer. There's no protection. The pollutant, the cross-contamination between the crops, which are supposed to be organic, and the people, living right across the fence. And thirdly, you've got a lot of overcrowding here, and it's not because necessarily that the housing is a crunch, it's the pricing is so expensive. And I just don't see how additional housing is going to create an opportunity for people to move in here and feel like they're going to pay less. Because if 80% of the workforce is commuting from Ventura and our housing already is overcrowded, who's going to move in there first? The people that are already living here or the people that are commuting from Ventura? Hence, you're just going to create more overcrowding. And this is just a bad area for this development, because if you were to drive here and look at it, you've seen the pictures, you've seen the video that Carl made. It butts up against a park where they play soccer, Little League. There's a playground. There's a dog park. Three corners of avocado ranches.
Thank you.
It's just a bad area for the development. Please
you.
deny it.
Next, our final 3 speakers, Jill Stasinos, Lori Lara, and Eric Edwards. Jill Stasinos.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm a concerned Carpinterian who's reading a letter from Jana Zimmer. I write in strong support of the City of Carpinteria's position opposing the conversion of the Van Wingerden properties from agriculture to housing. I am not aware of any case where the Coastal Commission authorized a rezone or conversion solely because of the individual landowner's potential economic gain or need, as seems to be the case here. Because of the unusual recent history of the failed conversion of agriculture to cannabis cultivation in the Carpinteria Valley, I urge the Commission to at least require a full study of the feasibility of any continued agricultural production on these properties prior to redesignating or rezoning them for urban uses. I would suggest that the Commission compare analysis of any other case, if one exists, where the conversion of agriculture was approved only because it made for, quote, neater boundary lines, and without regard to continued feasibility of agriculture on the affected site. More importantly, there are unusual circumstances in the Carpinteria Valley which allowed for the wholesale conversion of agricultural lands to cannabis production, which has not brought the economic gains that were anticipated by the owners and by the county. There was never any study required for wholesale conversion of traditional agriculture to the cannabis product. Now the cannabis production has failed to produce the revenues either for the county or for the landowners that were anticipated. The Commission should insist, at a minimum, some for convincing evidence that there is no form of agriculture that would be viable going forward prior to allowing conversion of any agricultural lands to urban uses. It seems to me that if this rezone is approved, any owner of agricultural land in Carpinteria with a failed or failing cannabis property could apply for rezoning to housing. Thus, the protections that an urban-rural boundary was intended to provide would simply evaporate. Yana Zimmer. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Lara, and then Eric Edwards.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lori Lara, and I'm the Director of Human Resources at Westland Floral Company. I'm here today to speak in strong support of the proposed rezoning project of the county housing element. As someone who leads recruitment for our company, I can tell you firsthand how challenging it is to source qualified candidates for our workforce. Carpinteria simply doesn't have enough affordable housing to offer to the people who want to work and live here. It's particularly hard for families who have young children or other obligations. They need to be close to home, not an hour or more away. The traffic is overwhelming, and many of our employees spend hours a day commuting just to be here. The reality is that there is no work-life balance for people who have to drive long distances, and the rising cost of labor makes it even harder for us to compete and find talent that is needed. But the lack of affordable housing is a huge barrier. On a personal level, I understand this struggle. I've been commuting from Ventura County for 14 years, about two hours each day that I spend away from my family and my child. I often miss dinner, school events, and important moments in her life. If something were to happen to her, I'd be about 40 to 60 minutes away, unable to get to her quickly, and many of our employees do face that same challenge. This rezoning proposal is an opportunity to help people like myself and coworkers, people who do want to be part of the community and are currently forced to live elsewhere because of the high cost of housing. I urge you to approve this project and give us a chance to live and work in the place that we love. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And then our final speaker, Eric Edwards.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Eric Edwards, and I'm here to express my strong support for the Van Wingerden 1 and Van Wingerden 2 projects that would bring affordable farm working housing to the Carpinteria Valley. For nearly a decade, I've worked in Carpinteria, and for nearly that long, I've spent about 3 hours every day commuting to and from work. Like so many of my colleagues, I've tried to move closer, but there simply isn't attainable housing options here. The result is what you'd expect: more traffic, more emissions, and a workforce that's exhausted before the workday even starts. I understand and deeply respect Carpinteria's agricultural and coastal character. It's what makes this community so special. But providing affordable and workforce housing within the coastal zone actually helps protect that character. It allows the people who sustain local agriculture, schools, and small businesses to live in the community they serve. This project supports the Coastal Act's goals of equitable access, sustainable communities, and climate resilience. By reducing long commutes and creating local housing for essential workers, it delivers real environmental and social benefits. After nearly a decade of working in Carpinteria, it truly feels like home. I only wish it could be, for me and so many others who help make this community thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to come back to the county. I believe that you've reserved 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, I will not take 3 minutes, but I do have a couple of points I want to make. I want to respond to a couple of the comments I heard, and I just want to reiterate that the South Coast housing market is one of the most expensive markets in the country. And the housing need is very real. And it's real for a range of employees that are low-income employees, very low-income employees, moderate, upper moderate, up to 200% of AMI. So it's badly needed. We have people commuting in and out of our county. As I said, 31,000 people commute into our county because we have exported our housing demand for decades. If these sites are not rezoned, those units have to go someplace else in the county. And other areas of the South Coast have taken the greatest burden on. And so the county did a lot of hard work to try and spread as many units out because we have employees across the South Coast that need that housing. I want to emphasize that the county has a history of working with jurisdictions where projects in the county have impacts. Just recently, we had a project near the city of Goleta. We required that developer to put in a signal within that city jurisdiction. So we're open to working with the jurisdictions. I heard a concern that there would be no mitigations. That's not true. We have several mitigation measures that came out of our programmatic EIR that do get applied to these by right housing developments. And in this case, these projects would be required to get a coastal development permit. And then just lastly, with the modifications, these sites will generate more affordable housing than the other sites that are by right in our county, because the state had a mandate of 20% affordable, but we've managed to work it out with staff and with the property owners to do 32%. So that's a huge bonus for our community in the county of Santa Barbara. And I think that covers it. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I appreciate it very much. I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to staff. Mr. Hudson?
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask Ms. Gonzalez to just start the brief staff response, and then I'd like to add a few just overarching comments after that.
Thanks, Steve. To just briefly add to Lisa Plowman's response regarding the design residential, that's a design district that provides for areas for residential development in a wide range of densities, housing types, and design. Regarding the comments made by the city of Carpinteria, any residential development proposed on the sites would still be required to obtain a CDP, which would need to be found consistent with the coastal resource policies, which include visual resources as well as agricultural protection policies of the county's LCP. The only site that will have an increase to the maximum building height will be the Baylord site, which will go from 25 feet, which is currently the maximum for single-family residential, up to 35 feet, which is what's allowed under the design residential zoning district. The other three sites will continue their existing height limitations of 35 feet, as well as concerns regarding driveways and emergency access routes. Again, those concerns would be addressed by the county as part of their CDP process, which we'd like to just reiterate, that those specific development housing projects are not before us today, and they're not a part of the LCP amendment. And lastly, to respond to the speakers who stated that the Baylord site would result in the loss of existing agriculture, staff would reiterate that that lot is already zoned residential and is not one of the lots that are proposed to go from ag to residential uses. And now I'll pass it over to Steve to add any additional comments.
Thank you, Denise. I'd just like to add a few brief overarching comments. And first, I'd like to thank all the speakers, the city, and the many members of the public that spoke. And note that those were all excellent comments. Our staff is not in disagreement with the concerns or the issues that were raised. In fact, our staff shared those same concerns. Those were our concerns. And that's what we worked with the county and the applicants to really address. The conversion of agriculture, we do not allow lightly. And the test is the Coastal Act. It's Section 30241. We do believe that these limited conversions and for these two parcels is allowable under 30241. There's two provisions. One, it's the viability analysis that we heard from some speakers. The second was if it allows for this rational and defensible boundary, or a more defensible boundary. And we believe that in this case that test is met. But there's more. There is more to this story. And that's what I wanted to mention is there are two laws that the county is trying to comply with. One is the regional housing needs assessment that's required under the state law. The second is the Coastal Act. And although that's our standard of review, we acknowledge that the county is doing their best to conform to both laws. And in this case, the question for us was, is there any other way to accomplish this, to minimize the impacts to agriculture? Was there any feasible alternative? And that's what we worked with the county. And I'd like to thank the county and the property owners. We focused on that, and as the county had mentioned, they did do an exhaustive alternatives analysis. And by nature, counties are more rural. I'd also like to thank the city, because as the city noted, we worked with the city on their similar LCP amendment, and we worked really hard to avoid the loss of agricultural lands, and the city was able to modify their amendment. The difference here, unfortunately, is that in the county, there was no feasible alternative. There was no parcel of land that was available, the right size, that wasn't already designated for agriculture. Other than the possibilities of upzoning existing residential areas that are already developed with single family. The problem with that is, one, that wasn't what the county was going to do, but the more pragmatic reason is that if we designate these existing residential areas, they're already developed, and that means that that land has to be purchased in order to be redeveloped, and that would drive up the costs and make these affordable housing projects simply infeasible, and they just wouldn't happen. So there's trade-offs in this, and I would have to say, is this a perfect solution? No, but we do believe that this is the best solution. And to that end, we strove to work with the county and with the land owners to make it better. And that's why we worked with them to increase that, the amount of affordable units, to change that from the 20% that was proposed by the county to increase that to 32%. And there was a second significant change in the modifications. I just wanted to reiterate that because it's important. In my mind, it's very important, which is there was a limited term for how long these houses, these affordable housing would be preserved for affordable housing. It was 90 years, which is longer than many local governments, but these houses could still last longer than that. And so our modification changes it to for the life of the development, which essentially is in perpetuity for the life of the structure. And so we think with that analysis and these changes, we recognize that this is a complex and really difficult amendment, but we think that we've found the right balance in this case. And so with that, I'm just going to close our staff comments, note that we're here for any questions, and we leave this to your good judgment.
Thanks so much, Mr. Hudson. I want to thank staff, the County of Santa Barbara, City of Carpinteria, and all of our public commenters. Thank you so much. All right, at this time, we bring it back to the commission, beginning with Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Carpinteria. Thank you, county folks, for being here. I feel your pain. I feel your pain. I am elected in a small beach community, 1.4 square miles with 20,000 people, with arena ask of 558. We have no land, so we have to go up. We have to upzone. So I feel your pain. I wish we had property. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm a little envious. I also feel your pain with the county. You know, no one likes, big county coming in and trying to flex, because we're all about local control, right? You want to control your city and you got to deal with county, and I deal with LA County. So believe me, I understand. It's hard. It's challenging. We talked about obviously there was a lot of collaboration between staff and the county, and I wasn't sure if there was that much collaboration between the city and the county. And the city manager mentioned something. I'm going to put you on the spot here. You said that there was a better path. What's the better path? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I mean to put you on the spot because you made the comment. So, because I get it. I understand the passion of your residents. Nobody likes to change. It's hard, particularly when you're a small beach community and all of a sudden you're being told by the folks up in Sacramento that you need to be denser. We need more housing. And I get it. And then the county's saying, all right, let's try to figure out how to make this work. We have to spread the love amongst, all the communities within the county. And so if there's a better way, then I think that's something that you can figure out. I mean, if there isn't a better way, and if this is the best of the worst solutions, then, I think it's one of those things that we just need to lock arms and make it happen, bite the bullet, so to speak. But if there is a better way, I think those conversations need to take place, because no one knows your community better than you. And obviously you don't like the county coming in and sort of flexing. I just had a couple questions with, we heard about parking and height limits, and I sort of got, this is what I deal with all the time too, right? There's never enough parking. Well, when you live in a small beach community and people want to visit, and you're always going to have the parking challenges. So what are the parking minimums for the 416 units? And let me say, bravo, 32% affordable? My God, so kudos to all of you for making that happen. Property owner, the developers and the county, that's going to resonate up here in Sacramento and make people very happy in HCD. So with that being said, there's always concern about parking. 416 units, small town, where are all these folks going to park?
Okay, so if the county
sorry,
comes up,
sorry.
of course, I do just want to make one point, and that is that we're at the point right now of addressing a change in land use. So
Right.
before the development would occur, check
Right.
with staff on this, the specifics of the development that would identify parking challenges and height limits and all this stuff would come back as a CDP. Is that request? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It will come back as a CDP. I would just add that we can respond to the height. There is an allowed change in height on the Baylor parcel. It's an increase of 10 feet. So that's an allowed change.
Okay. All right. Well, I will table those specifics then.
Whatever you'd like, Commissioner.
That's fine. No, I understand. I understand that. But from a residential municipal standpoint, I understand completely. We are all wrestling with this mandate. The fact that you have that many affordable is pretty impressive, and I think you should be commended for making that happen. And we all have to figure out how to make it happen and bite the bullet, so to speak. So kudos to the property owner. I applaud you for being a part of the solution, the city, the county, and staff, because at the end of the day, that's what we have to figure out, how to be a part of the solution. And we can push back as much as we like. I think Sacramento's undefeated so far. So with that, thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to state I'll be supporting this project today, and I want to be clear why. 30241 requires us to really look at the parcels that we're going to be taking from agriculture if we're going to be making that decision, and analyze them for certain reasons. And one of those is if it creates a boundary. And two of the key projects here, and actually all three, have multiple sides of the parcels touching developed areas. And I can tell you what, the communities I represent, the communities that I every single day show up for in the Salinas Valley, have these very same issues. I have schools built in the middle of strawberry fields. And if you don't know, strawberries are some of the most intensive crops that exist. And yet it's also some of the cheapest land. So schools go out, they buy these lots, and then they put it in the middle, and they keep the strawberry going because the strawberries pay great rent. And you end up in these positions of conflict. And we're sitting here, and I get that folks like the idea of organic, right? The word organic. But organic also takes pesticides, also takes nitrates, also takes all of these additives to produce. A lot of people don't like to think about that, but organic does not mean there is no additives. There is still potential conflict there. And what I'm seeing here is this desire to keep a community in agriculture. And trust me, that is my lifeblood. It's what I know. It's what I live and breathe every single day. And in this moment, I know that that is not possible without people. And if you are not supporting the people who are going to go out and work that land, then you are not supporting agriculture. And that is what we're looking at today. These infill projects with 32% low-income housing inclusion, that is real. That is impact on community. That allows agriculture to stay alive in this valley. That is what makes it happen. And so I'm looking at this project, ready to support it with the allowances under 30241, knowing that this is going to extend the lifeline of agriculture in this community to allow us to continue to look out and see that beauty that we all want to see and support and continue to allow to thrive on the California coast. Thank you, Madam.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Nuttall?
Thank you. And I appreciate everyone's patience today. I want to just say that, amending an urban-rural boundary is a big deal. The maintenance of the urban-rural boundaries in the California coastal zone have really allowed us to have the coast that we have today over the last 50 years. The hard work that the locals and who have worked with the commission to maintain those urban-rural boundaries is, the key to having the coastal zone look like the coastal zone does. And I want to also acknowledge that the RENA numbers for counties are really tough because counties by their nature are not urban. Within the urban-rural boundaries is mostly municipalities, not counties. So it's tough for the counties to meet these RENA numbers. I take very seriously the comments from many folks that we heard from today, many who I have very much respect for and worked with over the years. But I will say that with given the situation with housing in this area, I mean, the climate impacts of driving 2 hours, 3 hours a day into these coastal communities, I think that's probably the biggest thing that I don't think that the coast on its own can solve our housing crisis in California, but there are some incremental pieces that we can do that will help house the people who work in the coastal zone and that will help them in their daily lives so that they can reduce their commute, spend more time with their family, and do the jobs that exist in the coastal zone. So in this specific case, I think the staff has done a very good job of distinguishing this case from every other case. And I think we'll look at these things on a case-by-case basis. But I do think that in this specific case, it makes sense. I regret that the city and the county have not been able to come to agreement. And I hope that as the process goes forward, that there will be able to come to some mutual agreements, but I too would be supporting staff recommendation. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. All right, Commissioner Wilson, did you want to speak? Because Commissioner Lopez was going to make the motion.
Yeah, just really briefly, I just
Sure.
want to say this reflects a sort of misnomer in what we call RENA numbers, which is Regional Housing Needs Allocation. I like to call them GINA numbers, Jurisdictional Housing Needs Allocations, because we aren't looking at it strategically from a regional perspective, and this is this sort of clash we're seeing right here is a manifestation of that inability to really be regional in how we look at this.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. A couple of things that I wanted to share. When my family came to this country in 1976, we ended up in a little place called Wesley, California. Wesley, California is, for those of you who have never been there, it's near Patterson. It's right next to the San Joaquin River. And one of the things that I found particularly amusing is that just like my house in Mexico, my school was just a block over. I was able to be in the neighborhood and be included in everything that we did because the school was the center and the heart of everything we did. When I moved back to, that was 3 years of my life up there near Modesto, the Modesto area. That's where I went out to fish with carp. My parents were agricultural workers, and we lived right next door to where we worked. And when we moved to San Diego, the availability of housing and employment changed, but still, I was able to live in the neighborhood. The school that I went to was 2 blocks away. And so, again, in the early 80s and early 90s, housing was available to working families like mine in the neighborhoods we lived in. And I must tell you that now in places like San Diego County, we have families that are commuting for an hour. They go out all the way north to Temecula, to former agricultural areas where housing is more economical. My city used to be known as the lemon capital of the world. I laugh because there's a city called Lemon Grove, which I think wants to be known as that as well. But one of the things that we're dealing with now, my city is 52 square miles. We have almost 300,000 residents, and we're building 12,000 more homes. We are part of the RENA solutions that the state has identified for our area because we're short 150,000 homes in our county. We are short 150,000 homes in our county. Our rural areas are really no longer available to us anymore because that's where the fires are. And so when we have the chance to do infill development, we prize it, we evaluate it, and we take care of it. I'm very supportive of this program, of this proposal. I'm very happy that families will get to live in the community where they work. And I'm hoping that all of us have that opportunity to offer. I don't have children myself, but I know some of you have kids, some of you have grandkids. And this is the kind of life that California affords us if we're able to keep it. And I will support this proposal. I don't have affordable housing of 32%. I wish I had landowners and this kind of opportunity in our area. I appreciate very much the staff. I appreciate very much the county that planned in their jurisdiction. And I'm really hoping that as we move forward, Carpinteria and the county are able to find their way, a best way or a better way. But this is an excellent opportunity for us to move forward, and I hope we take it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. All right. Okay. Commissioner Escalante.
Thank you. One quick comment, and I associate myself with, Commissioner Lopez and Wilson and Nothav's comments on this, but just kind of wanted to recognize the community development, services from county and from any municipality. I am a product of that. I grew up in what was a sundown town maybe 20 years before I moved there. And I would have never been able to maybe get to this place and get the education I got and participated in the school and lived in the neighborhood, even though maybe half of my neighbors wanted me gone. But and I lived next to a Superfund site, but still I was able to, and my family was able to work next to the factory was able to live next to the factory where they worked. So I appreciate it so much that this is 32%. Don't threaten us with a good time with those kinds of numbers, I think, because then we're going to build some high expectations here moving forward. But I do think that we have made the case that this special case is worthwhile moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to associate myself with all of the excellent comments by my colleagues. It's a very difficult situation that we find ourselves in California with the extreme demand for affordable housing. And I just hope that this solution ends up working out for both communities. And I'm hoping, like my colleagues said, that they find a way to work together. I grew up in the area and I'm very familiar with it, and I know how valuable those agricultural areas are and the viewscape, the beaches. Carpinteria is such a beautiful town. I really hope that this ends up being a win-win for everyone. All right, so at this time I'm going to turn to Commissioner Lopez for the series of motions, beginning with motion 1.
So, Madam Vice Chair, I move that the commission reject County of Santa Barbara Implementation Plan Coastal Zoning Ordinance Amendment number.
Excuse me, sorry,
that
that's the
wrong?
second motion.
Is
If
it?
you-
I thought that was the first.
Did I
Page
get
6.
following her
see?
lead?
Sorry, page 6.
No, thanks,
All right,
council.
I would move
There
that
we
the
go, we're at the
commission
top.
certify land use plan amendment number LCP-4 STB-24-0028-1, Part B as submitted. Is that correct? All right.
And you're requesting.
And I'm requesting a yes vote.
All right, we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Jackson. All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Lopez, seconded by Commissioner Jackson. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote, and I don't know who's doing that.
Vanessa over here.
Great, thanks, Vanessa.
Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Rodoni.
Yes.
Rodoni, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Aye.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes, thank you.
Hart,
We'll move on to
yes.
the next motion.
The vote is unanimous.
Excuse me, sorry. A
All
lot of
right, so
practice.
now I'm going to look at council here and start with, I move that the Coastal Commission, that this commission reject County of Santa Barbara Implementation Plan Coastal Zoning Ordinance Amendment number LCP-4-STB-24-24-0028-1, Part B, as submitted.
And
I got a
you're
nod.
asking for a,
And I'm asking for a yes vote.
okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lopez, seconded by Commissioner Jackson. We need a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Rodoni.
Aye.
Rodoni, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Aye.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
So then to wrap us up, I would move that the Coastal Commission certify County of Santa Barbara Implementation Plan Coastal Zoning Ordinance Amendment number LCP-4-STB-24-0028-1, Part B, if it is modified as suggested in this staff report, and I ask for a yes vote.
And second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lopez, seconded by Commissioner Jackson, and we'll need a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Aye.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Rodoni.
Aye.
Rodoni, yes. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, thank you. That concludes that matter. I see our chair has now returned. With her agreement, I'm going to recommend we take a brief bio break, maybe come back at 5:05, if that's enough time.
If
Take a
I
quick
could
break.
make one suggestion, we only have a very short deputy director's report, and that's the final item
Okay.
before we can go back to
Well,
the
the chair's
big
back,
item.
so she'll be deciding that. I can't say.
All right, thank you. That does bring us to item 14, the Deputy Director's Report for the South Coast District. We have 8 waivers and 1 immaterial permit amendment being reported. We're not aware of any opposition to these items, and we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of these items in the Deputy Director's Report. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Any ex parte? Seeing none, any public speakers?
No speakers.
Okay, thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objections, the commission concurs. Now we'll take a...
I would actually recommend maybe we don't. Because we have the last item in front of you, which is we continue the item for PG&E Diablo Canyon. And we just did not have enough time to work out, just to have full discussions. So I'm going to recommend that we continue this item until next month and give us a little bit more time to talk with PG&E through the mitigation package.
Okay, thank you. We concur. So we'll continue that.
vote?
No, you have to vote on it.
Oh, we have to vote. Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we continue.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. So do I have to name the item? How do I, give me the number? I don't have it in front of me. I just want to be quick about it.
Yeah. Hold on.
Give it to me.
And it's 2 items, right?
All right. I
Yeah,
move
vote.
that we continue application number 9-25-0739 until next month.
Go ahead.
Second.
Oh, and do I have to do the other one as well?
Yeah, but maybe vote on the first one and then we can vote on the second
Okay.
one.
So there's a motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner Jackson. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Lowenberg,
No.
Lowenberg, no. Commissioner Nodoff,
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado,
Aye.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley,
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante,
Yeah.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Hart,
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson,
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Rodoni,
Aye.
Rodoni, yes. Commissioner Lopez, Lopez, yes. Chair Harmon,
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is 10 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
Okay, I will move that we continue consistency certification number CC-0003-23, and we move that to, or continue that to next month.
I'll second.
A motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner Jackson. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Nodoff,
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado,
Aye.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley,
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante,
Yeah.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Hart,
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson,
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Rodoni,
Aye.
Rodoni, yes. Commissioner Lopez, Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg,
No.
Lowenberg, no. Chair Harmon,
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is 10 yes, 1 no.
Okay, we will continue this item until the December hearing, and we are done for the day. Thank you.